Chapter 1: The Evolving Landscape of the 21st Century. For almost 20 years, the global landscape has been undergoing significant transformations, characterized by rapid changes and dynamic shifts. The year 1989 marked a pivotal moment in history with the collapse of the Berlin Wall. This significant event not only symbolized the reunification of Germany but also heralded the conclusion of the post-World War II period. The dismantling of this barrier represented a broader shift in geopolitical dynamics and the triumph of democratic ideals over authoritarian regimes in Eastern Europe. This significant occurrence, rich with meaning and implications, marked the decline of the Soviet Union's influence during the Cold War. It not only set in motion the fragmentation of various sovereign nations but also empowered the United States to adopt a more assertive and dominant stance on the global stage. This shift in dynamics illuminated the broader trends of international relations at the time, highlighting the US's newfound confidence and willingness to act independently. A declaration of a new world order has been made. Throughout history, fundamental tenets of international relations, such as state sovereignty, the notion of equality among nations, and the imperative of non-interference in the domestic matters of states, have often been overlooked. This has frequently occurred under the justification of humanitarian interventionism or in efforts to address the challenges posed by failed states. As a result, these once sacrosanct principles have been set aside in a bid to respond to pressing global crises, leading to a significant alteration in the traditional understanding of how states interact with one another. The implications of this shift are profound, as they blur the lines between intervention for humanitarian purposes and respect for national autonomy. The United States has often chosen to disregard international treaties and agreements when they do not align with its own interests or priorities. This tendency highlights a pattern where the nation prioritizes its domestic agenda over established international commitments, reflecting a willingness to overlook global standards and norms in favor of unilateral action. This approach raises questions about the reliability of the U.S. as a partner in international relations and the long-term implications for global cooperation and diplomacy. 15 years have passed since significant events unfolded, and the repercussions continue to weigh heavily on the global landscape. Today, we find ourselves grappling with the harsh realities stemming from the tumultuous situations in both Afghanistan and Iraq. These regions remain mired in chaos and conflict, presenting ongoing challenges for local populations and the international community alike. Furthermore, tensions are escalating regarding Iran's position, creating a potential flashpoint for broader conflict. Additionally, the scourge of terrorism and the proliferation of drug trafficking networks have spread worldwide, exacerbating security concerns and complicating efforts for stability. This tangled web of issues reflects the far-reaching consequences of decisions made in the past, underscoring the need for urgent action and thoughtful international cooperation to find viable solutions. It is evident that, in stark contrast to the assured assertion made by Francis Fukuyama, we have not reached what he described as the end of history. Rather, the unfolding events and developments in the world since his proclamation suggest that history is far from concluded. Instead, we continue to witness a dynamic and evolving landscape marked by ongoing conflicts, societal changes, and political upheavals that challenge the notion of a final, harmonious end point in our historical narrative. As Robert Kagan reflects with a sense of melancholy, we are witnessing what he describes as the resurgence of historical events and the fading of our aspirational visions. The principles of hard power that momentarily transformed a bipolar world into one dominated by a single polarity are now slowly leading us towards the emergence of a multipolar landscape. This transition marks a significant shift in the global balance of power, moving away from the dominance of one superpower and towards a more distributed arrangement where multiple nations exert influence and authority on the world stage. As this change unfolds, it reflects the complexities of international relations in the current era. It seems that the supremacy of the United States on the world stage is not as fixed or permanent as once believed. Additionally, it has become clear that the rest of the international community is not willing to embrace an endless period of American dominance on the global stage. The global framework that was established after World War II is gradually coming to an end. However, as it fades away, a fresh and stable balance of power, along with a new model for relationships between nations, has yet to take shape. The transition is ongoing, and while the old order is disintegrating, the future structure of international relations remains uncertain. It is truly fascinating to observe how closely the current global landscape mirrors the circumstances faced in Europe 200 years back. The parallels between the two distinct time periods are striking and provoke thoughtful reflections on the lessons that history can teach us today. The outbreak of the French Revolution in 1789 set into motion a series of tumultuous events that spanned a remarkable 25 years, characterized by widespread unrest, political instability, and numerous armed conflicts. This era of upheaval culminated in a significant reorganization of the European political landscape, which was eventually formalized during the Congress of Vienna in 1815, where leaders of the continent gathered to restore and establish a new order in Europe following the upheaval. In a rather striking parallel to historical events, it appears that we might be on the verge of witnessing a prolonged period, potentially lasting another 10 years, before the emerging dynamics of the international power structure solidify. Just as in times gone by, the intricate components of the new global landscape seem poised to take their time in aligning and establishing a cohesive framework. This unfolding scenario suggests that we are at the brink of transformative changes in global relations, yet it may require patience and observation before we fully comprehend how these new configurations will ultimately settle and interact with one another. Regardless of the specific dynamics at play, it is reasonable to believe that the global landscape of the 21st century will exhibit greater openness, increased integration, and heightened interdependence among nations and cultures. The interactions between countries are likely to deepen, fostering connections that transcend borders and encouraging collaborative efforts. This evolving environment suggests a future where communities around the world are more linked than ever, creating opportunities for mutual growth and understanding on a global scale. The world is undoubtedly becoming more interconnected, but the nature of this globalization differs significantly from the initial visions people had. Rather than a uniform blending of cultures and economies, we are witnessing a diverse and multifaceted integration that reflects a variety of identities and values. Initially, the proponents of globalization confidently believed that it would simply equate to the widespread adoption of American culture and ideals globally. However, it has become clear that this perspective was fundamentally flawed and did not accurately represent the complexities and nuances of globalization as it has unfolded. The phenomenon of globalization has evolved beyond being solely the domain of Western countries. Today, it encompasses a more diverse range of nations and cultures around the globe. This shift reflects the growing interconnectedness and interdependence of economies, ideas, and people from various regions, highlighting the significant role that non-Western countries are playing in shaping a more inclusive and multifaceted global landscape. The principle known as the law of unintended consequences is currently in effect. This concept emphasizes that actions, especially those made with good intentions, can lead to unexpected and often unforeseen outcomes. It's a reminder that our decisions, regardless of how carefully considered, can yield results that deviate significantly from our original goals or expectations. The influence of technology is becoming more pronounced as it propels a variety of transformations across multiple sectors. Its role in shaping modern society is undeniable, leading to significant advancements and shifts in how we live and work. A significant challenge that countries are currently facing is the need to maintain or enhance their technological superiority in essential domains. The ability to master groundbreaking technologies across various advanced scientific and technological sectors, such as nanotechnology, biotechnology, information technology, and advanced materials, can have a profound impact on a nation's global influence and reputation. In fact, this mastery may play a more critical role in establishing a country's standing on the world stage than ever before. Therefore, nations must prioritize investments in research and development to ensure they remain competitive in these vital areas. As technology continues to evolve rapidly, the implications of falling behind can be severely detrimental to a country's economic and political power. In recent years, nations around the world have experienced a notable rise in cultural diversity. This shift towards multiculturalism has resulted in a vibrant tapestry of different ethnicities, traditions, and languages coexisting within the same geographic boundaries. As a result, contemporary societies are becoming more enriched by the blending of various cultural heritages, which in turn influences everything from art to cuisine to social practices. The disparity between affluent individuals and those living in poverty is increasingly expanding, both at the national level within individual nations and on a global scale. This alarming trend indicates a growing divide that affects economic stability and social cohesion. Inequality has existed throughout history and is certainly not a recent phenomenon. It has been a persistent aspect of human societies for many generations. While globalization has fostered a sense of interconnectedness and opportunity, it has simultaneously heightened the sense of alienation and humiliation experienced by those who find themselves marginalized. Thomas Friedman characterizes this phenomenon as a flat world, where, on one hand, individuals from weaker segments of society and smaller nations may find newfound empowerment and access to resources. Yet, on the other hand, this same flatness often intensifies the divide, leaving many feeling disenfranchised and overlooked as they grapple with the harsh realities of their situation. The contrasting experiences underscore the complex nature of globalization, bringing some individuals closer to opportunity while simultaneously distancing others, leading to feelings of frustration and powerlessness among the dispossessed. Across the globe, there has been an extraordinary rise in the general populace's understanding and recognition of their rights. This heightened awareness is unlike anything seen before, empowering individuals to advocate for themselves and assert their entitlements more confidently than ever. As we move further into the 21st century, the ideological landscapes have significantly shifted. Unlike the 20th century, when socialism and communism were prominent forces that energized leaders and captivated the younger generations, these philosophies have largely lost their appeal today. This decline has led to a growing sense of disenchantment with the current political frameworks and institutions. Consequently, individuals are seeking fresh avenues to express their dissatisfaction and aspirations for change in the world around them. If societies fail to cultivate political frameworks and social perspectives that embrace cultural diversity, they risk becoming dangerously fragile. Without the necessary institutions and an inclusive mindset, the fabric of these societies may weaken, leading to potential instability and conflict. It is essential for communities to recognize and appreciate the various cultural identities within them, otherwise, they may find themselves unprepared to handle the complexities of modern coexistence. Individuals who find themselves on the fringes of society, unable to indulge in the excesses and pleasures of materialism, often turn to spirituality as a means of coping. This tendency harkens back to Marx's concept of religion serving as an opiate for the masses. In times of hardship and struggle, these marginalized groups frequently seek solace and comfort in their faith, finding hope and strength in beliefs that transcend their difficult circumstances. Unfortunately, in today's world, many contemporary religious leaders and interpreters seem to manipulate followers for their own agendas. They often resort to more rigid and intolerant interpretations of various faiths, not limited to just Islam but also encompassing Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, and Hinduism. This trend highlights a troubling tendency to exploit the beliefs of individuals, using authoritative and dogmatic approaches that foster division rather than understanding. Such actions can distort the true essence of these spiritual traditions, reducing them to tools for control and promoting an atmosphere of fundamentalism and intolerance instead of one of peace and acceptance. In recent times, the concepts of regional and sub-regional collaboration have gained prominence and are increasingly being recognized in discussions on an international scale. These terms have become essential components of the global dialogue, reflecting a growing awareness of the importance of working together within specific geographic areas to address shared challenges and promote mutual interests. As such, they are now frequently invoked in the context of diplomatic initiatives and policy-making processes. The current occurrence observed on a global scale can largely be attributed to the forces of globalization. It is essential to understand that the interconnectedness brought about by globalization fundamentally contradicts the notion of autarky, which emphasizes self-sufficiency and limits trade across borders as well as interpersonal exchanges. In essence, the very fabric of international relationships and economic dynamics relies on open borders and the free flow of ideas and goods, making it evident that such isolationist policies cannot coexist harmoniously with a globalized framework. In the wake of the Cold War's conclusion, diplomatic relations have progressively improved, leading to the reopening of previously sealed borders. This significant shift has ushered in a myriad of fresh opportunities for economic collaboration between nations that were once estranged. As countries look to strengthen their ties and work together, the potential for mutually beneficial trade agreements and partnerships has expanded considerably, paving the way for enhanced economic engagement and development. In the aftermath of decolonization, the framework of colonial borders was quite beneficial for the newly sovereign nations throughout the later part of the 20th century. However, it appears that this set of boundaries has now surpassed its usefulness and is no longer as relevant as it once was. As these countries continue to evolve, the rigid structures created during the colonial era may hinder their progress and adaptation to changing geopolitical and social dynamics. Colonial powers frequently imposed arbitrary borders that disrupted long-established economic, social, cultural, and familial connections that had developed over many generations. This imposition often disregarded the intricate networks and relationships that had been nurtured within communities for centuries. As a result, the consequences of these artificial divisions were profound, leading to the fragmentation of societies and hindering the natural interactions that once flourished in these regions. These actions not only altered the landscape of nations but also profoundly impacted the way people lived, interacted, and sustained their cultural identities. Following the colonies' attainment of independence, the relationships that developed with their previous colonial rulers often proved to be more robust compared to the connections they established with neighboring countries. This period was characterized by a sense of familiarity and reliance on the former imperial powers, which, despite the newfound autonomy, still exerted significant influence and presence in the lives of the newly independent states. Consequently, these nations found themselves in a unique position, navigating the complexities of their past while attempting to forge new alliances and identities within their regional context. The influences and connections stemming from colonial times have diminished over the years, becoming significantly less impactful and relevant in today's context. As societies evolve and develop, these historical links are increasingly viewed as outdated, suggesting a shift in priorities and perspectives that reflect contemporary values and relationships. Regardless of the circumstances, the once mighty imperial nations currently lack the financial and logistical capabilities to maintain the same level of connections they had during the colonial period with their former territories. The era of robust ties that characterized colonialism has faded, and these powers are now grappling with diminished resources to support such relationships. Numerous nations face the significant task of balancing their ambitions for comprehensive and effective economic and social growth with the necessity for sub-regional collaboration. This pursuit is often at odds with political factors that compel them to safeguard their national sovereignty, independence, and the inherent dignity of their statehood. As they strive for progress, these countries must navigate the complex interplay between collaborative regional initiatives and their commitment to maintaining autonomy and respect on the global stage. The dilemma lies in fostering partnership and integration while ensuring that their fundamental rights and identities are not compromised in the process. The foreign policy challenges we face today, as well as those that are expected to arise in the near future, are fundamentally different from the issues encountered in the 20th century. The landscape of international relations has evolved significantly, leading to new dynamics and complexities that require fresh perspectives and responses. Regrettably, there exists a significant discrepancy between the current mentality, frameworks, and organizations that were established in the aftermath of World War II and the intricate, ever-changing, and often unpredictable nature of the modern world. This gulf raises concerns about our ability to adequately respond to the challenges we face today, as the systems that were designed to handle the issues of the past seem ill-equipped for the complexities we encounter in the present. The rapid evolution of global dynamics calls for a reassessment and adaptation of these outdated structures to better align with contemporary realities. The composition and functionality of the United Nations Security Council is largely a product of the power dynamics that existed in the mid-20th century. This alignment with historical contexts rather than the contemporary global landscape contributes to its challenges and inefficacies in fulfilling its primary mission, which is to maintain international peace and security. As a result, it often struggles to respond adequately to modern conflicts and geopolitical shifts that have emerged in recent decades. However, what is being advocated by Western nations, and particularly by the United States, is far from acceptable. They suggest a troubling degree of freedom to conduct military operations without the necessity of authorization from the United Nations. This approach is often disguised under various misleading terms such as humanitarian intervention, evident during the conflict in Yugoslavia in 1999. Similarly, the so-called War on Terror, initiated in Afghanistan in 2001 and the controversial invasion of Iraq in 2003, justified by the supposed search for weapons of mass destruction, fall into this troubling pattern. Additionally, the ongoing military actions in Afghanistan, which are categorized as out-of-area operations, further highlight the disregard for international law and the principles of collective security. The implications of such unilateral actions threaten the very foundation of global governance and stability that the UN aims to uphold. In situations where the United States finds itself unable or unwilling to take independent action, it often relies on the cooperation of an accommodating European Union (EU), or a compliant North Atlantic Treaty Organization (NATO). This strategy allows the U.S. to assert its influence and achieve its objectives while sharing the burden with these international allies. By leveraging the capabilities and resources of these entities, the U.S. can navigate complex geopolitical challenges without bearing the full responsibility alone. In Kosovo, the European Union is assuming the roles and duties previously held by the United Nations. This transition marks a significant shift in governance, as the EU steps in to manage essential functions within the region that were once under UN jurisdiction. In Afghanistan, NATO has assumed control over military operations, effectively excluding neighboring countries from involvement in these activities. This decision has raised concerns about the implications of such unilateral control in the region. The pervasive belief that power equates to morality inevitably fosters a sense of discomfort across the globe. When might is perceived as the ultimate arbiter of what is right, it sows seeds of uncertainty and fear in various societies, prompting concerns over justice and equity. Comparable instances of anachronisms can also be observed within the realm of economics. A mere 10 years in the past, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, played a pivotal role in spearheading the financial rescue efforts for various economies experiencing severe distress, including those of Russia, Argentina, and numerous nations in Asia. During this period, the IMF was instrumental in orchestrating comprehensive support measures aimed at stabilizing these struggling economies and restoring their financial health. The function of the International Monetary Fund, IMF, as the final option for lending has diminished over time. This change signifies a notable decline in its prominence during critical financial crises, where countries typically turn to this institution for emergency funds and support. As a result, the IMF's ability to serve as a safeguard for nations facing economic turmoil has weakened, impacting its effectiveness in facilitating global financial stability. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank seem to be out of touch with the current economic landscape. Their frameworks and strategies might not adequately address the complexities and dynamics of today's financial environment. It is truly astonishing that the collective representation of China and India in these international organizations is less than that of Germany. This disparity raises important questions about the relevance and effectiveness of the G8 forum in the absence of participation from major economies such as China and India. When considering the dynamics of global trade, it becomes increasingly evident that the West's struggle to enforce its perspectives in establishing a new trade framework underscores a significant shift. This shift signifies a diminishing influence of the United States and European powers within the World Trade Organization, WTO, suggesting that the traditional dominance held by these nations is no longer as unassailable as it once was. As the global economic landscape continues to evolve, the need for a more inclusive and representative approach in international trade discussions has never been more critical. Multinational corporations originating from Western countries are witnessing a gradual decline in their proportion of the overall global economy. They are increasingly losing their prominent position when it comes to making significant investments on an international scale. National oil companies, NOCs, in oil-producing nations have significantly outgrown their Western counterparts, commonly referred to as the Seven Sisters, which are independent oil enterprises that held a position of dominance in the global oil industry for many years. These NOCs have expanded not only in size but also in scope, leading to a major shift in the balance of power within the sector. The influence and asset base of these companies far exceed that of the traditional independent oil firms, reflecting a notable transformation in the global energy landscape over recent decades. A significant portion of the world's wealth is currently concentrated among corporations and individuals hailing from regions such as India, China, Russia, various Arab nations, along with several countries in Asia and Latin America. This distribution highlights the growing economic influence and affluence of these regions in the global financial landscape. Businesses in the Western region are being rapidly acquired by their corporations. A considerable number of the global population of billionaires consists of individuals from their country. There exist some perplexing contradictions within the current structure and administration of our global systems. These paradoxes continue to evoke concern and highlight the complexities inherent in how society functions. In recent years, there has been a noticeable rise in the emergence of new nations and smaller territories that exhibit a strong awareness and commitment to safeguarding their national identity and autonomy. These developments are particularly striking against the backdrop of numerous existing countries, both established ones and those that have recently formed, which seem to be grappling with a decline in their ability to govern themselves effectively. Many of these states are struggling not just with political control, but also with the very essence of what defines them, leading to a sense of identity erosion that contrasts sharply with the tenacious spirit displayed by the newcomers. They resemble delicate grains of wheat caught in a vast ocean teeming with formidable predators like sharks and whales. The dangers faced by various entities come not solely from formidable nation-states but also from a diverse array of non-state actors. These include terrorist organizations, drug cartels, various non-governmental organizations, NGOs, multinational corporations, and the pervasive influence of international media that can often be intrusive. In this complex landscape, it is important to note that despite these multiple threats, the traditional concept of the nation-state, which emerged in 19th-century Europe, continues to hold significant legitimacy and remains the foundational political unit across the globe. This enduring value underscores the tension between modern challenges and established political frameworks. As of the present day, the United Nations boasts a membership of 192 countries. This marks a significant increase from its original founding membership of just 51 nations back in the year 1945. In the contemporary context of nation-states, the operations and priorities of these political entities necessitate the implementation of certain limitations on immigration. This is essential for maintaining social stability and ensuring that the economic and cultural fabric of the country remains intact. Balancing the influx of new immigrants with the needs of existing citizens is crucial for the overall functioning of these states. Contemporary limitations imposed on international migration starkly contrast with the historical patterns of free movement that have been observed around the world. Throughout history, people have traveled across borders with relative ease, seeking better opportunities, safety, or new beginnings. These current restrictions appear to contradict the intrinsic human behavior of migrating and settling in different regions, a practice that has been part of our global narrative for centuries. Furthermore, they challenge the very principles that underpin globalization. It is difficult to overlook the worrying trend in Western societies that seems to endorse the idea of establishing states based solely on cultural or ethnic homogeneity. This movement often manifests through the fragmentation of historically unified nations, raising significant concerns about the potential consequences. The formation of such culturally or ethnically homogeneous regions not only jeopardizes the integrity of long-established countries but also poses serious questions about inclusivity and coexistence among diverse populations. This trend warrants serious scrutiny and reflection as societies navigate the complexities of identity, belonging, and governance in an increasingly interconnected world. The concept of self-determination, as currently understood, is being misapplied in ways that contradict established principles set forth by the United Nations. Traditionally, self-determination has been meant to support peoples living under colonial oppression, allowing them the right to govern themselves freely and independently. However, this interpretation should not be exploited by powerful nations as a justification for fragmenting existing states or creating new, artificially sovereign entities that lack the stability and viability needed for true self-governance. Recent examples, such as the cases of Kosovo and South Ossetia, illustrate how this principle can be manipulated, leading to the emergence of what some may call statelets that do not possess the genuine attributes of sustainable states. Therefore, it is crucial that the application of self-determination be closely scrutinized to ensure that it is not misused to undermine the sovereignty and integrity of fully recognized states. The aforementioned trends raise alarming concerns as they undermine the concept of a tolerant, multicultural state. In our increasingly interconnected world, such a nation represents one of the few reliable bulwarks against the threats of instability and conflict. Embracing cultural diversity and fostering inclusivity are essential in creating a harmonious society, especially in an era where global interactions can lead to both collaboration and tension. Without these principles, the risk of discord only grows, highlighting the importance of nurturing a respectful and accepting environment for all communities. Implementing these types of policies will likely serve to reinforce Samuel Huntington's concept of the clash of civilizations, turning it into a reality driven by our own actions. Rather than fostering understanding and cooperation among different cultures and societies, these measures risk exacerbating divisions and tensions, thereby fulfilling the very predictions Huntington proposed. Regrettably, there has been a noticeable lack of comprehensive analysis regarding the underlying factors contributing to the troubling phenomenon of failed and failing states that exist globally. Many of these nations rely heavily on external support, be it economic, financial, or military, provided by powerful nations and international aid organizations. This dependence often mitigates their ability to achieve self-sufficiency or stability, and the reasons behind their struggles remain largely uninvestigated. As a result, the intricate web of issues leading to their dysfunction is neglected, leaving these states in a precarious position. Continuing down this path is unlikely to be a feasible or viable option in the long run. These types of regions can be compared to inactive volcanoes, lying in wait for the right moment to unleash their potential chaos. When they finally do awaken, the consequences can be catastrophic, engulfing surrounding areas in devastation and suffering. The quietude they display is misleading, as underneath the surface, there's a buildup of tension that could lead to unanticipated turmoil. The collaboration among these smaller nations, often perceived as inconsequential, plays a vital role in addressing emerging global challenges. Issues such as terrorism, the illegal trafficking of arms, and the rampant distribution of drugs require a united front to effectively combat. Additionally, fundamental concerns related to the survival of humanity, including access to clean water, sustainable energy, food security, and the pressing issue of climate change, demand collective action. Failing to manage these challenges could potentially lead to conflicts between countries, underscoring the importance of solidarity among even the least powerful states in the international arena. In order to establish a stable and harmonious new global framework, it is essential to directly confront and address the existing contradictions. Only by acknowledging and tackling these underlying issues can we hope to create a more balanced and sustainable international environment. Uncertainties persist regarding the global influence of major powers in the U.S. power landscape. As we look towards the future, questions linger about how the major global powers will position themselves in terms of influence and authority. This is particularly pertinent in the context of the United States' role in the evolving geopolitical landscape. Analysts and experts are increasingly focused on how the balance of power will shift in the decades to come, and what this will mean for both international relations and domestic policies. With various factors at play, from economic strength to military capabilities, it's clear that the dynamics among the world's leading nations are anything but predictable. Concerns are rising regarding the United States' ability to maintain its position as the global leader in all areas for an extended period. Many analysts are questioning whether the nation can sustain its dominance across various spectrums on the international stage as challenges emerge. In the United States, prominent authors and intellectuals are increasingly aware of the ongoing shift in global power dynamics. They recognize that the world is experiencing significant changes in influence and authority, prompting them to analyze and discuss these developments in their work and public discourse. Fareed Zakaria has delved into the concept of a world that is no longer dominated by American influence, often referred to as the post-American world. In his discussions, he explores the shifting dynamics of global power, highlighting the rise of other nations and regions that are beginning to play a more significant role on the world stage. The notion reflects a fundamental transformation in international relations, where the United States, while still a key player, is increasingly sharing the spotlight with other emerging powers. This shift raises important questions about the future of global governance and the potential consequences for international cooperation and diplomacy. The official evaluation from the United States may not be as bleak as some other reports suggest, however, it does indicate trends that are quite similar in nature. Various recent documents released by U.S. authorities, including key reports like the National Intelligence Council's Mapping the Global Future from 2004, the National Defense Strategy of 2005, the Quadrennial Defense Review published in 2006, the National Security Strategy issued in 2006, and the National Defense Strategy document from 2008, collectively indicate a significant paradigm in the United States' geopolitical stance. While the U.S. continues to hold the position of a dominant global power, these reports suggest a recognition that its level of influence may have stabilized, suggesting a potential plateau in its capacity to exert power on the world stage. This acknowledgement reflects an understanding of the shifting dynamics in international relations and the emergence of multipolarity in global politics. The protracted conflicts in Afghanistan and Iraq illustrate the constraints of American military might. Despite the significant deployment of military resources and personnel, the United States has struggled to achieve decisive victories in these regions. These ongoing struggles highlight the reality that, even with extensive efforts, traditional military strength alone may not be sufficient to secure success in complex and multifaceted warfare scenarios. As a result, the challenges faced in these theaters of war underscore the limitations inherent in relying solely on military capabilities to attain strategic objectives. The United States possesses a formidable military dominance that eclipses that of any other nation across the globe. To illustrate, approximately 50% of the total worldwide military expenditure is accounted for by American spending, which exceeds the combined defense budgets of all other leading powers. However, this unassailable position is increasingly at risk due to the advancements made by both Russia and China in asymmetrical warfare capabilities, particularly in the realm of space. These developments pose a significant challenge to the traditional military superiority of the United States, potentially undermining its strategic advantage in future conflicts. The ability of the United States to exert political influence globally appears to be diminishing. Once more, Russia is effectively countering the assertive incursions made by the United States into its strategically important region. The Kremlin has demonstrated its capability to stand firm against what it perceives as provocations from U.S. actions nearby, reinforcing its influence and protecting its interests in the area. Traditionally, Saudi Arabia has been considered a steadfast ally of the Arab nations. However, the current climate has prompted a shift in their approach. Instead of complying with requests to increase oil production to lower prices, the Arab countries are choosing a different route. In fact, they are taking steps to withdraw their financial investments from the United States. This change in strategy signals a potential realignment of priorities and interests within the region as they navigate their economic opportunities and challenges. In the context of Asia, a number of emerging organizations have gained prominence, such as the East Asia Summit, EAS, and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO. These groups are noteworthy not only for their missions and objectives but also for their membership composition, which notably excludes the United States while incorporating various other significant global powers. This shift illustrates a changing dynamic in regional cooperation and governance within Asia, as these institutions seek to strengthen ties among their member states independent of American influence. Even the regions of Latin America, historically considered to be under the influence of the United States, are finding ways to assert their independence and slip away from American control. This shift indicates a growing desire among Latin American countries to seek their own paths and establish more autonomy in their political and economic affairs. The economic landscape is equally challenging, with no signs of improvement in sight. Indeed, it is accurate to state that the United States boasts an impressive economic output, exceeding $13 trillion. This colossal figure surpasses the total economic strength of the next four largest economies in the world: Japan, Germany, China, and France combined. The comparative size of the U.S. economy highlights its significant role in the global marketplace and underscores the substantial gap between it and other major economic players. The increasing prominence of Asian economies has led to a decline in the proportion of global economic output that can be attributed to the United States. As these Asian nations continue to develop and expand their markets, the relative economic influence of the U.S. has diminished, highlighting a significant shift in the dynamics of the global economy. The possibility of the U.S. dollar relinquishing its position as the predominant global reserve currency is becoming increasingly plausible. This shift is fueled by a number of Asian nations that are discreetly reallocating their substantial foreign exchange reserves. These countries are not only diversifying their asset portfolios, but they are also exploring alternative currencies for international transactions, particularly in critical sectors such as oil trade. Furthermore, some nations are re-evaluating their currency pegs and considering adjustments that move away from reliance on the dollar. As these changes unfold, the long-standing supremacy of the U.S. dollar is under threat, which could have significant implications for the global financial landscape. The increasing influence of sovereign wealth funds, particularly those controlled by the central banks of geopolitical competitors such as China and Russia, alongside the abundant petrodollars amassed by nations within the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, is a significant development in today's economic landscape. This reality is evident and cannot simply be ignored or dismissed. As these financial entities accumulate vast resources, their role in global economics and politics becomes ever more pronounced, underscoring the intricate web of power and capital that shapes international relations. The unexpected failure of several long-standing banking institutions and prominent financial entities within Wall Street has highlighted a critical situation, revealing that the once dominant economic standing of the United States is now facing significant challenges. This alarming trend brings to light the vulnerabilities that have developed over the years, casting doubt on the stability and longevity of America's supremacy in the global financial landscape. It is a fundamental principle of sound economic reasoning that the United States, carrying a staggering debt exceeding $10 trillion, cannot sustain its position as the world's foremost debtor while also expecting to maintain its supremacy on the global stage primarily through military strength. The implications of such a situation suggest that reliance on military might alone is an unsustainable strategy for preserving leadership in the international arena. The appeal of America's soft power has diminished somewhat in recent times. This decline in charm can be observed in various global contexts, where the influence and allure that the United States once effortlessly wielded are increasingly being challenged. As the world landscape shifts, the effectiveness of America's diplomatic and cultural strategies has come under scrutiny, leading to questions about its ability to inspire and unite other nations. Despite the fact that the United States continues to inspire a mix of admiration and envy among nations worldwide, an increasing number of individuals are becoming aware of pressing environmental issues and the realities of climate change. This heightened consciousness has led many to recognize that the typical American way of life is not only difficult to achieve but also ultimately unsustainable in the long run. As more people around the globe understand the negative implications of such a lifestyle, it raises questions about the sustainability of pursuing similar patterns of consumption and living. The events of September 11, 2001, and the ensuing focus on national security have significantly transformed how the United States is perceived globally. The aftermath of 9/11 fostered a mindset that prioritized security above all else, leading to a shift in both domestic policies and international relations. This heightened emphasis on safeguarding the nation has had lasting effects on the country's image around the world, influencing how other nations and cultures view the United States today. Rather than being seen as a symbol of hope, sanctuary, liberty, and opportunity, the United States is increasingly perceived as a heavily fortified stronghold. This interpretation reflects the nation's desire to shield itself from perceived threats and the concerns of a society that appears to prioritize its own safety and interests above all else. The image of America has shifted from one of open arms to one of defensive walls, highlighting a growing sentiment of insecurity and insularity among its populace. With the ideological framework of the Cold War no longer influencing global politics, the justification for America's dominant policies on the world stage has significantly diminished. The absence of this historical context has left a void in the legitimacy that once underpinned U.S. actions and strategies in international relations. The role of the United States as a self-proclaimed leader on the global stage is coming under greater scrutiny and criticism. Many are beginning to re-evaluate and challenge its authority and influence in various international matters. Many individuals across the globe view its seemingly obligatory emphasis on democracy and human rights with a sense of skepticism and doubt. This widespread apprehension arises from a belief that such expressions may not always stem from genuine intentions. Instead, they may be perceived as mere rhetorical gestures rather than sincere commitments to uphold the values they profess to champion. As a result, millions remain wary of these proclamations, questioning their authenticity and the motives behind them. Considering its national interests, it is perfectly reasonable for the United States to be actively pursuing a strategy aimed at maintaining its dominant position on the global stage. The U.S. seeks a plan that ensures its leadership remains unchallenged, reflecting its desire to continue shaping international dynamics and policies in a way that aligns with its values and objectives. Consequently, the nation is focused on developing approaches that bolster its influence and safeguard its interests in an increasingly complex geopolitical landscape. The organization is actively exploring strategies to combat these unsettling developments, which pose a credible risk of jeopardizing its established position of security and stability. Additionally, it is taking proactive measures to safeguard itself against the potential uncertainties that lie ahead. This ongoing assessment highlights the urgency of addressing these challenges to maintain its advantageous standing in a rapidly evolving landscape. Consequently, the country is actively navigating a foreign policy strategy aimed at preserving its position of global supremacy, often referred to as leadership, in a more palatable manner. This strategy encompasses a comprehensive approach across various dimensions, including political influence, military strength, economic power, technological innovation, and cultural outreach. The intent is to maintain an overarching dominance that resonates across all these critical areas on the world stage. While the idea may evoke shock and dismay among many Americans, it is undeniable that the United States functions as an empire, though it may be experiencing a period of decline. This notion may be uncomfortable for some, yet it reflects the complex reality of the nation's global influence and power dynamics. Like many empires throughout history, the process of decline is expected to be prolonged, tumultuous, and fraught with conflict. This inevitable downfall often unfolds over an extended period, marked by strife and significant turmoil as the once great powers struggle to maintain control and stability. We are currently observing the conclusion of a significant chapter in history. Is China on the verge of becoming a dominant global power in the 21st century? The nation has been experiencing remarkable growth that appears unstoppable, yet there are concerns that this economic boom may reach its limits in the near future. While China's ascent has been nothing short of extraordinary, questions linger over whether this momentum can be sustained in the long run. The framework for economic growth put forth relies heavily on a continuous and increasing supply of essential raw materials and goods. This reliance on these resources is not something that can be assumed or taken lightly. It underscores the importance of sustainable practices and careful management, as the availability of these commodities is subject to various unpredictable factors. The depletion of the Earth's resources is becoming an increasingly urgent issue, suggesting that we may exhaust them in the near future. As consumption rates rise and reserves dwindle, it is clear that many vital resources could be consumed more quickly than anticipated. As China's appetite for resources and goods continues to expand, it is inevitable that this will lead to tensions and potential clashes with other major consumers, particularly the United States. The increasing competition for limited resources among these nations could create significant geopolitical challenges as both seek to secure their interests in an interconnected global economy. China faces a critical challenge as the Communist Party's hold on power is fundamentally tied to its capacity for ensuring robust economic growth. The legitimacy of the party is largely contingent upon its success in fostering continuous and substantial advancements in the economy. Without consistently achieving a high growth rate, the party risks weakening its authority and support among the populace, which could lead to broader political implications. This reliance on economic performance not only shapes domestic stability but also influences the party's long-term strategy and governance approach. This situation leads to a political environment that is fundamentally unstable and prone to fluctuations. Throughout history, no nation of China's immense size has successfully managed to sustain a prolonged period of robust economic growth while simultaneously maintaining an authoritarian regime. China's unique ability to achieve this balance sets it apart from other large countries, as it showcases how a centralized political structure can coincide with remarkable economic advancement over the years. This uncommon combination invites intrigue and discussion among scholars and policymakers alike, as they explore the implications and effectiveness of such a governance model in fostering economic prosperity. There is significant skepticism regarding the notion that China has created a uniquely advanced management system that surpasses those of all other cultures. In fact, it raises questions about whether they have truly crafted an economic development framework that effectively addresses and harmonizes fundamentally opposing challenges. The idea that one nation could achieve such a feat seems highly implausible, especially given the complexity of global socio-economic dynamics and the varied approaches employed by different societies. Numerous signs indicate significant vulnerabilities within China's economic framework, suggesting that a simplistic linear model cannot adequately explain the country's patterns of growth. Several critical issues contribute to this assertion, including the fragile state of its financial and banking sectors, the ongoing losses faced by state-owned enterprises, the rising dissatisfaction among rural populations, and the increasing gaps between different economic regions. Additionally, the potential for environmental catastrophes adds another layer of complexity to the situation. These elements collectively paint a picture of a system rife with challenges that could hinder sustained economic progress. Should China manage to defy expectations and silence its critics, it could lead to significant challenges for various nations, particularly India. Such a scenario would likely complicate diplomatic relations and economic strategies for countries that have viewed China's rise with skepticism. Furthermore, when examining the political landscape of China throughout the 20th century, there is little reason to feel at ease. The historical events and shifts in governance during this period reveal a complex and often tumultuous narrative that can leave observers with concerns rather than reassurance. Throughout the past 100 years, the landscape of Chinese politics has undergone significant transformation, often marked by episodes of violence and upheaval. These tumultuous shifts have shaped the nation's trajectory, with forceful actions frequently serving as catalysts for political reform and change. Without an effective and trustworthy system in place to facilitate the transition of political authority from the Communist Party of China to a more inclusive alliance of various interest groups, the potential risk of violent political upheaval remains a significant concern that cannot be ignored. The lack of a clear process for power sharing raises apprehensions about the stability of the political landscape, as rival factions may resort to conflict in their quest for influence and control. Therefore, it is critical to address this gap in governance to prevent any future unrest. China is experiencing what can be described as a phenomenon akin to a pressure cooker syndrome. This term encapsulates the intense social, economic, and political pressures that have been building within the country. As various challenges and tensions escalate, the population is feeling the strain, much like the contents of a pressure cooker under high heat. This situation has implications for the stability and harmony of society, as the accumulated stress could lead to unforeseen consequences if not addressed effectively. In a grand display of effort, China meticulously ensured that no excessive heat or bothersome steam would disrupt the atmosphere at its highly anticipated Olympics celebration. The event, held in the refined and recently upgraded city of Beijing, was characterized by a serene elegance, where every detail was carefully attended to. The atmosphere was designed to be free from any jarring sounds, such as piercing whistles, allowing guests to revel in the sophisticated ambience of the festivities. In a seemingly abrupt turn of events, the marginalized and jobless masses from the bustling streets of Beijing, as well as various other urban centers, found themselves displaced, suddenly relocated to the more remote and neglected regions of the country. It was as though a spell had been cast, whisking them away from the vibrant city life they once knew and into obscurity, far removed from the hustle and bustle that characterized their previous surroundings. The issue at hand is that celebrations and festivities do not last forever, and the endurance of those who endure suffering does not stretch indefinitely. Eventually, the joy of communal gatherings fades, and the lingering pain experienced by individuals cannot be overlooked indefinitely. It is essential to recognize that people have limits to their tolerance and that change must come before their patience runs out. As the glamorous events come to an end and the lavish red carpets are packed away, the underlying issues plaguing China's social, economic, and political landscape become increasingly apparent. The notorious tainted milk scandal is merely a precursor, hinting at a plethora of potential crises yet to unfold. These deep-rooted problems are now more exposed, raising concerns about their impact on the nation's stability and future. In the months and years ahead, could it be that one day the simmering tensions within China will reach a boiling point? While the Chinese government has, for now, successfully quelled the disturbances in Tibet that escalated in March 2008, the narrative surrounding Tibet is far from concluded. The complexities and challenges in this region continue to cast a long shadow, suggesting that unresolved issues may eventually resurface with significant consequences. There is a possibility that conflicts may arise once more in the future. It is important to recognize that the feelings of discontent among the Tibetan population were not limited to the more visible areas. In fact, this disaffection permeated throughout the remote and interior regions of Tibet as well. In a comparable manner, the stringent measures taken by the authorities to suppress dissent in Xinjiang failed to prevent hostile actions against Chinese security forces in the region during the Olympic Games. Despite the government's efforts to control the situation through forceful tactics, incidents targeting law enforcement personnel occurred, highlighting the challenges faced by the state in maintaining order amidst widespread unrest. The events unfolded against the backdrop of the Olympics, suggesting that even significant international attention could not deter acts of aggression in that area. Such a situation is sure to cause concern among the officials in China. An exceptionally grave situation could emerge if numerous uprisings throughout the nation, including those led by the Tibetans, Uyghurs, and other marginalized communities such as the Falun Gong, were to unite and form a collective front. The alliance of these diverse groups, each facing their own struggles and injustices, could potentially create a powerful force for change that challenges the status quo. If this scenario were to unfold, it would not only threaten stability but could also provoke significant responses from the government and alter the political landscape in profound ways. One of the most significant challenges that China could face in the future may arise not from Taiwan, as commonly perceived, but rather from its regions of Tibet and Xinjiang. These areas could potentially present more substantial risks to national stability than the situation in Taiwan. The situation surrounding Taiwan can be seen as a contentious issue within the broader context of the Han Chinese community. In contrast, the regions of Tibet and Xinjiang represent territories within the Chinese Empire that are predominantly inhabited by non-Han ethnic groups. The inhabitants of these areas have faced severe oppression and harsh treatment but continue to stand resilient in their desire for autonomy and recognition of their rights. Their determination highlights the ongoing struggles faced by these communities as they resist efforts to silence their identities and aspirations. During the 20th century, specifically in the interval between the dissolution of the Manchu dynasty in 1911 and the establishment of communist rule in China in 1949, two regions known as Tibet and Xinjiang operated as effectively autonomous territories. Their status as independent entities was acknowledged by various nations around the world, as they navigated their political and social landscapes without direct control from the central Chinese government. This period of relative independence allowed both regions to cultivate distinct local governance and cultural identities, which were recognized by the international community. The unvarnished truth concerning China is that it functions as an imperial power in today's geopolitical landscape. Similar to the historical trajectory of various empires, China may face considerable challenges in maintaining control over its vast territories, including Xinjiang, Tibet, Manchuria, and Inner Mongolia. These regions serve as essential buffer zones for the nation. In the long run, the stability and cohesion of these areas will likely hinge on the willingness of all residents, both Han and non-Han, to perceive themselves as equal participants within the state. It is crucial for a sense of shared ownership to develop among the diverse population, rather than a dynamic where some groups view themselves as rulers over others. This equality in stakeholder engagement is vital for fostering unity and preventing potential discord or rebellion among the various ethnic groups. As the level of repression increases, the legitimacy of China's assertion regarding its peaceful rise diminishes significantly. The oppressive measures taken by the government contradict the notion of a nation that seeks to grow and develop harmoniously on the global stage. Instead, such actions raise questions about its true intentions and undermine its credibility in promoting a peaceful ascent in international relations. Despite having faced defeat in the Cold War and experiencing the fragmentation of its Soviet and Eastern European territories, one should not overlook Russia's resurgence in the 21st century. Although it has endured significant losses, the country has demonstrated resilience and strength that demand respect. As global dynamics evolve, Russia has been working diligently to reclaim its influence on the world stage, indicating that it remains a formidable force despite its tumultuous past. During the period following the Cold War, Russia, once considered as a formidable equal to the United States in its former guise as the Soviet Union, faced a troubling fate. The West, in a display of dismissive arrogance, mistakenly categorized Russia as strategically insignificant. This relegation occurred despite Russia's potential and capabilities, and it marked a significant shift in international relations, influencing both diplomatic interactions and geopolitical strategies for years to come. During the leadership of President Putin, Russia underwent a significant transformation. The nation managed to stabilize itself and restore the authority of the government, while also rebuilding the self-esteem that had been severely undermined in previous years. This resurgence marked a pivotal moment in Russia's journey, allowing it to reclaim its position on the global stage with renewed vigor and determination. The significant rise in oil prices has propelled Russia onto a path toward economic revitalization and expansion. This surge in oil costs has created a favorable environment for the country's financial rebound, allowing it to experience a notable increase in economic activity and development. Having settled its outstanding debts and accumulated significant foreign exchange reserves, Russia finds itself in a defiant and nationalistic state of mind at present. This financial stability seems to have bolstered its confidence, leading to an assertive posture on the international stage. At present, Russia has two key objectives that it considers crucial. The foremost goal is to enhance and upgrade its military capabilities through an extensive modernization and expansion initiative. This strategy aims to bolster its defenses against what it perceives as attempts by the United States to diminish its influence and power on the global stage. The second priority for Russia is to reassert its political dominance in the region surrounding its borders, often referred to as its near abroad. This involves a determined effort to stabilize and influence neighboring countries in order to strengthen its geopolitical position and restore its significance in regional affairs. The rapid military offensive conducted by Russia against Georgia in August 2008 vividly showcased the revival of Russian strength on the global stage. This aggressive maneuver not only highlighted the capabilities of the Russian military but also marked a significant turning point in regional dynamics, illustrating a renewed assertiveness that had been absent in the years prior. The events of that summer served as a stark reminder of Russia's willingness to reassert its influence and project power beyond its borders. As of now, Russia holds a prominent position in various essential technological domains, showcasing its capabilities that are unmatched in several respects. This standing enables the nation to maintain a significant deterrent against the United States, which is arguably the primary reason why the US continues to regard Russia with a serious demeanor. The Kremlin is committed to leveraging its unique advancements in technology to preserve its ability to pose a tangible threat to the physical safety and security of the US, thereby ensuring that it remains a key player on the world stage. As of now, Russia has shown a renewed determination to reassert itself as a significant global force, particularly in the realm of energy where it aims to solidify its position as a superpower. However, this ambition does not come without substantial hurdles. The nation is grappling with a shrinking population that poses long-term demographic concerns. Additionally, there are pressing issues regarding the threats to national unity and overall stability that may undermine its progress. Furthermore, Russia's political landscape remains in a stage of development that could be considered somewhat rudimentary, complicating its efforts to navigate these challenges effectively. The emergence of Asia is fundamentally transforming the landscape of international politics and economic power dynamics. This shift is becoming increasingly undeniable, as highlighted by KM observers and analysts alike are beginning to recognize that the center of influence is progressively gravitating towards this vibrant region. The changes we are witnessing are not only reshaping trade relationships but also redefining diplomatic engagements on a global scale. As various Asian countries continue to advance economically, their roles on the world stage are expected to expand, ushering in a new era of geopolitical significance. According to Panikkar, the historical period referred to as the Vasco da Gama era in Asia is reaching its conclusion after an impressive span of 500 years. This significant phase of Asian history, characterized by colonial encounters and extensive trade networks initiated by European explorers, is now witnessing its decline, marking a transformative shift in the region's socio-political landscape and cultural dynamics. The concept of the Asian century has now gained widespread acceptance, with the focus shifting to determining how swiftly this transformation will unfold. The question is no longer whether Asia will rise to prominence, but rather how quickly this transition will occur, as nations within the continent continue to gain influence and reshape the global landscape. At times, the discussion emerges regarding the idea of a singular Asia, especially considering the vast differences that exist among various regions within the continent. With such a diverse range of cultures, languages, and histories, one might wonder if it is appropriate to refer to Asia as a cohesive entity. These statements prompt a critical inquiry: if it is indeed possible to envision a unified Europe characterized by civilizational coherence, notwithstanding its long history of competition and discord, then how can one disregard the notion that Asia itself embodies a separate and identifiable civilization? European civilization is founded upon the rich legacies of Greco-Roman heritage, alongside influential religions such as Christianity and Judaism, and it espouses ideals like democracy and individual rights. In contrast, Asian cultures are deeply rooted in their own unique spiritual and philosophical traditions, which include Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and Confucianism. These traditions emphasize the importance of societal harmony and collective responsibilities, often placing them above the pursuit of individual rights. This comparison reveals the profound differences in values and social structures between these two great regions of the world, challenging us to recognize and appreciate the distinct identities that each civilization possesses. What can we say about Islam? The Arab region serves as a bridge between Europe and Asia, with its religious foundations sharing common roots with other faiths that also stem from the scriptures. When it comes to societal norms and customs, the Arab world often exhibits similarities with various other Asian cultures. This unique blend of geographical and cultural influences creates a rich tapestry that showcases the diversity and interconnectedness of different civilizations within the context of Islam. It is important to highlight that, in contrast to Europe, Asia does not have a significant history of conflicts driven by religious differences. This lack of sectarian violence distinguishes the continent's past from that of many European nations, where religious wars and tensions have often shaped political and social landscapes. By examining the historical trajectories of both regions, one can appreciate the relative harmony that has characterized religious practices in Asia over the centuries. The practice and influence of Islam in various parts of Asia, specifically in regions such as South Asia, Indonesia, and Malaysia, differ significantly from its prominence in the Arab world. While these Asian nations have large populations of Muslim followers, the cultural and social dynamics surrounding Islam in these areas do not quite match the stronghold it holds in its country of origin. The historical experience of division and conflict within Europe has significantly influenced its approach to governance and policies in Asia and Africa, both during the colonial era and in contemporary times. These past struggles for power and control have shaped a mindset that often favors divisive strategies, impacting relations with various regions. As a result, the legacy of European colonialism continues to reverberate through its interactions, fostering a tendency to apply similar divisive measures even in present-day contexts. It's important to acknowledge that the unique characteristics and variations among different Asian communities should not be overlooked. Additionally, suggesting that Asia could simply replicate the model of the European Union would be an oversimplification. Each region within Asia has its own distinct cultural, social, and historical context, which makes a direct comparison or imitation impractical. There is a clear and ongoing quest to define a cohesive contemporary identity for Asia, one that draws from the shared historical and spiritual foundations of the region, as well as its collective experiences with colonialism. This pursuit can be traced back to significant events such as the Asian Relations Conference held in 1947, which laid the groundwork for fostering unity among Asian nations. In recent years, this aspiration has been further supported by collaborative efforts through platforms like the East Asia Summit, EAS, and the Asia Cooperation Dialogue. These initiatives aim to promote dialogue, cooperation, and a deeper understanding of what it means to be part of a modern Asian identity. What does the future hold for India? As we navigate through the complexities of the 21st century, India's position on the global stage will be significantly influenced by how well it fulfills its inherent potential and the commitments it has made. In addition, the ability of China to maintain its economic momentum will also play a crucial role. The dynamics between these two powerful nations will ultimately shape not only their destinies but also the broader geopolitical landscape. Therefore, India's progress will be closely intertwined with both its own actions and the ever-evolving situation with China. It is essential to highlight the vibrant economies of East Asia, particularly those of Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. Equally significant is the collective economic influence of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, region. These dynamic nations and regions play a critical role in the global market, contributing to innovation, trade, and economic growth. Their development trajectories serve as a testament to the resilience and adaptability of these economies in an ever-evolving landscape. The area extending from the majestic Himalayas to the serene waters of the Pacific Ocean and encompassing the eastern regions of India is often referred to as a zone of wealth and opportunity. This vast expanse is home to approximately 50% of the global population and houses some of the most influential and rapidly growing economies on the planet. Additionally, these nations play a crucial role in international commerce, contributing a large share to global trade activities. They also possess an overwhelming majority of the world's foreign exchange reserves, solidifying their status as key players in the economic landscape. To the west of India lies an increasingly significant region, often referred to as the Arc of Energy. This area stretches from the Persian Gulf, traverses the Caspian Sea, and extends all the way to Siberia and the far eastern territories of Russia. This emerging energy corridor is becoming more prominent, influencing geopolitical dynamics and energy markets across the region. With approximately 75% of the planet's reserves of oil and natural gas situated in this area, it is destined to be a crucial strategic battleground. In this space, the ambitions and interests of leading global powers are likely to converge, and potentially come into conflict. The importance of this region cannot be overstated, as it is not only a treasure trove of vital resources but also a focal point for international relations and geopolitical dynamics, where the competition for control and influence is expected to escalate. The third region in Asia, often referred to as the area of instability, might be regarded as one of the most perilous zones due to its geographic configuration that surrounds India from nearly all directions. To the west, we find Pakistan, which leads into the turbulent areas of the Mediterranean, encompassing volatile nations such as Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, and Palestine. Furthermore, the situation poses a potential threat from the north, especially with regards to the newly independent states of Central Asia, which have their own unique challenges. In South Asia itself, there is also considerable unrest in neighboring countries like Nepal, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, all of which add to the regional instability. Adding to this complex tapestry of unrest is the emerging turbulence within India itself, where left-wing radicalism has been gaining traction in various parts of the country's heartland. This multifaceted and interconnected landscape of conflict and unrest signifies a critical concern not only for India but for the broader region as well. The United States has maintained its long-standing strategy of asserting dominance over the Gulf region, a policy that has remained consistent over time. As a result, the U.S. continues to have a significant presence both on land and at sea in various strategic locations throughout this area. The presence of the United States in this region has certainly helped to stabilize certain regimes, however, it has not necessarily resulted in the overall stabilization of the countries themselves. While political leadership may seem more secure, the underlying issues within the nations continue to persist, indicating that the effects of American involvement are limited in scope. The traditional geopolitical landscape of this region has always been intricate, characterized by numerous interstate conflicts and a prevailing sense of instability. However, this complexity has significantly deepened due to the influence of energy geopolitics, which has led to heightened tensions and introduced the potential for severe and dangerous confrontations. The interplay between national interests in energy resources has not only exacerbated existing disputes but has also created new sources of contention among the states involved, thereby elevating the risks of conflict to alarming levels. Ultimately, we arrive at the domain of communication. The northern section of the Indian Ocean, which in the past served as a primary route for the colonization efforts into Asia and the eastern part of Africa, now plays a crucial role in regulating energy transportation from the Persian Gulf. It also oversees the sea lines of communication, SLOCs, that connect Europe with Asia. This shift highlights the ocean's evolving significance in global trade and energy distribution. Given the myriad of geopolitical interests involved, it is hardly surprising that the northern Indian Ocean, along with the Arabian Sea and the Persian Gulf, has transformed into the most militarized area globally. This situation bears a striking resemblance to the heightened military tensions that characterized Europe during the Cold War period. Additionally, the surrounding landlocked regions of Central Asia contribute further to the complexity and intensity of military presence and activity in this strategically important part of the world. Numerous nations have turned their attention to this area, driven by various strategic, economic, and security motivations. India, the nation that lends its name to the Indian Ocean, occupies a central position within the Asian continent. It serves as a crucial connector to various sub-regions throughout Asia, fostering a rich tapestry of cultural and geographical connections across the vast landmass. Through its strategic location, India plays a vital role in enhancing interactions and relationships among neighboring regions, making it an essential hub in the Asian landscape. India's unique position on the globe places it at the intersection of four critical regions, each possessing its own blend of opportunities and challenges. This geographical advantage not only exposes the nation to a wide range of potential benefits but also subjects it to various risks inherent in these areas. Given the current global context, it is essential for India to adopt a foreign policy that is both innovative and adaptable. This approach should not only be dynamic but also versatile, allowing India to effectively navigate challenges and opportunities in its strategic neighborhood. Such a policy must prioritize the safeguarding of the country's military strength, economic stability, energy resources, and environmental sustainability. By being proactive and resourceful, India can enhance its security and influence within the region while responding to the complexities of the international landscape. In the 21st century, India's foreign policy objectives will largely be shaped by its evaluation of how the global landscape is expected to change. The country's strategic decisions will be influenced primarily by its analysis of emerging international trends and the potential shifts in power dynamics across various regions. Understanding these evolving circumstances will play a crucial role in defining India's approach to diplomacy and international cooperation. Forecasting future events comes with a significant degree of uncertainty. There are numerous variables at play that can influence outcomes, making it challenging to achieve a high level of accuracy in predictions. This inherent unpredictability is a recognized aspect of attempting to foresee what may happen down the line. Despite being one of the most powerful nations in the world, the United States finds itself grappling with apprehensions regarding what the future holds. The complexities of global dynamics and internal challenges have contributed to this uncertainty, leaving even the mightiest of countries pondering the path ahead. An isolated incident or a change occurring in a region that appears to hold little significance can set off a ripple effect, engaging major global powers and resulting in unexpected outcomes. Such a scenario underscores the interconnectedness of our world today, where even minor occurrences can escalate into larger conflicts or shift political dynamics in ways that are difficult to predict. This illustrates how delicate the balance of international relations can be, reminding us that vigilance and awareness are essential in navigating the complexities of global affairs. Behold the momentous event of the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, the heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, which served as a catalyst for the outbreak of World War I. This pivotal incident, occurring in June 1914, set into motion a series of political maneuvers and alliances that ultimately engulfed nations in conflict, reshaping the course of history. The assassination not only marked a significant turning point but also highlighted the volatile tensions in Europe during that era, leading to a widespread and devastating war that claimed millions of lives. The Soviet Union's military incursion into Afghanistan has transformed this nation into a crucial battleground for global power struggles, resulting in an environment rife with instability. This prolonged conflict has not only given rise to widespread terrorism but has also fueled the illegal drug trade that has affected regions far beyond its borders, ultimately creating a complex web of international challenges. When considering events like September 11 and the ongoing conflict in Iraq, it's difficult to predict the lasting impact these situations will have. The repercussions of the global response to 9/11 continue to unfold, just as the effects of the Iraq War remain uncertain. Additionally, the declaration of independence by Kosovo raises questions about international relations and sovereignty that could resonate for years to come. The complexity of these historical moments leads to a challenging landscape for future analysis. Could we witness military action from Israel or the United States against Iran in the near future? What steps are necessary for North Korea to achieve stability? Is there a possibility that Afghanistan will revert to the Taliban's earlier regime? What is the future for Pakistan in the current geopolitical landscape? Additionally, how will the impact of natural disasters and disease outbreaks unfold? Moreover, might the ongoing global financial crisis bring about significant transformations in Western societies? It's worth considering that if the devastating Asian tsunami of 2004 had impacted a more developed nation, the repercussions would have resonated globally, affecting countless lives and economies around the world. History often does not serve as a trustworthy indicator for what lies ahead. An examination of historical patterns indicates that occurrences do not adhere to a straightforward, linear trajectory. Instead, they unfold in complex and unpredictable ways. Furthermore, the circumstances and trends we observe today can only serve as approximate indicators for what may happen in the future, rather than precise forecasts. This suggests that while current situations provide some insight, they are insufficient to fully anticipate the directions in which events may ultimately proceed. For many centuries, European nations held significant sway over global affairs, shaping political dynamics and economies both within the continent and across distant territories. The competitive relationships between various European powers, whether on the home front or in their overseas colonies, reverberated throughout the world, influencing countless aspects of life and governance far beyond their borders. In the present day, even though Europe possesses considerable economic strength, it has not established itself as a formidable military force or a significant global actor in geopolitical affairs. Much of Europe's diplomatic efforts are primarily concentrated on addressing challenges related to European Union integration and expansion. Additionally, there is a constant endeavor to avert the revival of historical divisions that could threaten regional stability. This focus on internal matters detracts from Europe's potential influence on the world stage, highlighting a paradox where economic prowess does not necessarily translate into military or diplomatic clout. Just as the global landscape has evolved, India has also undergone significant transformations. In a historic development, a government has come alarmingly close to losing a confidence vote centered around a matter of foreign policy. This unprecedented situation marks the first instance in which a government has just managed to maintain its position amidst such a crucial topic. This represents a significant shift for a nation that has often been questioned regarding the existence or clarity of its foreign policy. Many observers have previously wondered if the country has a coherent strategy when it comes to international relations. However, this development indicates a potential redefinition of its approach on the global stage. Until very recently, India had its focus largely directed inward, concentrating on various domestic matters and challenges. There was a prevailing perception that foreign policy did not warrant significant emphasis or meticulous planning. It was assumed that international relations could take a back seat while the country addressed its internal issues. However, the importance of having a well-defined foreign policy strategy has begun to gain recognition, as it plays a crucial role in shaping India's position on the global stage. Following India's independence, the nation found itself engulfed in fervent discussions regarding the appropriate direction for its domestic policy. There were significant arguments surrounding the choice between adopting a capitalist versus a socialist model of development. Additionally, the priority of focusing on industrial growth in contrast to agricultural advancement sparked considerable contention. Another critical aspect of the discourse involved the value placed on higher education relative to primary education. These debates were not just theoretical, they reflected the diverse visions and aspirations of a country eager to carve its own identity and future in the post-colonial era. Discussions of a similar nature were notably absent within the realm of foreign policy. This lack of discourse has left a void in critical analysis and examination of international relations issues. India's options were quite limited. During the period in question, India found itself in a position of vulnerability, grappling with an uncertain future while facing the significant impact of foreign powers on its internal affairs. The nation's strength was lacking, and this created a delicate situation where external influences played a considerable role in shaping its trajectory. As a result, India's political landscape was heavily affected by the interests and interventions of other nations, leaving its path forward ambiguous and precarious. After the passage of 50 years, the circumstances have evolved significantly. India has evolved into a nation that exhibits heightened strength, enhanced self-assurance, and greater aspirations. This transformation has also led to a notable increase in its engagement on the global stage. As the country continues to grow and develop, it showcases a multifaceted identity that blends traditional values with a forward-looking perspective. Although it continues to experience external influences and pressures, it has evolved from being simply a participant in the global arena to actively engaging as a strategic player in the international landscape. It no longer just follows the moves of others but is now capable of making its own impactful decisions and contributions to global affairs. Over the next 10 years, India may not find itself among the leading nations in global affairs. However, if it aims to secure a position of influence and prominence in the latter part of the 21st century, this upcoming decade will be essential for establishing strategic policies. It is during this crucial period that India must lay the groundwork needed to realize its aspirations for a more significant role on the world stage in the years to come. Through thoughtful planning and implementation of effective initiatives, the nation could increase its chances of reaching the coveted summit of global players as the century progresses. The youth of India today refuse to accept the notion of their country as merely an also-ran in the global arena. Instead, they are imbued with a sense of ambition and confidence that propels them to envision India as a significant and influential contender on the world stage. This youthful generation believes strongly in their nation's potential and is motivated to elevate India's standing in various international domains, driving progress and innovation that could redefine its role in the global context. The upcoming years will present significant hurdles for India's approach to foreign relations. As the geopolitical landscape continues to evolve, the nation will need to navigate a series of complexities that could shape its diplomatic strategies and global partnerships. Addressing these challenges will require a careful and agile response to both regional and international dynamics. Chapter 2: India and South Asia. What factors contribute to India's complicated relationships with its neighboring countries? To put it succinctly, the challenges stem from the detrimental consequences of cultural identity politics prevalent across South Asia. This situation is further complicated by a widespread inability to appreciate and accept that South Asia possesses its own unique character and a historically intertwined narrative, deeply influenced by its geographical context. The age-old tensions within the region can largely be traced back to a failure to acknowledge the complexities of cultural heritage that define the nations within South Asia. Each country, while having its distinct identity, shares a long history of interactions, conflicts, and collaborations that have shaped its societal fabric. As a result, the political landscape is often marked by misunderstandings and rivalries, driven by an unresolved struggle over cultural recognition. Thus, a more profound understanding of South Asia's intrinsic diversity and shared history is essential for fostering healthier relationships among its countries. Embracing the region's distinct geographic identity may pave the way for more effective dialogue and collaboration, ultimately leading to a reduction in the conflicts that have troubled its nations for decades. Isolated from global influences, this region is encased by the grandeur of the Himalayas to the north, the vast expanse of the Indian Ocean to the south, dense forests to the east, and arid deserts to the west. As a result of this natural enclosure, the local population has historically experienced limited interaction with people and cultures beyond their immediate surroundings. Simultaneously, the lack of substantial internal geographical obstacles, aside from the central Indian forests and mountainous regions, has fostered a unique context in which the northern and southern areas of the Vindhya range have developed distinctly different historical narratives. This intricate relationship has led to a necessary geographical, cultural, economic, and ecological interconnectedness among the diverse regions within this expansive territory. The interplay of these various factors underscores how the landscape has shaped, and continues to influence, the interactions and dependencies among the local populations and environments across this broad area. The conditions prevailing in the heart of the South Asian subcontinent, which encompasses most of what is now known as India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, have contributed significantly to shaping a shared historical narrative for these regions. This collective history has fostered the growth of a distinct civilization and rich cultural heritage that is both unique and diverse, reflecting the intertwined experiences of the people who inhabit these nations. Over the years, this interconnected past has not only influenced social, political, and economic dynamics but has also played a crucial role in forging an identity that resonates through the various traditions, art forms, and practices found across this vast expanse of land. Isolated and safeguarded during the pre-modern period by natural barriers such as mountains and oceans, the regions on the outskirts of the subcontinent, including Sri Lanka, the Maldives, Nepal, Bhutan, Baluchistan, the northwest frontier, and the tribal areas of Pakistan, along with India's northeast region, experienced a greater degree of independent development. This separation from the influences of the mainland allowed these areas to cultivate unique cultural identities that differ significantly from those found in the core of the subcontinent. The combination of geographical isolation and a distinct historical trajectory contributed to the rich tapestry of cultures that emerged in these peripheral regions. Thus, while they share a common heritage with the larger subcontinent, their distinctiveness provides a fascinating glimpse into the diversity of cultural evolution in the area. Nevertheless, these areas experienced significant engagement with the heartland, which had a profound impact on them. The interactions between these regions and the core territory shaped their development in various ways, reflecting a dynamic exchange of ideas, culture, and resources that ultimately enriched both sides. The cultural fabric of South Asia is characterized by a profound sense of unity that transcends individual identities. At its core, culture plays a pivotal role in shaping the essence of a person's character. This multifaceted aspect of identity encompasses a diverse array of traditions, values, and practices that contribute to the rich tapestry of life in the region. In South Asia, it's not just the external expressions of culture that matter, but also how these cultural elements weave together to form a collective identity, fostering a sense of belonging among its people. For the majority of nations globally, it serves as a fundamental pillar of their national identity. It plays a crucial role in shaping and defining who they are as a country and influences their cultural narrative significantly. This statement holds particularly significant relevance when considering a region like South Asia, which is profoundly rich in cultural heritage and deeply rooted traditions. In this area, religion plays a pivotal role, not only influencing the collective identity of its inhabitants but also guiding their everyday actions and interactions. The intertwining of faith and culture creates a unique social fabric that is both diverse and intricate, shaping the values, customs, and ways of life for the people residing in this vibrant part of the world. The religious landscape of South Asia is characterized by numerous shared features among its various faiths. This region is home to a diverse array of beliefs, yet many of them exhibit significant similarities that weave a rich tapestry of spirituality and practice. Buddhism, which emerged as a branch of Hinduism, took a distinct stance against the injustices associated with the Hindu caste system. Despite this rejection, Buddhism still embraced many of the fundamental moral and ethical teachings inherent in its parent religion. Additionally, it incorporated several key philosophical elements that were central to Hindu thought, thus creating a unique spiritual path that sought to address the moral dilemmas of societal stratification while preserving essential principles of morality. Among Hindus, the figure of Buddha is highly esteemed and regarded as a divine incarnation of the god Vishnu. This perception highlights the intertwining of various spiritual traditions within Hinduism, where Buddha's teachings and life journey are seen as an important aspect of the broader religious narrative. The reverence for Buddha reflects the adaptability and inclusiveness of Hindu beliefs, allowing for the integration of different philosophies and ideals into its rich tapestry of faith. The practice of Islam in South Asia possesses a unique and recognizable identity that sets it apart from the forms of Islam found in the Arab world, Southeast Asia, and Africa. This subcontinental variation reflects a diverse cultural, historical, and social environment that has shaped its practices and beliefs over time. Unlike its counterparts in other regions, South Asian Islam is influenced by local traditions and customs, resulting in a distinctive expression of faith that resonates with the local populace. The amalgamation of indigenous practices with Islamic teachings has created a religious practice that is rich in diversity and deeply rooted in the specific cultural context of South Asia. Many Hindu traditions, such as the caste system, have proven to be difficult to move beyond, leading to the emergence of distinct categories like Dalit Muslims. This highlights the ongoing challenges posed by traditional beliefs and social hierarchies that continue to influence contemporary society. The intersection of religion and caste raises complex questions about identity and belonging within these communities. It comes as little astonishment that a significant portion of the Muslim population in the subcontinent consists of individuals who have transitioned from Hinduism. This trend highlights the complex historical and social dynamics that have shaped religious identities in the region. As a result, the rich tapestry of beliefs and practices continues to evolve, reflecting the intertwined legacies of both faiths. Similarly, within the Christian communities of South Asia, there also exist individuals who identify as Dalits. This presence highlights the diverse social structures and historical contexts that influence religious affiliations in the region. Even though Sikhism fundamentally opposes the caste system, remnants of this social hierarchy have unfortunately persisted within Sikh customs and practices. In the realm of public understanding, the distinction between Hinduism and Sikhism often appears to be somewhat ambiguous. Many individuals may struggle to identify the precise boundaries that separate these two influential religions. In the communities of Hindus and Sikhs, it is common for individuals to visit one another's places of worship, such as gurudwaras and temples, without any hesitation. Additionally, cultural practices such as intermarriage between the two groups are also prevalent, fostering a sense of unity and shared traditions. This openness not only reflects the strong relationship between these faiths but also promotes harmony among their followers. In certain Hindu households, there exists a long-standing custom where one son is encouraged to embrace Sikhism, while the other siblings continue to practice Hinduism. This practice is often rooted in a desire to foster a connection to both faiths within the family, allowing for a unique blend of religious beliefs and traditions to coexist. In the diverse region of South Asia, one cannot claim that religion, race, or language serves as a foundation for forming a distinct national identity. Instead, these elements coexist in a complex tapestry, illustrating that the identity of nations in this area is shaped by a variety of influences that go beyond any single category. As a result, national identity emerges from a rich interplay of cultural, historical, and social factors rather than being rooted solely in religious beliefs, ethnic backgrounds, or linguistic characteristics. Conversely, when examining the cultural landscape of South Asia, one can observe notable similarities in various aspects of daily life, including clothing styles, dietary practices, marriage traditions, and social norms. These shared characteristics transcend religious differences, reflecting a collective way of thinking and lifestyle among the South Asian populace. Regardless of their diverse faiths, the people within this region exhibit a remarkable unity in their approaches to life's foundational elements. The deep-rooted passion for cricket in South Asia serves as a testament to the shared cultural identity among its nations. This fervor for the sport transcends borders and unites people from diverse backgrounds, highlighting a collective enthusiasm that defines the region. From spirited discussions about match strategies to impromptu games in the streets, cricket is more than just a pastime, it embodies the very essence of community and camaraderie, showcasing how a single sport can weave together the intricate tapestry of South Asian culture. Films, popular music, individual songs, and various forms of dance have an incredible ability to cross political boundaries. They create connections among people, allowing them to share experiences and emotions that go beyond the confines of politics. This universal nature of cultural expressions fosters understanding and appreciation, highlighting the shared humanity that exists despite differing political views. The nations of South Asia share a fascinatingly similar political culture that is deeply rooted in their historical, social, and cultural contexts. Despite their diverse languages, religions, and traditions, there exists a remarkable convergence in the ways these countries engage with governance, political parties, and civic participation. This shared political ethos often manifests in patterns of democratic practices, grassroots mobilization, and, at times, authoritarian tendencies. Understanding this commonality is essential for grasping the broader political dynamics that shape the region as a whole. Forms of political expression such as bonds, guerrillas, and similar methods of agitation have become quite prevalent in contemporary society. These approaches serve not only as a means of protest but also as a way for individuals and groups to voice their concerns and push for redress of their grievances. By organizing such demonstrations, communities aim to draw public attention to their issues and compel authorities to take action in response to their demands. Several additional similarities can be observed, including the acceptance of hereditary rule and the significance of family ties in establishing political legitimacy. Moreover, the opportunity for women to assume roles as political leaders is present, although it is accompanied by the unfortunate reality of political violence. There is perhaps no other region on the planet that has experienced a higher frequency of political assassinations than this one. The prevalence of these targeted killings signifies a tumultuous atmosphere, deeply intertwined with the political landscape. This pattern of violence raises concerns about the stability and safety within societies, where individuals are often silenced for their beliefs or actions. The impact of such events resonates far beyond the immediate tragedy, influencing public perception and political dynamics in significant ways. The shared traits found among the inhabitants of South Asia can be understood through the profound cultural and psychological connections that exist among them. This emotional cohesion stems from an inherent understanding, often unconscious, that South Asia is recognized as a unique and distinguished civilization in its own right. These collective bonds foster a sense of unity that transcends individual differences, highlighting the rich tapestry of traditions, beliefs, and social practices that define the region. People from outside the region often view the land of South Asia, which encompasses modern-day India, as a unique and separate civilization. This perspective focuses on the historical and geographical aspects of the area rather than solely on the contemporary political borders that define the state of India today. Stories about the legendary riches and vibrant heritage of India have sparked their interest and piqued their curiosity. The allure of India's historical treasures and diverse traditions captivated their imagination, drawing them into a world filled with endless possibilities and intriguing narratives. Throughout history, a diverse array of individuals, including warriors, looters, merchants, and explorers, have embarked on arduous journeys to the Indian subcontinent. Renowned figures such as Alexander the Great from Macedonia made significant attempts to conquer and explore this ancient land. Alongside him, Chinese scholars like Xian Zhang and Fa Hien ventured across vast terrains to uncover the rich cultural and spiritual heritage of India. Similarly, the legendary Arab traveler Ibn Battuta set out from his homeland to document the wonders he encountered, while formidable groups like the Turks and Mongols from Central Asia sought to expand their realms by reaching this vibrant region. The allure of India has persistently captured the imaginations of many throughout the ages, leading to a fascinating tapestry of conquests and cultural exchanges. In the 15th century, the Spanish and Portuguese embarked on their maritime explorations driven by the quest to find a route to India. Their voyages were motivated by the desire to discover new trade opportunities, particularly for valuable spices and other goods that were highly sought after in Europe at the time. In the year 1498, Vasco da Gama successfully arrived in India, marking a significant milestone in exploration. Meanwhile, just a few years before this achievement, Christopher Columbus, believing he had discovered a new route to India, landed on the American continent, unaware of the true nature of his discovery. Columbus's expedition, which aimed to find a westward passage to Asia, led him to new territories that were vastly different from his intended destination. During the pre-modern period, it was quite reasonable for Europeans to confuse various regions they encountered with India. This misidentification arose from their limited knowledge of the world beyond their own borders. At that time, the only advanced civilization they were familiar with was India, which they recognized as a rich and established society. Consequently, when Europeans came across other cultures and lands, their immediate assumption was often to label these new places as extensions of the Indian civilization. This misunderstanding reflected both their geographical ignorance and the influence of pre-existing perceptions regarding the esteemed status of India in their worldview. As European settlers arrived in the Americas, they referred to the native populations as Indians. This term included a broad range of indigenous groups, from the Red Indians commonly found in North America to the sophisticated civilizations of the Mayans and Incas inhabiting Central and South America. The nomenclature adopted by these immigrants reflected both a misunderstanding of the diverse cultures they encountered and a generalization that overlooked the rich tapestry of indigenous identities across the continent. Both the West Indies and the East Indies derived their names through a comparable process tied to historical exploration. The influence of Indian civilization has reached far beyond its borders, stretching to nations along the Indian Ocean coast and even extending across the formidable Himalayas into Central Asia. This enduring allure of Indian culture, traditions, and historical achievements has captivated the hearts and minds of people in these regions, creating a lasting connection that persists to this day. The rich tapestry of Indian heritage continues to gather interest and admiration, underscoring its remarkable ability to resonate with diverse audiences throughout the ages. It's important to remember this point in order to highlight the fact that, over the course of history, individuals from outside India have consistently acknowledged and revered the country's distinct civilization and rich cultural heritage. Their recognition serves as a testament to the profound and lasting impact that Indian culture has had on the world stage, showcasing its unique characteristics and the deep-rooted traditions that continue to endure. The period of British colonial governance in pre-partition India was instrumental in the emergence of a unified cultural elite. This shared elite culture was a product of the interactions between British administrators, educators, and the Indian upper classes. As colonial policies began to shape societal norms and values, a distinct cultural identity arose among those who were educated in Western traditions and exposed to European ideas. This blend of influences created a common cultural framework, fostering connections and a sense of belonging among the educated classes across different regions of undivided India. In the aftermath of colonial rule, the mindset, perspectives, and even the vernacular used by the elites in the countries of India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka reflected notable similarities. This shared worldview was characterized by a blend of English and local dialects, indicating a fusion of Western influence and traditional cultural elements. During this transitional period, the elite in these nations found themselves navigating new social dynamics while maintaining connections to their colonial past. Their linguistic choices and attitudes revealed a collective struggle to forge identities and aspirations in a rapidly changing political landscape. Likewise, the various institutions and legal frameworks were also developed and established. In nations like Nepal and Bhutan, where the influence of British colonial rule was not as pronounced or direct, the local ruling classes and elite groups exhibit unique characteristics and identities that set them apart. These societies have developed their cultural and political frameworks independently, cultivating distinct traditions and leadership styles that reflect their historical contexts and social dynamics. Throughout history, the boundaries that separate various communities in South Asia, be they religious, linguistic, or ethnic, have rarely been rigid or distinctly defined. Instead, these lines have often been fluid, with overlapping identities and shared cultural practices that complicate any attempt to categorize them neatly. The contemporary nations of South Asia are characterized by their rich tapestry of ethnicities and diverse religious beliefs. It is crucial to recognize that the cultural and spiritual foundations of these societies often transcend national borders. Ignoring or attempting to deny this complexity can result in various contradictions that are not only inconvenient but also illogical. Understanding the intertwined nature of these identities is essential for fostering social harmony and appreciating the shared heritage that exists in this vibrant region. The sacred texts known as the Vedas, which hold immense significance in Hindu tradition, trace their roots back to the region that is currently recognized as Pakistan. These ancient scriptures are considered foundational to Hindu philosophy and spirituality, reflecting the rich cultural heritage of the area where they first emerged. The cultural heritage of Pakistan, particularly its Muslim identity and the Urdu language, can be traced back to its historical origins in the region of Delhi and the western part of Uttar Pradesh. These areas have significantly influenced the development of the subcontinental Muslim culture that Pakistan proudly embraces today. The deep-seated traditions and linguistic nuances of Urdu reflect a rich legacy that can be linked to these pivotal locations in South Asia's history. Buddhism, which serves as the principal religion in countries such as Bhutan, Sri Lanka, and the northern regions of Nepal, finds its most significant sacred sites located in India and the Terai plains of Nepal. However, it's noteworthy that in Nepal's Terai region, the presence of Buddhism is relatively limited, lacking a substantial following or deep cultural roots within that area. This contrast highlights the geographical spread and historical context of the religion beyond its core territories. Nankana Sahib, which is recognized as the birthplace of Guru Nanak, who is the founder of the Sikh religion, is located in what is now known as Pakistan. This historic site holds great significance for Sikhs around the world as it marks the early life of their revered leader and spiritual guide. Today, it remains a pilgrimage destination for devotees seeking to honor Guru Nanak's legacy. The term Hindustan, which translates to the land where Hindus reside, originates from the ancient term Hind or Sind. This historical etymology illustrates the cultural and geographical significance attributed to the region by its inhabitants. Thus, Hindustan encompasses not only a geographical space but also embodies the essence of Hindu cultural heritage. As invaders made their way through the Khyber Pass, they viewed the people residing beyond the first significant natural obstacle, the Indus River, often referred to as the Sind, as Hindus. This perception characterized the inhabitants of that region and highlighted the cultural and geographical distinctions present at that time. Pakistan's efforts to establish a revised sense of self by seeking to form delicate connections with regions in West and Central Asia have ultimately been in vain. In trying to distance itself from its rich tapestry of historical, cultural, and other ties to the South Asian subcontinent, the country has found itself grappling with a sense of identity that feels increasingly elusive. Despite the ambition to redefine its associations, this endeavor highlights a struggle that continues to yield little success. The rich heritage and intertwined existence with South Asia remain undeniable, and overlooking or denying these foundational connections has not served Pakistan's aspirations for a new identity. Breaking away from or renouncing a cultural heritage that has been passed down over many centuries is a challenging endeavor. This deeply rooted legacy is intricately woven into the fabric of personal and collective identities, making it difficult to simply abandon or disregard. The connections to traditions, values, and historical narratives shaped over generations create a sense of belonging that is hard to sever. Cultural identity is not simply an abstract concept, it holds significant real-world importance and implications. It impacts how individuals and communities perceive themselves and interact with one another, influencing various aspects of everyday life. The political landscape of South Asian nations has been significantly influenced, impacting not only internal dynamics within each country but also their relationships with one another. Various factors have shaped the way these countries interact with their own citizens and how they view and engage with one another on the international stage. Conflicts and discrepancies arising from cultural differences have hindered progress and development across nations worldwide. The impact of these variations can be seen in numerous aspects of society, where cultural misunderstandings and tensions can impede collaboration and growth. As countries strive to advance, it is crucial to recognize and address these cultural divides in order to foster unity and promote a more harmonious path towards development that is inclusive of diverse perspectives. The establishment of Pakistan served as a clear reflection of cultural distinction, embodying the core philosophy underlying its formation. This ideology fundamentally rejected any notions of shared cultural heritage with India, emphasizing the unique identity that Pakistan sought to cultivate apart from its neighbor. In this sense, the formation of Pakistan was not merely a political move, it was a deliberate assertion of a separate cultural identity and a commitment to fostering a distinct national narrative. In various South Asian nations, cultural identity plays a significant role in shaping political landscapes and influencing governance. The importance of how people relate to their cultural roots cannot be overstated, as it often dictates public sentiment and policy-making processes within these countries. Bangladesh's struggle for independence, which reached its climax in 1971, was fundamentally centered around the preservation of its unique cultural identity. The nation sought to break free from the political and economic control exerted by West Pakistan, particularly by the Punjabi elite. This quest for autonomy was fueled by a desire to protect and promote the distinct traditions, languages, and values that define Bangladeshi society in the face of external pressures and domination. In the resurgence of Bengali nationalism, there has been a notable tendency to overlook and marginalize various cultural and social groups, including the Adivashis, Chakmas, and Garos. This focus on a singular national identity has led to the exclusion of these communities, which possess their own unique traditions and histories. As a result, the rich tapestry of diversity that characterizes the region is often overshadowed, creating a narrow narrative that fails to acknowledge the contributions and existence of these distinct groups. In the past few years, there has been a noticeable trend in downplaying the Bengali identity that aligns closely with West Bengal, while simultaneously amplifying the emphasis on its Islamic identity. This shift reflects a broader narrative that deviates from the region's rich cultural heritage, highlighting a more pronounced focus on religious identity instead. Until very recently, Nepal has managed to preserve its distinct cultural identity through various means. One significant element has been the prominence of the Hindu monarchy, which has acted as a unifying force within the nation. Furthermore, Nepal has engendered a sense of individuality through distinctive customs and symbols, which include its specific time zone that sets it apart from neighboring countries, the unique design of its national flag, and the traditional official attire that reflects its rich heritage. These practices and symbols collectively contribute to a strong sense of national pride and identity among the Nepalese people. In order to protect and maintain its unique cultural heritage, Bhutan has purposefully opted for a policy of isolation. This strategic choice reflects the nation's desire to safeguard its traditions and way of life from the influences of globalization and external forces. By limiting outside interaction, Bhutan aims to ensure that its distinct identity remains intact and continues to thrive in a rapidly changing world. The roots of the turmoil in Sri Lanka can be traced back to the efforts made by the Sinhala population to cultivate and promote a distinct cultural identity centered around Sinhala Buddhism. This pursuit, however, often marginalized and overlooked the rich Tamil heritage that coexists within the nation. As the Sinhala community sought to solidify their cultural narrative, it led to significant tensions with the Tamil minority, who felt their own traditions and identity were being threatened by this singular focus. This ongoing struggle for recognition and coexistence has played a significant role in the broader conflict that unfolded in the country. Located far from the continental landmasses, the Maldives has cultivated a distinct national identity that has been shaped through a rich tapestry of influences. This identity has emerged from a blend of cultural elements derived from neighboring India and Sri Lanka, as well as significant contributions from the Persian and Arab realms. The interplay of these diverse influences over time has given rise to the Maldives' unique heritage, seamlessly intertwining various traditions, languages, and customs to create a vibrant and singular cultural landscape. The 1997 Constitution of the Maldives, coupled with the policies implemented by former President Gayam, has established Islam as the state religion. This legal designation has not only marginalized individuals who wish to follow different faiths but has also fostered a societal environment that is increasingly intolerant and fundamentalist. By enforcing such limitations on religious practice, the regime has effectively used religion as a tool for its own political agendas, resulting in a society where diversity of belief is not just discouraged, but outright prohibited. Ultimately, this has led to the cultivation of a culture that is hostile towards those who do not adhere to the officially sanctioned faith. Contrasting traditional heritage with contemporary identities. The contemporary nations that constitute South Asia have only been recognized as distinct entities for a little more than 60 years, a timeframe that is quite brief when viewed against the backdrop of this region's extensive and rich historical narrative. This relatively recent formation of national identities stands in stark contrast to the deep-rooted cultural and historical legacy that has characterized the area for millennia. Essentially, while the people of South Asia are steeped in a common heritage that spans thousands of years, the modern sense of nationhood and identity is still in its formative stages, continuing to evolve in a landscape shaped by both historical influences and contemporary realities. As independent and sovereign nations, these countries have developed unique political and legal identities. They have pursued their own distinct developmental trajectories, which can be attributed to their history and circumstances. In light of this, it is only natural for them to strive to showcase a unique cultural heritage that reflects their nationalism and individual identity. This endeavor to emphasize their cultural uniqueness serves as a vital aspect of how they perceive themselves within the global landscape and fosters a sense of pride among their citizens. Without such elements in place, the fundamental purpose or reason for their existence would be significantly diminished. Leaders in South Asia often make bold declarations about their commitment to improving the welfare of their citizens and eradicating poverty. However, before making such claims, it would be beneficial for them to critically examine the underlying reasons behind the region's persistent challenges and developmental stagnation. Understanding the root causes of South Asia's socio-economic struggles is essential for formulating effective strategies that truly address the hardships faced by the population. Only through this analysis can tangible improvements be achieved for the well-being of all. Clearly, the challenges faced are not due to a lack of resources. In fact, few regions on the planet possess such an abundance of sunlight and water as South Asia. Additionally, it cannot be attributed to a deficiency in talent or industriousness. In fact, when South Asians choose to migrate to other countries, they often thrive and succeed, showcasing their capabilities and work ethic. This leads one to ponder the underlying factors that hinder progress within their own countries, despite the ample natural advantages and skilled populace. The countries in South Asia have not advanced to their full potential. One of the primary reasons for this is that individuals in these nations have a tendency to prioritize their national identities, focusing heavily on their roles as citizens of specific countries. This emphasis often overshadows the rich and common cultural heritage and traditions that they share with their fellow South Asians. By neglecting these shared elements, the region may be missing out on opportunities for unity and collaboration that could foster greater development and progress among its diverse populations. The unfortunate reality in South Asia is that its citizens have been systematically segmented along lines of ethnicity, caste, and religion. This division originated during colonial rule and has continued to persist, perpetuated by local political leaders who have exploited these differences for their own gain. As a result, the rich and diverse tapestry of South Asian society has been torn apart, creating an environment of mistrust and conflict among various groups that could otherwise thrive together in unity. One significant obstacle that nations in South Asia face is the need to balance and integrate their shared cultural legacy with the desire to maintain distinct modern political identities. The diverse history of the South Asian subcontinent has resulted in rich cultural traditions that many countries cherish. However, this must be harmonized with their individual political aspirations and governance frameworks. As each country moves forward in a contemporary context, they grapple with the complexities of honoring their cultural roots while simultaneously carving out their unique national identities within an increasingly interconnected world. Finding a path that respects both shared heritage and political individuality is crucial for the future stability and unity of the region. Inquiries begin to surface. For how long can a nation sustain its artificially crafted sense of identity by selectively highlighting certain aspects while intentionally ignoring others from its historical narrative? Should time frames dictate the significance of traditions, placing greater value on those that have only existed for a few decades in comparison to deeply rooted customs that span centuries? Furthermore, what takes precedence? Religious affiliations, which often unify or segregate populations, or regional and cultural identities that also play critical roles in shaping community bonds? Additionally, should the modern experiences of a society overshadow its ancient heritage, which lays the groundwork for its evolution? Throughout South Asia, it has become apparent that the management of cultural narratives has often led to discord and a sense of disempowerment rather than fostering unity. It doesn't have to be that way. The rich and diverse cultural heritage shared among the countries of South Asia possesses the potential to cultivate a sense of unity and harmony among its peoples. It is imperative that this heritage is leveraged to foster cooperative and mutually advantageous development across the region. By tapping into the commonalities found within our traditions, customs, and histories, we can create a stronger bond that encourages collaboration and growth for the benefit of all. Throughout the centuries, South Asia has fostered a rich heritage of communal harmony and peaceful coexistence among its diverse populations. This tradition remained strong and vibrant until the onset of the colonial period, which introduced significant challenges to these relationships. Communities in the region have historically managed to live together in relative peace, showcasing an intricate tapestry of cultures, languages, and beliefs that color the fabric of society. However, the dynamics of this harmonious coexistence began to shift with the arrival of colonial powers, impacting the social landscape profoundly. While leaders throughout history may have exhibited a lack of tolerance, the common populace in South Asia managed to avoid enduring the extended, bloody conflicts that characterized events such as the Crusades or the vehement disputes between Catholics and Protestants during medieval periods. Instead of being engulfed in persistent religious warfare, South Asian society displayed a remarkable resilience, maintaining a degree of communal harmony despite the overarching intolerance from those in positions of power. This unique dynamic allowed the region to sidestep the violent upheavals that plagued other parts of the world during similar eras, highlighting a distinct historical trajectory within the diverse cultural and religious landscape of South Asia. Since the establishment of new countries in South Asia during the latter part of the 20th century, the region has faced a significant increase in violence and loss of life. The emergence of these nations has unfortunately been accompanied by considerable upheaval and tragic confrontations, resulting in widespread turmoil that has deeply affected the lives of countless individuals. The political boundaries that define present-day South Asia have their roots in colonial history rather than arising from any organic or indigenous processes. These borders were largely drawn by colonial powers, and as a result, they do not reflect the region's diverse cultures, languages, and historical affiliations. Rather than being a product of natural evolution, these boundaries were imposed, shaping the geopolitical landscape in ways that continue to impact the nations and communities within this vibrant region today. It is accurate to assert that South Asia has always been a region characterized by its political diversity and lack of homogenization. Throughout history, this part of the world has experienced a complex tapestry of cultural, ethnic, and political influences, leading to a landscape where no single political identity or governance structure predominates. Throughout its existence, the nation has faced various divisions, yet it has never encountered a split that appears so devoid of logic or reason as the one seen today. In South Asia, achieving the ideal of a state that is uniformly dedicated to a single religion, ethnicity, or language is highly unlikely. The region is characterized by its rich tapestry of diverse cultures, languages, and belief systems, making it inherently challenging to envision a society that fits such a narrow definition of homogeneity. The historical and contemporary realities of South Asia demonstrate that its peoples celebrate a multitude of identities and backgrounds, which contributes to its vibrant social fabric. As a result, any attempts to create a monoreligious or ethnically uniform state would not only be impractical but could also lead to significant social tensions and conflicts. Embracing this diversity is crucial for fostering unity and harmony within the region. The concept was put into practice with the establishment of Pakistan in 1947, however, it ultimately did not succeed in achieving its intended goals. The ongoing Tamil conflict highlights a crucial truth: achieving lasting stability in Sri Lanka is unlikely under a regime dominated by Sinhala Buddhist ideologies. This situation emphasizes the need for an inclusive approach to governance that acknowledges and respects the diverse cultural and ethnic backgrounds of all Sri Lankans. Without equitable representation and consideration for the rights and identities of minority groups, the potential for unrest and division remains high, undermining the nation's quest for peace and harmony. The ruling class in Nepal, primarily composed of individuals from the hilly regions, cannot overlook or dismiss the significant presence of the Madhesi community residing in the Terai, who make up almost 50% of the nation's populace. This demographic reality highlights the importance of recognizing the voices and contributions of the Madhesis in the broader political and social landscape of the country, as their absence from the dialogue would not only be impractical but also detrimental to the nation's unity and development. Regrettably, a number of nations in South Asia have intertwined their national identities with a narrow and somewhat contrived sense of belonging, heavily influenced by religious and ethnic affiliations. This has led to the formation of an exclusivist national identity that often overshadows the rich diversity present within these countries. At the heart of numerous political and economic challenges faced by South Asia can be found the underlying issues that have persisted over time. These foundational problems have contributed significantly to the region's ongoing struggles in governance and financial stability. Could it be that the prevalence of what are often termed failed states in South Asia stems from a fundamental flaw in the understanding of nationhood within the region? Additionally, is the economic struggle faced by South Asia, one of the poorest areas globally, a result of political leaders opting to overlook the interrelationships, shared interests, and mutual strengths that exist among the nations? Rather than harnessing their shared cultural legacies and the natural synergies that were established during their colonial past, including the collaborative institutions and interlinked infrastructure, South Asian countries find themselves fragmented and often working at odds with one another. This disunity prevents them from effectively collaborating and claiming their rightful place on the international stage. Rather than leveraging their shared customs and traditions to enhance their unity and strengthen their negotiating capabilities, the South Asian community finds itself weakened by ongoing internal conflicts and rivalries. This division not only hinders their ability to present a united front but also diminishes their overall potential to effect meaningful change and progress. The presence of jealousy and discord among various factions ultimately serves to undermine their collective power, preventing them from realizing the benefits of cooperation and solidarity that could have greatly aided their cause. India currently faces a number of significant challenges that require urgent attention and proactive solutions. It is imperative for the nation to initiate the necessary changes to improve this existing situation. In order to foster progress and development, India must take the initiative and lead the way forward. The obstacles you face are quite significant and require serious consideration. The countries surrounding India often experience a mix of admiration and apprehension regarding its significant stature, both in terms of physical size and geopolitical strength. This vastness and influence can lead to a sense of rivalry and distrust among its neighbors. As a result, these nations may exhibit reluctance in fully collaborating with India on various political and security issues. Their concerns stem from a desire to maintain a degree of autonomy and protect their own interests in a region where India's prominence is hard to ignore. This complex dynamic often complicates regional relations, hindering collective efforts to address shared challenges. The unappealing perception of the ugly Indian in neighboring nations can largely be attributed to the often rude, domineering, and patronizing attitudes displayed by many Indians. This dismissive demeanor not only reflects poorly on India but also fosters resentment and a sense of alienation among its neighbors. Consequently, the interactions between India and these countries have been overshadowed by negative stereotypes, leading to a strained diplomatic atmosphere that could benefit from a more respectful and considerate approach. Historically, the nations surrounding India have consistently looked for a means to offset its extensive influence and dominant presence throughout the South Asian region. This quest for a balancing force reflects their desire to counter India's overarching control and ensure a more equitable distribution of power among the South Asian countries. This situation has manifested through the exploitation of various leverage points directed at India, often accompanied by obstructive and at times overtly antagonistic policies aimed explicitly at undermining the nation's economic stability. A pertinent example of this is Bangladesh, which has declined to grant transit access to India's northeast region, thereby hampering trade and connectivity. Similarly, Nepal has shown hesitance to fully utilize its vast hydropower capabilities, which could be beneficial for India and the region as a whole. On the political front, these neighboring countries have also allowed external powers to wield influence over their governance structures, leading to an environment that raises concerns for India regarding its own regional security and diplomatic standing. Through these actions, both nations have created a complex landscape that poses challenges for India on multiple levels. Since time immemorial, neighboring countries of India have been cautious about forming overly close ties with the nation. This reticence stems from a desire to maintain their distinct identities and ensure that they are not perceived as extensions of India. The preservation of their unique cultural, social, and political identities has led them to approach their relationship with India with care and reserve, often opting for a distance that helps reinforce their individual national narratives. There exists a complex dilemma that unfolds in the region. On one hand, many neighboring countries surrounding India perceive it as a potential danger to their cultural and national identities. However, this sentiment is contrasted by the perspective of these same nations, apart from Pakistan, and to a lesser degree Bangladesh, who regard India as a crucial protector of their safety and stability. This duality highlights the intricate balance of relationships in South Asia, where India is simultaneously seen as both a threat and a security ally by its neighbors. Over the past 60 years, India's approach to its neighboring countries has not yielded particularly favorable results. The strategies and policies implemented by India in dealing with these regional partners have often faced significant challenges and have not met the expectations set forth. As a result, the outcomes of these diplomatic efforts suggest a need for re-evaluation and potential adjustment in order to foster better relations and cooperation in the subcontinent. It is essential for India to adopt a new strategy moving forward. The inherent self-interest of India strongly necessitates a new approach to various challenges it faces. This call for innovative thinking arises from the recognition that the current circumstances demand a re-evaluation of strategies and perspectives. In the pursuit of national interests, India must embrace fresh ideas that can effectively address both present and future issues. India has experienced a remarkable annual economic growth rate ranging from 8 to 9% in recent times. However, the nation's future capacity to sustain this impressive trajectory hinges significantly on its ability to foster growth among its smaller neighboring countries. This interconnectedness suggests that the prosperity of India is not just an isolated success, rather, it will be influenced by the economic health and development of the countries that share its borders. Supporting its neighbors in their own growth initiatives will play a crucial role in shaping India's longer-term economic narrative. India's prosperity is inextricably linked to the well-being of its neighboring countries. It is unrealistic to expect that India can thrive economically or socially if the nations surrounding it are struggling and facing hardships. For India to achieve sustained growth and success, it must prioritize not only its own development but also contribute to the stability and prosperity of its regional partners. A collective approach to progress is essential, as the challenges faced by neighboring nations inevitably affect India's own stability and future prospects. As India continues to experience significant economic growth, it is only natural that this development will lead to an increase in both lawful and unlawful migration across its borders. The porous nature of these borders, combined with insufficient enforcement measures, is likely to facilitate the movement of individuals seeking better opportunities from less affluent areas in South Asia. This trend underscores the broader implications of economic progress in India, prompting many from neighboring regions to aspire for improved livelihoods and prospects, even if it means navigating through less secure and regulated border crossings. The policy of open borders between India and Nepal has resulted in a consistent influx of Nepali migrants into India. This arrangement not only facilitates the movement of people but also serves as a crucial safety outlet for those in Nepal, allowing them to seek better opportunities and livelihoods across the border. A significant number of over 20 million undocumented migrants have emerged from Bangladesh, spreading throughout India. This influx has significantly altered the demographic landscape, particularly within the adjacent states of West Bengal, Tripura, and Assam. Additionally, the capital city of Delhi has also felt the impact of this migration. As these individuals settle in various regions, their presence continues to reshape the cultural and social fabric of these areas. The security of India has faced significant challenges due to the patterns of legal immigration. This influx of immigrants, while often motivated by the search for better opportunities and living conditions, has raised concerns regarding the nation's safety and stability. As various demographic groups settle in different regions, the potential for social tensions and competing interests may arise, leading to complex security dynamics that need to be carefully managed. Numerous terrorist factions have emerged throughout India as a result of various factors. Nevertheless, India has struggled to effectively shield itself from its neighboring countries, failing to establish a robust buffer zone that would protect its borders and maintain stability. Despite its efforts, India finds it challenging to create a significant barrier that could effectively separate it from the influences and conflicts emanating from its adjacent nations. The effectiveness of fencing has been observed solely in the region bordering India and Pakistan. This success can be attributed to the fact that a corridor along this boundary has been designated as a population-free zone. This particular arrangement has facilitated the implementation of effective fencing measures in that area, setting it apart from other regions where such strategies may not be as successful. The installation of border fencing along the frontier between India and Bangladesh has proven to be inadequate in preventing the influx of undocumented migrants from Bangladesh into Indian territory. Despite the physical barrier, numerous individuals find ways to bypass it, thus highlighting the complexities and challenges of border control in this region. This is not particularly unexpected. Despite having significantly advanced resources and technology at its disposal, the United States has struggled to effectively manage and regulate the flow of illegal immigration from Mexico. This challenge is particularly evident along the river that serves as a boundary, which traverses sparsely populated and dry regions. The geographical and environmental factors complicate the enforcement of immigration policies, illustrating that even the most powerful nation faces hurdles in controlling movement across its southern border. What is the outlook for India in terms of managing borders that intersect heavily populated regions characterized by lush vegetation? This question becomes even more pressing when one considers that the neighboring country may be subtly promoting emigration as a way to alleviate its own domestic issues. In light of these complexities, it is clear that a new approach is necessary. The challenge lies not only in physical border control but also in understanding the socio-political dynamics at play. A re-evaluation of strategies could lead to a more effective management of these difficult border areas, ensuring stability and security for both nations involved. To build stronger foundations of confidence and trust among its neighbors, India must invest significantly more time and energy into nurturing its relationships with them. By prioritizing engagement with these nations, India can enhance cooperation and understanding, ultimately leading to a more harmonious regional environment. This commitment to dialogue and collaboration is essential for fostering lasting partnerships and ensuring stability in the region. It is essential to increase the frequency of high-profile visits, phone calls, and informal interactions among leaders. Utilizing opportunities such as private travels, religious pilgrimages, and brief transit stops can provide valuable chances for personal evaluations, sharing perspectives, troubleshooting challenges, and fostering goodwill among parties involved. Moreover, discussions should extend beyond just bilateral matters. They should also encompass broader regional and international issues to promote a more comprehensive understanding and collaboration between nations. By enhancing these forms of communication, we can not only address pressing concerns but also build stronger relationships and mutual respect among stakeholders. This indicates that India holds its neighboring countries in high regard, recognizing their significance when it comes to engaging in discussions about a wide range of both global and regional matters. Such interactions reflect India's commitment to fostering cooperation and open dialogue with its immediate surroundings, emphasizing the importance of collaboration in addressing various challenges that affect the region and the world at large. When India overlooks or dismisses the concerns of its neighboring countries, it not only intensifies their apprehensions but also amplifies their frustrations. This disregard for regional sentiments may lead to heightened tensions and a strained diplomatic atmosphere. The relationships between nations are delicate, and such behavior can create a sense of alienation among India's neighbors, further complicating bilateral interactions. It's important for India to be mindful of these dynamics to foster a more harmonious relationship within the region. India must embody generosity and a spirit of magnanimity in fostering the economic growth of its neighboring countries. This approach not only reflects goodwill but also strengthens regional ties and promotes stability in the area. By actively contributing to the economic advancement of its neighbors, India can help create a more prosperous and interconnected South Asia, ultimately benefiting all involved parties. It is essential for India to recognize the importance of collaboration and support in achieving mutual success and creating a brighter future for the entire region. In order to achieve its development and success, it is essential for a nation to foster collaboration and cooperation with those around it. By engaging its neighboring countries as eager allies, it can create an environment that nurtures mutual growth and shared prosperity. India recognizes the importance of maintaining the sovereignty, independence, and unique sensitivities of its neighboring countries. However, from an economic standpoint, it is imperative for India to approach these nations as if they were integral parts of its own territory. This perspective encourages better cooperation and collaboration, facilitating mutual growth and development while being mindful of each country's distinct political landscape. India has made significant progress with the initiatives it has implemented to date. However, this progress can be further enhanced through substantial support in the form of both technical expertise and financial investment. By increasing the infusion of resources aimed at infrastructure development, the country could greatly strengthen its foundational systems. These efforts are essential to fostering sustainable growth and improving overall economic stability. The initiatives in question should be highly visible and designed to significantly affect and enhance the daily lives of ordinary individuals in nearby nations. It is essential that these projects do not come across as merely advantageous to India, as such perceptions could invite criticism. Instead, they should be focused on fostering positive change and delivering tangible benefits to the communities in the surrounding countries. In order to foster industrial growth and development in neighboring countries, it is essential for the Indian government to actively motivate the private sector to invest in these nations. This can be achieved by implementing tax breaks and various other incentives, akin to the support currently offered within specific regions and states of India. By doing so, not only will job opportunities be generated locally, but there will also be the potential for the production of value-added goods that can be exported to India and international markets. Encouraging such investments will ultimately contribute to stronger economic ties and mutual benefits for both India and its neighboring countries. It is anticipated that these measures will alleviate the burden on individuals who are considering migrating to India in pursuit of better opportunities. By improving conditions in their home countries, the need to seek out new livelihoods abroad may diminish. In a similar vein, it is crucial for India to embrace and encourage investments from entrepreneurs and business leaders hailing from neighboring nations. By doing so, India can foster stronger economic ties and promote a spirit of collaboration and mutual growth within the region. This arrangement would provide the governing authorities with a vested interest in ensuring the ongoing stability, development, and success of India over the long run. By establishing such stakes, the ruling powers would be more inclined to foster conditions that contribute to the nation's overall prosperity in the years to come. To enhance its economic growth and international trade relations, India must establish more flexible and efficient border trade policies. By doing so, the country can facilitate smoother transactions and foster stronger connections with its neighboring nations. Implementing these improved arrangements will not only benefit bilateral commerce but also contribute to overall economic stability and growth for India in the long run. Without a well-defined strategy to encourage economic growth in its neighboring nations, India has inadvertently created an opportunity for other countries to step in. Nations such as China, the United States, and the United Kingdom, along with several smaller Western nations providing various forms of aid, have begun to establish and expand their economic presence in the region. This influx of foreign investment and assistance allows these countries to translate their economic sway into significant political leverage, potentially reshaping the regional power dynamics in favor of the external actors. As a result, India may find itself at a strategic disadvantage if it does not proactively engage with its neighbors to foster economic ties and influence. The prospects ahead for the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC. Around the globe, it is common for nations to engage in a significant portion of their international trade with their neighboring countries. However, this trend is notably absent in South Asia. The region encompasses several countries that could greatly benefit from enhanced cooperation and trade with each other, yet they often struggle to maximize these opportunities. Understanding the dynamics and potential for growth in trade relationships among South Asian nations is crucial for fostering economic development. As SARC looks toward the future, addressing these challenges and promoting regional collaboration will be vital for strengthening economic ties and improving trade flows within the region. Efforts toward sub-regional collaboration in South Asia have not yielded significant results. While there have been attempts to strengthen cooperation among neighboring nations, the outcomes have largely fallen short of expectations. This indicates a need for more effective strategies and commitment to achieve meaningful partnerships in the region. This situation is rather unusual. Unjustified doubts and political indecisiveness have significantly hindered the organic growth and advancement of the nations within the area. These ongoing feelings of mistrust, along with a lack of decisive action, have created barriers that prevent these countries from reaching their full potential in terms of cooperation and progress. As a result, the overall development of the region has been negatively affected, limiting opportunities for economic collaboration and collective prosperity. Although there are numerous areas of mutual agreement and collaboration, as well as a variety of established institutional frameworks and a dedicated secretariat, the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, has yet to evolve into a truly effective and impactful platform for regional cooperation. This limitation raises questions about the organization's ability to harness its potential and foster significant progress within the region. Even gatherings of leaders have not occurred consistently over time. Over the span of 23 years, the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, has convened a total of just 15 summits. Notably, in the early years following its establishment, specifically between 1985 and 1988, the organization hosted 4 consecutive summits. This period marked a significant time for SARC, as it was still in its formative phase, seeking to solidify its purpose and objectives for regional collaboration in South Asia. The lack of meaningful collaboration is often concealed by an excessive focus on grandiose speech, public statements, rigid formalities, established protocols, and a sense of self-importance. These elements create an illusion of engagement when, in reality, they distract from the absence of genuine partnership and shared effort. Up until now, the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, has primarily functioned as a platform for dialogue rather than as a decisive force for action. At its most effective, it has served as a forum for consultation among member nations. However, there remains a notable absence of significant cooperative initiatives or tangible projects that demonstrate the organization's ability to foster collaboration among its members. One positive aspect to consider is that the current modest levels of trade and economic engagement within the region highlight a significant opportunity for growth. This untapped potential can pave the way for enhanced trade relations and increased investment, leading to the creation of jobs and fostering economic development across all the nations involved. As the region begins to capitalize on this opportunity, it stands to benefit considerably from the resulting growth and prosperity. The 3 most significant nations in South Asia, India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, play a pivotal role in the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC. As the principal members of this regional organization, they collectively share the responsibility for the current state of affairs in the region. It is essential for these nations to acknowledge their interconnectedness and work collaboratively toward addressing the challenges they face together. The 5 remaining countries that are a part of the SAARC organization exist on the edges of this regional alliance, especially when viewed through the lenses of geography, population, and economic development. These nations are situated away from the central core of SARC, which impacts their influence and integration within this collaborative framework. Among the countries in the region, 3 are situated entirely inland and do not have direct access to the ocean. These nations are Nepal, Bhutan, and Afghanistan. In contrast, the remaining 2 countries, Sri Lanka and the Maldives, are both islands, surrounded by water and offering various coastal features. India experiences a harmonious relationship with these 5 smaller states, which show no significant grievances. These states are not only content but also enthusiastic about leveraging India's geographical closeness and its vibrant economic progress to enhance their own development and opportunities. In the early 1980s, when Bangladesh's President Ziaur Rahman introduced the idea of establishing the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, his initiative was not motivated by a sincere commitment to fostering regional collaboration. Rather, it emerged from a complex web of political considerations that did not stem from a true aspiration for unity among the nations in South Asia. SAARC served as a platform for India's less powerful neighboring countries to collaborate and present a united front in opposition to India. This organization provided a means for these nations to voice their concerns collectively, fostering solidarity among them while balancing the influence exerted by their larger neighbor. India's interest in the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, has been somewhat tepid, and this reluctance is quite reasonable. While it did not publicly express any opposition to SARC, it chose to adopt a stance of indifference towards the organization. This decision to remain disengaged indicates a lack of active support or involvement, reflecting a calculated approach rather than outright dissent. India has historically perceived the SAARC summits primarily as a platform for engaging in bilateral discussions with Pakistan. Additionally, these gatherings often serve as an opportunity for India to express its discontent or dissatisfaction with its neighboring countries. While the summits are officially intended to promote regional cooperation and development among South Asian nations, India's focus has frequently been drawn to addressing its specific issues and strategic interests within the context of its relationships with Pakistan and other regional neighbors. Pakistan plays a significant role in the challenges faced by the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, in achieving its goals. The nation contributes to the difficulty in fostering an environment conducive to collaboration and progress within the organization, ultimately hindering its potential success. Pakistan maintains a strong stance in connecting the execution of the South Asian Free Trade Area, SAFTA, agreement with the need for addressing the long-standing Kashmir conflict. The country asserts that progress on trade initiatives in the region cannot be fully realized until the Kashmir issue is resolved, reflecting its deep-seated political and historical concerns. Thus, any discussions around enhancing trade relations within South Asia are intricately tied to the pursuit of a solution regarding Kashmir. Bangladesh also holds some responsibility in this matter. It's important to remember that Bangladesh has a historical connection to Pakistan, having been a part of that nation until its independence. The legacy of this past is still evident today, as elements of Pakistani influence, especially from the military and political leadership, continue to impact the ruling class in Bangladesh. This enduring relationship shapes various aspects of governance and military operations within the country, reminding us of the intertwined histories of these two nations. One of the significant challenges faced by both Pakistan and Bangladesh is the disparity between their prevailing mindset and the objective realities they are confronted with. This difference in perception can lead to misunderstandings and hinder progress, as the beliefs and attitudes of the people may not align with the actual circumstances on the ground. Consequently, this misalignment can affect decision-making and the overall development of both nations. In the context of Pakistan, the pursuit of equality often leads to a more competitive environment rather than fostering a spirit of collaboration. This drive for equal treatment and opportunities can create tensions, as various groups may attempt to assert their claims and rights over others, resulting in rivalry instead of unity. They understand, albeit silently, that they are unable to compete with India on the global stage. However, instead of accepting this reality, their strategy appears to be one of attempting to undermine India's position and influence. The South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, is currently grappling with several intrinsic structural issues that hinder its effectiveness. These deficiencies at a foundational level pose significant challenges to the organization's ability to foster collaboration and unity among member states. Achieving significant progress in regional economic collaboration is likely to be challenging if the member countries of the organization do not align on a unified approach to security. A cohesive security viewpoint is essential. Without it, the potential for effective cooperation in economic endeavors may be severely limited. Each nation's differing perspectives on security issues could create hurdles that impede mutual trust and collaboration, ultimately hindering efforts to foster a robust economic partnership within the region. Therefore, establishing a shared understanding of security priorities among the countries involved is crucial for advancing their economic interests together. Effective regional economic collaboration, as illustrated by the European Union and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, necessitates a foundation of mutual trust and goodwill among its members. This, however, is contingent upon the assumption that all parties involved possess a shared understanding of political and strategic goals. Without this alignment in perspectives, fostering strong partnerships and economic integration can become significantly more challenging. Given the ongoing challenge posed by Pakistan and Bangladesh in terms of instigating terrorist actions targeting the Indian government and its citizens, it is evident that an essential prerequisite for resolution is notably absent. The persistent threats and the rising tensions underscore the lack of a conducive environment for addressing these issues effectively. This absence of a foundational element complicates efforts to establish peace and security in the region. It is hardly shocking that SAARC has encountered significant challenges and has struggled to make substantial progress over the past 20 years. India's significant influence and leadership in the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, creates a unique dynamic within the organization. With the exception of Afghanistan, which has become a member more recently, no other SAARC nation shares a border with any of its fellow members, except for India. This geographical reality serves to establish both psychological and tangible obstacles to fostering robust regional collaboration. As a result, the member countries often find it challenging to engage in cooperative initiatives, given the lack of direct connections and interdependencies. The South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, has not demonstrated its relevance to the everyday lives of its citizens. As a result, there is a noticeable lack of support or advocacy for SAARC within the member nations themselves. The organization has failed to cultivate a strong domestic base that would connect its initiatives with the broader public. There's a possibility that transitions are on the horizon. The most recent SARC summits, which took place in New Delhi in April 2007 and in Colombo in August 2008, provide a glimpse of optimism. These gatherings suggest that SAARC could potentially develop into a significant and impactful regional organization. While the future remains uncertain, these events indicate that positive changes may be on the way, paving the path for a more functional collaborative body within the region. The recent inclusion of Afghanistan into the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, marks a significant milestone, as it is the first time since the organization's establishment that the membership has been broadened. This development not only highlights the evolving dynamics of regional cooperation but also paves the way for new collaborative opportunities among member states. The South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, has evolved into more than just a regional grouping for South Asia. This transformation is largely due to the inclusion of Afghanistan, which occupies a unique position that straddles both Central Asia and South Asia. As a result, SAARC's identity has expanded to embrace this complex interplay of regional dynamics. Another significant advancement has been the involvement of key global and regional players, such as China, Japan, South Korea, the United States, and the European Union, who have taken on the role of observers. Their participation highlights a growing collaborative effort among influential nations to assess and influence ongoing developments in the region. By acting as observers, these powers are able to monitor and engage in discussions, providing insights and potentially shaping the outcomes of various initiatives. This level of involvement from such major players underscores the importance of multilateral dialogue and cooperation in addressing shared challenges and fostering stability. Significant nations within India's strategic vicinity, including Iran, Myanmar, Mauritius, and Australia, have recently been added to the list of observer countries. This inclusion highlights their growing role and engagement in regional dynamics. SAARC has evidently started to broaden its horizons beyond the confines of South Asia, and in a similar vein, the international community is beginning to regard SAARC with increased seriousness and attention. This shift indicates a growing recognition of the importance of the organization's role in the broader geopolitical landscape. The prominent global powers that have attained observer status in the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, have legitimate reasons to be keenly invested in the outcomes of this regional initiative. Their interest stems from the hope that SAARC will either flourish or face challenges, and they are closely monitoring its progress and effectiveness as a collaborative effort among member states. Each of them is profoundly involved with various aspects of India. Their connections range from cultural exchanges to economic partnerships, reflecting a strong commitment to the country. Various countries are engaging with India in different ways. Some are attempting to cultivate a stronger relationship with the nation, while others are focused on limiting its influence and power on the global stage. Considering the profound impact that South Asia has on the global landscape, it is no surprise that there is a keen interest worldwide in the future trajectory of the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC. The decisions and developments within this region carry implications that extend far beyond its borders, affecting economic, political, and social dynamics on an international scale. As such, the evolving role of SAARC becomes an area of focus not only for the nations involved but also for global stakeholders who recognize the association's potential to influence long-term stability and cooperation in South Asia. This heightened attention reflects a broader understanding of how interconnected global affairs truly are, particularly in a region as strategically important as South Asia. It is possible that the presence and observation of external parties may encourage the nations within the SAARC framework to adopt more mature and responsible conduct. With outside eyes watching, these countries may feel a heightened sense of accountability, prompting them to engage in actions that reflect greater maturity and responsibility in their interactions both with each other and on the global stage. Fostering cooperative, trusting, and harmonious relationships between India and its neighboring countries has the potential to transform South Asia into a vibrant catalyst for regional growth. Furthermore, such positive interactions could position South Asia as a significant sphere of influence on the global stage. By enhancing collaboration and unity among these nations, there is a remarkable opportunity to unlock economic potential and elevate the region's standing in international affairs. It is possible that the nations of South Asia could accomplish goals through the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, that have proven to be elusive in their individual bilateral discussions. By collaborating within this regional framework, they may unlock opportunities for greater cooperation and progress that bilateral negotiations may have failed to achieve. The potential of SAARC is largely attributed to a recent shift in India's long-standing perspective towards the organization. This evolution in mindset reflects a growing recognition of SAARC's significance, which could lead to enhanced cooperation and collaboration among its member states. We appreciate your presence here. India's evolving perspective on the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, can be attributed to several factors. Firstly, the country has come to the realization that its historical methods of engaging with neighboring countries have fallen short in effectively safeguarding its national interests. Additionally, the transformative effects of globalization, coupled with India's increasing economic prosperity, have played a significant role in shaping this new stance. As India continues to grow on the global stage, it seeks more constructive and collaborative ways to interact with its regional partners. India has demonstrated a significant increase in self-assurance, reflecting a more assertive stance on the global stage. The country's economy has embraced a more open approach, allowing for broader international trade and investment opportunities. Furthermore, India's foreign policy has evolved to become more varied and practical, showcasing a willingness to engage with a diverse range of nations and tackle complex international challenges. Given India's participation in a variety of regional and international organizations, including prominent forums like the East Asia Summit, EAS, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, and the Asia-Europe Meeting, ASEM, it stands to reason that the country should adopt a more receptive approach to the involvement of other nations within the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC. By actively engaging in these broader coalitions, India has demonstrated its commitment to collaboration beyond its immediate geographical boundaries. This openness could facilitate a more inclusive and constructive dialogue within SARC, allowing for greater cooperation and a more unified regional approach to shared challenges. India frequently receives invitations to participate in the outreach meetings of the G8, demonstrating its growing engagement on the global stage. The country has established itself as a vital contributor in negotiations at the World Trade Organization, WTO, where its influence is being increasingly recognized. Furthermore, India is an integral member of influential trilateral partnerships, specifically the Russia-India-China (RIC) coalition and the India-Brazil-South Africa (IBSA) forum, both of which hold the potential to shape economic and political dynamics in the international arena. Through these involvements, India continues to play a pivotal role in international diplomacy and trade discussions. As India continues to emerge as a significant force on both regional and global stages, its aspirations to secure a seat as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council are increasingly apparent. In light of this ambition, it is crucial for India to avoid any image that suggests obstructionism, narrow-mindedness, or insecurity. Instead, the country must strive to project an image of openness and collaboration, showcasing its commitment to contributing positively to international dialogue and decision-making. By doing so, India can assert its position as a responsible and forward-thinking global player. India, being the most populous nation within the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, holds a unique and significant obligation. Its position not only signifies a leadership role but also entails a commitment to fostering cooperation and development within the region. It is essential for it to establish itself as a genuine leader within the region, rather than merely asserting dominance like an intimidating presence in the vicinity. It is essential for India to undertake significant and decisive actions. The SAFTA agreement falls short as a comprehensive framework for promoting trade liberalization across the South Asian region. Its current structure and provisions do not effectively facilitate the necessary economic integration or the easing of trade barriers among the countries involved. The proposed reductions in tariffs are minimal, ranging between 0 and 5%, which is considered quite conservative. Additionally, the timeline set for implementing these changes is excessively prolonged. Moreover, there are numerous products that are left out of the tariff cuts, resulting in an extensive negative list. It is also important to note that non-tariff barriers are not addressed in this agreement. Furthermore, there appears to be a lack of initiatives aimed at promoting liberalization in critical sectors like investment and services. One major point of contention is that Pakistan does not offer the benefits of the South Asian Free Trade Area (SAFTA) agreement to India, as it refrains from granting India the status of Most Favored Nation (MFN). Consequently, the proposed level of trade liberalization under the SAFTA agreement falls significantly short compared to the broader initiatives that South Asian nations are actively pursuing within the World Trade Organization (WTO) framework. It seems that India has grasped this concept quite well. India has made significant strides towards supporting the least developed countries, LDCs, within the SAARC framework by providing these nations with duty-free access. This initiative, however, is expected to primarily benefit Bangladesh, as both Nepal and Bhutan already have the advantage of duty-free access to India. Afghanistan, on the other hand, is unlikely to reap the benefits unless there is an agreement for transit facilities through Pakistan, which complicates the situation further. In taking these actions, India has acknowledged the principle of asymmetrical responsibilities, a recognition that LDCs have varying levels of development and thus different needs when it comes to trade policies. Furthermore, India's measured response to Pakistan's failure to adhere to the commitments outlined in the SAFTA, South Asian Free Trade Area, agreement also marks a noteworthy shift. This restrained approach indicates a willingness to foster regional cooperation, despite the challenges posed by geopolitical tensions. Collectively, these steps reflect India's commitment to enhancing trade relationships within the region while encouraging economic growth for the LDCs. It is imperative that we ensure proper follow-up on these initiatives. Without ongoing attention and action, the goals and objectives they aim to achieve may remain unfulfilled. Regular reviews or assessments will help maintain their momentum and effectiveness. Only India possesses the capability to transition the SARC from a stage focused primarily on declarations to one that emphasizes tangible implementation. As the largest nation in South Asia, India holds a unique position in steering the organization towards meaningful action and progress. By leveraging its resources and influence, India can effectively reshape the strategic priorities of SARC, ensuring that it not only formulates policies but also takes significant steps toward their realization. Through such efforts, India could inspire neighboring countries to actively engage in collaborative initiatives that foster development and enhance regional cooperation. The provision of one-sided trade benefits to India's neighboring countries is unlikely to inflict considerable economic damage on India as a whole. However, there are certain industries, such as textiles, ready-made garments, tea, and rubber, that could experience some adverse effects from such concessions. Nevertheless, the possible benefits that extend beyond mere financial profit, especially in terms of altering the mindset of both the governing class and the general populace in India's neighboring nations, would significantly surpass any economic drawbacks that might occur. The transformation in attitudes and perceptions among these groups could lead to a profound and lasting impact on regional relationships, fostering a spirit of cooperation and mutual understanding that is far more valuable than immediate economic losses. India should adopt a strategic political perspective that aligns its long-term geopolitical and national interests with the potential risks of commercial setbacks. This approach would necessitate a careful analysis of how political decisions impact economic outcomes and vice versa, ensuring that the nation's broader objectives remain prioritized even in the face of financial implications. Balancing these considerations will be crucial for India as it navigates complex global dynamics while staying true to its strategic vision for the future. A key focus area for the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SARC, is enhancing connectivity, an aspect that currently remains significantly underdeveloped. Improving the interconnectedness among member states is essential for facilitating trade, travel, and communication across the region. However, the existing infrastructure and networks have proven to be insufficient, highlighting a critical need for strategic initiatives to address these gaps and promote a more integrated South Asia. For meaningful collaboration to take place at the regional level, it is essential that individuals from various nations within the area engage with one another and develop a strong mutual understanding. Without a solid foundation of interaction and comprehension among these diverse groups, the potential for effective regional partnership significantly diminishes. This underscores the significance of fostering direct interactions among individuals, as enhanced physical connectivity serves as a crucial foundation to facilitate such connections. Establishing better means of transportation and communication plays a vital role in bridging gaps between communities, enabling more meaningful relationships and exchanges to flourish. Without this improved infrastructure, the potential for collaboration and understanding among people becomes limited. Countries in South Asia are missing out on the potential economic benefits that could arise from extensive cross-border trade and activities such as tourism. The lack of robust trade links and limited movement of people significantly hampers their ability to capitalize on these opportunities. By fostering stronger economic connections and promoting tourism, these nations could enhance their economic growth and development. The connections with both personal acquaintances and family members have faced significant interruptions. The absence of extensive interaction among individuals from diverse backgrounds is unlikely to lead to the resolution of misunderstandings and anxieties. Moreover, genuine collaboration on a regional scale cannot realistically be achieved without fostering these important connections. Building relationships and engaging in open dialogue is essential for breaking down barriers and creating a more cooperative environment. The initiation of direct air travel between the capitals of the SARC nations marks a positive development. However, it is essential to emphasize that enhancing overland transportation links is far more critical for the region's connectivity and collaboration. While air travel provides a significant convenience for short-distance journeys, the establishment of robust road and rail networks will foster stronger economic ties, facilitate trade, and promote cultural exchanges among the member countries. Therefore, prioritizing and expanding overland connectivity should be the primary focus moving forward. In recent months, there have been some positive developments regarding relations between India and its neighboring countries, Pakistan and Bangladesh. Although these changes may be modest, they signify a willingness to engage and improve diplomatic ties. One of the major hurdles that must be addressed involves the creation of transportation infrastructures connecting India to Afghanistan via Pakistan. Additionally, another significant challenge lies in establishing efficient transit routes from India to the northeast region through Bangladesh. The complexities of building these transit facilities will require careful planning and collaboration among the involved countries to ensure smooth transportation and trade flows. It is essential for SAARC to prioritize the development of a unified South Asian identity. By emphasizing the aspects where the shared interests of its member nations take precedence over their individual differences, the organization can foster greater collaboration and cooperation. Initiating dialogues and initiatives aimed at highlighting these commonalities will not only strengthen regional ties but also promote a sense of belonging among the diverse cultures and societies within South Asia. This approach could pave the way for a more cohesive and integrated regional community. There are several key areas where collaboration shows potential for significant impact. Among these are the challenges posed by environmental concerns, managing and preventing the spread of infectious diseases and pandemics, combating the illegal drug trade, and addressing the serious issue of human trafficking, particularly involving women and children. These issues not only require urgent attention but also present opportunities for nations and organizations to work together effectively in seeking solutions. First and foremost, nations in South Asia share a collective goal of collaborating on issues related to water resources. This mutual interest emphasizes the importance of working together to manage and sustain the vital water supplies that are crucial for their economies and populations. Effective cooperation in this area can help address challenges such as water scarcity, pollution, and the impacts of climate change, ultimately leading to better resource management and improved living conditions for the people of the region. Despite the existence of certain disparities, nations within the South Asian subcontinent have embarked on a significantly more profound level of collaboration compared to countries in comparable situations around the globe. Their collective efforts reflect a commitment to working together that surpasses the cooperation seen in many other regions facing similar challenges. This active engagement is indicative of a shared understanding and a desire to improve mutual relations, strengthening bonds that may ultimately lead to enhanced stability and prosperity for all involved. The agreements established through the Indus Waters Treaty between India and Pakistan, along with the Ganga Waters Treaty between India and Bangladesh, serve as strong foundational examples for fostering additional collaborative efforts. These treaties demonstrate how nations can effectively manage shared water resources and create a framework for ongoing dialogue and partnership. By building upon these existing treaties, there exists a significant opportunity to enhance cooperation in water management and address broader regional challenges. A crucial realization that countries in South Asia must come to understand and embrace is the collective importance of safeguarding the rivers that originate from Tibet and meander into the subcontinent. This encompasses not only the prominent rivers such as the Indus, Sutlej, Karnali, also known as Gagra, and Brahmaputra but also the lesser-known streams and tributaries. It is imperative for these nations to recognize the necessity of ensuring that these waterways remain unobstructed. The health and flow of these rivers are essential for the livelihoods, agriculture, and ecology of the entire region, and thus, collaboration and concerted efforts must be prioritized to maintain their natural course. The upper riparian regions of India are significantly impacted by adverse events occurring in Tibet. A notable instance of this occurred in the year 2000 when the Sutlej River experienced severe flooding, which wreaked havoc across substantial portions of Himachal Pradesh. Similarly, in 2004, the the Perchu River posed a serious threat to the same region. However, it is important to note that any reduction in water flow from these rivers into India will ultimately have repercussions for the downstream nations of Pakistan and Bangladesh as well. As such, the interconnectedness of river systems in this area highlights how environmental issues in one region can have a cascading effect on neighboring countries. There is a significant threat emerging from discussions in China regarding the potential rerouting of rivers that originate in Tibet and subsequently flow into the Indian subcontinent. This plan raises serious environmental and geopolitical concerns. Irresponsible actions undertaken by China in Tibet have the potential to significantly speed up the melting of glaciers in the region. This could lead to serious repercussions for the climate that is essential for supporting the lives of countless individuals across South Asia, numbering in the hundreds of millions. The impact of such activities may not be confined to the immediate area but could extend to a much broader scale, affecting ecosystems and communities far beyond Tibet itself. The survival of nations such as Bangladesh, which has a predominantly flat terrain, or the Maldives, an island nation with limited land area, may be at risk. These countries face significant dangers due to their geographical characteristics, which make them particularly vulnerable to changing environmental conditions. Should these situations actually unfold, it would be universally acknowledged by all nations in South Asia that the actions taken by China would qualify as aggressive and hostile. The implications of such behavior would not only strain diplomatic relations but would likely prompt a collective response amongst South Asian countries, reinforcing their stance against any perceived threats to regional stability and security. As a result, it is imperative that all nations within South Asia engage in meaningful conversations with China regarding this matter. The significance of establishing a dialogue cannot be overstated, as these discussions will foster understanding and cooperation on shared concerns among the countries in the region. India has initiated dialogue with China concerning the exchange of hydrological data, and preliminary agreements have already been established. However, it would significantly enhance the effectiveness of these discussions if India, alongside Pakistan and Bangladesh, could collectively engage with China on this important issue. A collaborative approach among these three nations may lead to more comprehensive solutions and a stronger understanding of vital water resource management in the region. Countries in South Asia might consider reaching out to nations that share comparable challenges regarding their relationship with China. By engaging in dialogue and sharing experiences with these countries, they could gain valuable insights and strategies to navigate the complexities of their interactions with China more effectively. This collaborative approach could help them address mutual concerns and foster a stronger regional alliance. Discussions are currently underway between Russia and Kazakhstan regarding a crucial matter that involves China, particularly because significant waterways such as the Irtysh and Ili originate in Chinese territory and subsequently flow into both nations. The geographical significance of these rivers prompts the need for dialogue, as the management and preservation of these vital water sources are of utmost importance to all three countries involved. The Mekong and Salween rivers are currently experiencing significantly reduced water levels, affecting countries such as Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam. This concerning situation can be attributed to the construction of numerous dams along the upstream stretches of these rivers, particularly by Chinese authorities. As a consequence, the flow of water has been severely impacted, leading to potential ecological and economic challenges for the nations relying on these vital waterways. The years 2007 to 2008 marked a significant phase for India as it held the position of chairman of SARC, South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation. This period presented a unique and promising opportunity for India to develop a visionary and forward-thinking policy that could enhance its relationships with neighboring countries. It was a time ripe for taking bold steps based on trust and collaboration, which could pave the way for a more integrated and cooperative South Asian region. Embracing such an approach could have potentially transformed India's diplomatic landscape, allowing for deeper engagement and mutual growth among its partners in the region. For some time, there was a sense of hope and enthusiasm surrounding the notion that SAARC had finally reached a pivotal moment in its development. The belief was that the organization was poised to fulfill its intended purpose and make a significant impact in the region. The political landscape in South Asia has been quite tumultuous, particularly in countries such as Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. This upheaval, combined with the prevailing uncertainties within India, has posed significant challenges to the implementation of ambitious initiatives. The ongoing domestic crises in these nations have created an environment where progress on bold political or economic reforms is hindered, making it increasingly difficult to forge ahead with new proposals and strategies. In order for SAARC to evolve into a truly effective partnership for prosperity, it is essential that we initiate significant regional projects in the near future. The success of this transformation hinges on the prompt execution of these initiatives, which will not only strengthen collaboration among member nations but also promote mutual economic growth and development. It is crucial for SAARC to actively engage in and launch projects that resonate with the collective aspirations of its member countries. Confronting the issue of terrorism is a challenge that must be approached directly and decisively, without hesitation or avoidance. It is essential to face this complex threat head-on, employing effective strategies that do not shy away from the difficult realities involved. Only by engaging with the problem sincerely and assertively can we hope to develop solutions that are both comprehensive and impactful. The participation of significant global powers in the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, can certainly enhance the sense of security and reassurance for India's neighboring countries. However, it is equally important for these nations to resist the urge to allow foreign entities to take on an overly influential and disruptive role within the SAARC framework. Striking a balance between international engagement and regional autonomy is crucial for maintaining the integrity and objectives of the organization. India is likely to take proactive measures to curtail emerging tendencies that could lead to excessive involvement of external entities in financing development initiatives. This cautious approach aims to ensure that SAARC remains aligned with its fundamental objective of fostering collective self-reliance among its member nations. By addressing these early signs, India seeks to preserve the integrity of SAARC's mission, preventing any potential shift away from its core commitment to intra-regional cooperation and autonomy in development endeavors. The eagerness demonstrated by several smaller nations to welcome China as a member of the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, highlights the ongoing challenges faced in revitalizing the organization. This situation reflects the broader struggle to steer SAARC out of its current stagnation, where progress seems to have come to a standstill, akin to a chariot that is unable to move forward. The desire to incorporate a major player like China into the framework suggests that these countries are seeking new avenues for advancement and collaboration in order to break free from the inertia that has characterized SAARC in recent years. If there isn't a transformation in this mindset, the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, is likely to continue drifting without a clear direction or purpose. This outdated way of thinking could lead to stagnation, preventing the organization from achieving its potential and addressing the pressing challenges faced by its member states. It is crucial for a shift in perspectives if SAARC is to evolve and effectively serve its intended goals. It is to be hoped that wisdom and rationality will come to the forefront in this situation. As the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, stands at a pivotal moment, the nations surrounding India, notably Pakistan and Bangladesh, are faced with a critical dilemma. This situation poses significant questions regarding their future cooperation and relationships within the regional framework. As nations across the globe strategize their long-term plans to benefit from India's remarkable economic expansion, it stands to reason that the countries neighboring India should be adopting a similar approach. The potential advantages of aligning with India's growth trajectory could be significant, and neighboring nations would be wise to consider how they can effectively engage and collaborate with India to capitalize on these opportunities. Due to the numerous complementary aspects they share with India, there exists a significant opportunity for them to enhance their global competitiveness. By strategically leveraging their geographic closeness to India, they have the potential to tap into the vast resources and markets that India offers. This could open doors for collaboration, innovation, and growth, allowing them to place themselves on the international stage more effectively. India presents a multitude of competitive edges that can be capitalized on by businesses. One of the key advantages is the ready accessibility of essential raw materials, which can significantly enhance production processes. Additionally, the country boasts a vast production capacity that enables economies of scale, allowing manufacturers to reduce costs and increase efficiency. Moreover, with its expansive domestic market, there is a substantial consumer base that can drive demand for various goods and services, making India an attractive destination for investment and growth opportunities. Each individual possesses a profound comprehension of the Indian landscape and has established strong connections with significant stakeholders within the country. Their expertise allows them to navigate the complexities of India's various sectors effectively, ensuring they are well-informed and engaged with influential figures across the region. However, they must respond truthfully to a series of challenging inquiries. Are the countries in the region looking to take advantage of India's growing prominence and success on the world stage? Could the economic collaboration with India potentially enhance the global competitiveness of nations such as Pakistan and Bangladesh, leading to mutual benefits? Alternatively, might these countries be under the impression that they can achieve growth, development, and prosperity independently, without reliance on India? Interestingly, India's smaller neighbors, particularly Bhutan, Nepal, the Maldives, and Sri Lanka, have demonstrated a stronger inclination towards seeking economic integration with India. This could be attributed to the fact that they recognize the limited options available to them in the current global landscape. In contrast, the larger nations, including Pakistan and Bangladesh, seem less eager to pursue such partnerships, potentially believing they have the capacity to generate their own economic advancements without external aid. Individuals tend to be more open and willing to engage in collaborative efforts when it involves a framework that encompasses multiple regions, rather than simply forming partnerships on a one-on-one basis. This preference may stem from the perception that involvement in larger groups provides a heightened sense of safety and assurance in their dealings. The larger the coalition, the more confidence they feel, which likely contributes to their willingness to work together within a broader collaborative context. In today's rapidly evolving global landscape, it is imperative for nations in South Asia to transcend their current political biases. To ensure that they remain relevant and competitive on the international stage, these countries must unite and collaborate. By setting aside historical grudges and focusing on mutual growth, they can create a stronger, more resilient region. The challenges of globalization demand a collective response, otherwise, these nations risk falling behind in a world that is continuously advancing. It is crucial for South Asian countries to engage in constructive dialogue and develop strategic partnerships that address common issues and opportunities for progress. The dynamics of democracy play a significant role in shaping India's diplomatic interactions with the countries in South Asia. At times, the principles and practices of democratic governance can create complexities in India's relationships with its neighboring nations. Although India has firmly established itself as a lively and secular democracy, many of its neighboring countries do not share the same democratic values or political stability. India will consistently be a significant yet often understated influence in the political landscapes of its neighboring countries. While this impact may vary in degree, it is particularly noteworthy in the realm of domestic governance among its regional counterparts. Furthermore, the democratic framework that India has established plays a vital role, serving as a compelling example for the political dynamics taking place within these adjacent nations. This Indian model of democracy not only shapes political discourse but also impacts the strategies and decisions of political leaders across the region. Recent political events in Nepal, Bangladesh, and Pakistan have highlighted a significant desire among the citizens for authentic democratic governance. These developments underscore the escalating aspirations of the populace, who are increasingly calling for systems that truly represent their voices and address their needs. The yearning for genuine democracy has become a pronounced theme across these regions, reflecting a collective hope for political structures that ensure greater accountability and participation. The recent political changes in South Asia highlight a significant trend regarding the durability of authoritarian regimes in the region. The removal of Pervez Musharraf from power in Pakistan, the abolition of the monarchy in Nepal, and the escalating public disdain for hidden military governance in Bangladesh serve as clear indicators that such regimes may struggle to maintain their grip over time. These events illustrate a growing popular sentiment against oppressive rule, suggesting that the future for authoritarian governance in South Asia is increasingly precarious. The dynamics of these nations reveal a resistance toward undemocratic structures, painting a picture of a region poised for political evolution. Recognizing the shifting political landscape in the region, Bhutan is transitioning towards a constitutional monarchy, while the Maldives is embracing a multi-party democratic framework. From the standpoint of India, these changes are viewed positively and are seen as promising advancements in governance. India appreciates the move toward more structured and participatory forms of government in its neighboring countries, which foster stability and democratic values. India places significant importance on fostering relationships with neighboring countries that operate under democratic systems. This is largely because governments that are chosen through elections and maintain accountability to their citizens are often more inclined to engage in cooperative and amicable interaction with India. The underlying reason for this is the alignment of interests between the general populace of South Asian nations, which tend to mirror one another more closely, as opposed to the divergent interests of political elites. Consequently, promoting democracy within neighboring countries could lead to stronger, more positive relations that benefit not only India but also the communities within those nations. The historical context of South Asia suggests that democratic governments in this region are inclined to exhibit greater stability. Countries within South Asia that encompass diverse ethnicities and religions have demonstrated that they can achieve a sense of harmony and peace, both among their internal populations and in their relations with neighboring nations. However, this can only be realized through a true democratic framework. Such a system must effectively address the legitimate concerns of the populace while ensuring that there are safeguards in place for the treatment of religious and other minority groups. A commitment to respect and tolerance for all segments of society is essential for fostering long-lasting peace and stability in these multifaceted nations. When non-democratic regimes are in power, they often leave a significant gap in political representation and engagement. This absence paves the way for the rise of various groups, including those that espouse religiously motivated ideologies. Consequently, individuals or factions that are characterized by obscurantist beliefs, extremist viewpoints, and fundamentalist principles frequently step in to occupy this void, exerting influence and control over the populace. In the context of South Asia, a significant portion of the conflicts, protests, violent outbreaks, and loss of life have primarily stemmed from disputes surrounding cultural identity rather than being driven by economic factors. This highlights the profound impact that issues of ethnicity, religion, and tradition have on the social fabric of these nations, often eclipsing economic grievances in terms of sparking unrest and turmoil. In recent years, several crucial elements have significantly influenced the political landscape of India. Among these, communal tensions between different religious groups, particularly Hindus and Muslims, have been prominent, and more recently, Christians have also become part of these discussions. Another critical aspect revolves around the ideological battle between secular parties and those identified as communal. This has led to extensive debates over the principles of Hindutva, a term associated with Hindu nationalism, that have further polarized the political discourse. Additionally, there has been a noticeable divergence among marginalized communities, such as Dalits and other backward classes, OBCs, who have increasingly distanced themselves from the notion of sharing a unified cultural heritage with the upper caste Hindus. This rejection signifies a deeper quest for identity and recognition that shapes their political alignments and aspirations in contemporary India. The division of Pakistan was largely a consequence of the government's failure to embrace and integrate the aspirations of Bengali nationalism. This inability to acknowledge and respond to the cultural and political demands of the Bengali population ultimately led to significant tensions, culminating in the country's fragmentation. The prevailing dominance of Punjabi Sunnis in various spheres, political, economic, and cultural, within Pakistan has consistently sparked significant tensions and conflict between Shia and Sunni communities. This ongoing strife has given rise to numerous acts of violence and has fueled separatist sentiments, particularly in the regions of Baluchistan and Sindh. The resulting turmoil underscores the deep-rooted divisions and challenges that continue to affect social cohesion and stability across these areas. For more than 20 years, Sri Lanka has been engulfed in severe ethnic conflicts primarily stemming from the Tamil question. This long-standing violence has caused extensive destruction and suffering throughout the nation. The conflict has deeply affected various communities, leaving scars that persist even today. In recent times, Nepal has witnessed troubling outbreaks of violence in the Terai region, which stem from deep-seated ethno-cultural tensions. This unrest primarily reflects the long-standing grievances of the Madhesi community, who feel marginalized and oppressed by the dominant influence of individuals from the hilly areas. The Madhesis are increasingly voicing their dissatisfaction regarding the political, social, and economic control exerted by the hill populace over various facets of life in Nepal, leading to significant unrest in this diverse nation. Democracy stands as the most reliable and sustainable approach to address issues such as secessionism, communal strife, sectarian disputes, and extremism, thereby fostering a lasting environment of peace, stability, and prosperity in South Asia. In this context, India is particularly wary of the oppressive tactics employed by some of its neighboring countries. Such repressive regimes often catalyze internal tensions within their borders, which can lead to repercussions spilling over into India. This is especially true for the regions adjacent to these troubled areas, where the populations possess strong emotional, cultural, and familial connections that transcend national boundaries. The intricate ties among these communities can exacerbate the impact of unrest in neighboring nations, highlighting the interconnected nature of the region's challenges. Hence, bolstering democratic values is essential not only for individual nations but also for maintaining regional harmony and stability. In South Asia, various ethnic, religious, and linguistic communities frequently extend beyond the boundaries of individual nations. As a result, tensions that arise within these groups often transcend national borders, leading to conflicts that can affect neighboring countries. This interconnectedness means that issues within one nation can have far-reaching implications, as the dynamics between these diverse groups can influence political relations and social stability across the region. When a community that is already fragmented perceives that its cultural heritage or sense of identity is under threat, the issues at hand transcend mere local concerns. They evolve into a broader dilemma that cannot simply be contained within the community's own boundaries. In the Indian state of Tamil Nadu, there is a strong sense of compassion and support for the Tamil community from Sri Lanka. This has been a recurring phenomenon, as Tamil Nadu has historically been a refuge for many Tamils fleeing persecution in their homeland. The state's solidarity with the Sri Lankan Tamils underscores a deep-rooted cultural and emotional connection between the communities. Additionally, Tamil Nadu's situation is not unique. There have been numerous instances throughout history where individuals from neighboring nations sought safety within India's borders. For example, during the Bangladesh Liberation War in 1971, millions of Bangladeshi refugees poured into India to escape the violence and turmoil in their country. This influx significantly impacted the demographics and social fabric of various regions across India. Moreover, Assam and other areas have also seen an influx of illegal migrants from Bangladesh, highlighting ongoing concerns related to migration and the challenges it brings. Furthermore, the plight of the Nepali-speaking population that was expelled from Bhutan has created issues for communities in West Bengal and Nepal, leading to complex socio-political dynamics. Each of these instances reflects a broader narrative of migration, displacement, and the quest for safety that is felt across South Asia, linking the fates of these diverse communities together. Should the Madhesi community in the Terai region of Nepal fail to achieve political resolution to their concerns under the newly established constitution, it is highly likely that the resulting unrest and dissatisfaction will extend beyond Nepal's borders and impact India. The potential for cross-border ramifications grows as unresolved issues may lead to tensions that can affect bilateral relations and regional stability. India refrains from leveraging democracy as a means to criticize or undermine its neighboring countries. Instead, it approaches international relations with a focus on collaboration and mutual respect, avoiding the use of democratic principles as a tool for reprimanding others. This reflects a diplomatic strategy that emphasizes understanding rather than confrontation. The organization does not prioritize promoting democracy through exportation. Instead, it has shown a readiness to engage and establish relationships with various forms of governance, whether they are democratic or not, both in its nearby regions and globally. Its approach reflects a pragmatic willingness to collaborate with a spectrum of political systems, emphasizing practical relations over ideological alignment. It is essential to balance moral evaluations with practical considerations and a sense of political realism. In certain circumstances, exercising decisive authority is crucial to ensure the cohesion, safety, and stability of a nation. When faced with challenges that threaten unity, leaders may need to adopt a firmer approach to preserve the integrity of the country and protect its citizens. This pragmatic viewpoint underscores that sometimes, tough decisions must be made in order to steer the nation towards a more secure future. In situations where military governments hold authority, it is crucial that the armed forces are perceived as operating for the benefit of the nation as a whole rather than pursuing their own personal agendas. Their actions should reflect a commitment to the welfare of the country, rather than serving their own desires or ambitions. This distinction is vital to maintain legitimacy and public trust. The justification for employing military force should derive from a clear mandate provided by the populace. In democratic societies, this is achieved through established civilian oversight of armed forces, ensuring that military actions are aligned with the will of the people. Alternatively, in situations where military governance prevails, it is crucial that there exists a form of tacit approval from the citizens, acknowledging and accepting the authority of military leadership. This dynamic of legitimacy is essential for maintaining stability and confidence in the governing structures, regardless of the political framework in place. India, as a nation that upholds democratic values, carries the responsibility to advocate more strongly for the importance and advantages of democracy in the region surrounding it. Given its position as a significant player in South Asia, India should actively promote democratic principles and ideals, emphasizing the positive impact they can have on regional stability and prosperity. By doing so, India can not only strengthen its own democratic institution but also inspire neighboring countries to embrace democratic governance and the values that accompany it. Such efforts could lead to enhanced collaboration, peace, and development throughout the region. In general, democratic governments in surrounding nations have displayed a tendency to engage in more collaborative and amicable relations compared to their authoritarian counterparts. This cooperative spirit is essential, particularly given that numerous social and political challenges faced by these neighboring countries can be effectively addressed through the promotion of democratic ideals and practices. Greater democracy has the potential to foster dialogue, unity, and sustainable solutions to the pressing issues at hand, ultimately benefiting the region as a whole. As such, the emphasis on democratic governance is crucial to improving both internal stability and external relations with neighboring states. It is imperative for India to respect the sovereignty of its neighboring countries and refrain from meddling in their domestic matters. Engaging in the internal dynamics of these nations could lead to unnecessary tensions and complexities, which could ultimately undermine regional stability and cooperation. Instead, fostering positive relationships based on mutual respect and non-interference should be the priority for India in its dealings with neighboring states. Simultaneously, it is crucial for the nation not to relinquish its duty to aid in resolving issues in neighboring countries, as these challenges have a direct impact on India. By actively engaging in the resolution of these regional conflicts and problems, India not only supports its neighbors but also safeguards its own interests and stability. It is essential for the country to take an active role in fostering peace and cooperation in its vicinity, as the outcomes directly influence its own socio-political landscape. There is no option available other than to closely monitor and meticulously assess the evolving political landscape. Additionally, it is essential to subtly engage in efforts that might shape the internal political discussions occurring in these nations. By doing so, a better understanding of the dynamics at play can be achieved while also potentially guiding the narrative within these local debates. Throughout the past 60 years, India has played a pivotal role in addressing and resolving numerous internal political upheavals in its neighboring countries. Notable examples include its significant involvement during the Bangladesh crisis in 1971, its intervention in Sri Lanka in 1987, and its diplomatic engagements in Nepal during the periods of 1950 to 51 and again from 2005 to 2008. Additionally, India's influence was crucial during the political turmoil in the Maldives in 1988. In each of these instances, India's actions have been instrumental in stabilizing the political landscape of these nations. India faces the significant challenge of avoiding entanglement in circumstances that may leave no viable or dignified way out. At the same time, it must strive to foster a sense of national unity that incorporates all major political figures and parties within the respective nations. This dual approach is essential to navigate complex situations while ensuring that all voices are heard and represented in the decision-making process, ultimately promoting a cohesive and constructive political environment. Several neighboring countries of India are currently undergoing significant changes in their domestic political landscapes. This period of transition is vital for their respective governance and social structures, as they navigate through various challenges and opportunities for reform. In the wake of the historic elections held in February 2008, which led to the exit of Musharraf, a pressing question arises: can the newly established civilian government navigate the complexities of effectively governing Pakistan? Meanwhile, Bangladesh stands at a crossroads. Will it seize this moment to rejuvenate its political landscape and cultivate a robust democratic framework, or will the allure of political authority prove too enticing for its military to resist? Additionally, the ongoing situation in Sri Lanka brings forth the question of whether a peaceful negotiated settlement to the long-standing Tamil conflict is within reach. What about Nepal? Is there a possibility that it will stabilize and transition into an inclusive democracy that represents all its citizens? As for Bhutan, the role of its new monarch will be crucial in guiding the nation's cautious steps towards democratic reforms. The outcomes of these pivotal situations will not only shape the internal dynamics of these countries but will also significantly influence their diplomatic relations and policies towards India. The prospects for regional collaboration significantly improve when neighboring nations of India maintain democratically elected governments that prioritize the genuine needs of the average citizen over the self-serving agendas of those in power. When leaders are accountable to their constituents and actively engage with the public's concerns, it fosters an environment conducive to collective progress and partnership. This alignment between governance and the people's true interests lays a solid foundation for constructive dialogue and cooperative initiatives in the region. When examining the economic trajectory of Bangladesh, it becomes evident that periods of democratic governance have consistently led to greater economic growth compared to times when the nation was under authoritarian rule. The contrast between these two forms of government highlights the positive impact that democratic systems can have on the economic development of a country. Long-term objectives. While the pursuit of a peaceful and harmonious neighborhood is undoubtedly a highly desirable goal, it should not be regarded as the sole strategic ambition for India in the long run. It is essential to recognize that such stability and tranquility are critical, but they must be accompanied by a broader vision that addresses a range of multifaceted challenges. Expanding our horizons to include economic growth, regional cooperation, and security collaborations is vital for India's future. In the event that South Asia were to achieve unity and vitality, it would possess the capacity to broaden its influence and actively engage with its strategic surroundings, particularly in the regions of the Persian Gulf, Central Asia, and Southeast Asia. Such a collective and dynamic South Asia could effectively leverage its resources and collaborate with neighboring nations, fostering stronger economic ties, cultural exchanges, and geopolitical partnerships. This kind of regional integration would not only enhance South Asia's standing on the international stage but also allow it to play a pivotal role in shaping the dynamics of these significant geographical areas. Throughout history, the impact of Indian culture and civilization has been significant and dominant across various regions. The lasting legacy of India can be seen in numerous ways, from traditions and languages to art and philosophy, demonstrating a powerful presence that has shaped the societies in these areas. In the past 60 years, following the division of South Asia, India has experienced a decline in its inherent influence throughout the region. This shift has allowed other countries and powers to emerge and assert themselves in ways that challenge India's historical dominance. As a result, the geopolitical landscape of South Asia has transformed significantly, with various external entities playing increasingly prominent roles in the affairs of the region. Countries in South Asia, especially India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, share overlapping interests in the Persian Gulf area. This region holds significant importance for these nations, as they engage in various economic, political, and cultural exchanges that connect them to the Gulf. The relationships and dynamics they foster reflect a collective concern and collaboration that is deeply rooted in historical interactions and contemporary developments. The collective population of these nations is home to over 450 million Muslims who share profound emotional and spiritual connections to significant Islamic sacred sites located within this area, including Mecca, Medina, Najaf, and Karbala. Within this context, there exist substantial expatriate communities that play a vital role in the economic framework of the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, member countries. Unfortunately, these communities often face exploitation, and there is a pervasive reliance on energy resources stemming from the Persian Gulf region, which poses both challenges and opportunities for the surrounding economies. India's aspiration for a cohesive and interconnected Asia, stretching from the majestic Himalayas to the vast Pacific Ocean, provides a sense of reassurance to its neighboring nations within the SAARC framework. This vision suggests that as India deepens its engagement with East Asian countries, it is committed to ensuring that its South Asian counterparts will not be marginalized or overlooked. Instead, they can look forward to being included in this broader regional collaboration and development strategy. In the event that South Asia aims for a collaborative integration with East Asia, it is highly likely that all involved nations, including India, the various South Asian states, and the countries that make up East Asia, would reap greater advantages as a result. Such a partnership could foster economic growth, cultural exchange, and enhanced political cooperation, ultimately leading to a more prosperous and harmonious region. In order for India to fully realize the benefits of its economic integration with the East Asian markets, collaboration from Bangladesh is essential. Bangladesh plays a crucial role in facilitating India's access to overland transportation routes that connect to Southeast Asia. By working together, both nations can harness their geographic proximity and mutual interests to create more efficient trade connections and foster economic growth within the region. Therefore, strengthening ties with Bangladesh is vital for India to tap into these opportunities for enhancing its trade and connectivity with Southeast Asia. Will Bangladesh consider collaborating with India in this initiative? If it chooses to do so, Bangladesh has the opportunity to significantly benefit from India's strategic move towards the eastern region. This partnership could present numerous advantages that Bangladesh can leverage to strengthen its own position in the broader context of regional development and cooperation. In a similar vein, should Pakistan be influenced to shift its long-standing perspective, it has the potential to collaborate with both India and Afghanistan in revitalizing the historically robust, yet currently diminished, connections that South Asia has maintained with Central Asia over the years. This collaborative effort could pave the way for fostering stronger relationships and enhancing regional cooperation, ultimately benefiting all parties involved. As Iran steps into the role of an observer in the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SARC, there emerges a significant possibility for enhanced collaboration within the region. Should the ambitious oil pipeline project connecting Iran, Pakistan, and India come to fruition, it would further solidify Iran's involvement in this cooperative framework. This development not only holds the potential for economic benefits but also paves the way for strengthened diplomatic ties among the member nations. Is it possible for the South Asian subcontinent to mend its fractures and unite once more? The likelihood seems to be quite low. There is no requirement for this to be the case. South Asians have the opportunity to find both motivation and optimism in the experiences observed across Europe. The European context serves as a source of encouragement, demonstrating resilience and adaptability that can resonate with the aspirations of South Asian communities. By examining the progress and successes achieved in various European countries, individuals from South Asia can draw valuable lessons and envision a brighter future, rooted in the shared pursuit of growth and development. European nations, while still maintaining their individual political independence, have chosen to transcend their long-standing historical conflicts. In a remarkable turn of events, these countries have fostered a relationship characterized by an extraordinary level of peace and cooperation. This collaborative spirit marks a significant departure from the animosities of the past, signaling a commitment to unity and mutual understanding among the nations. It is hard to believe that the brave men and women who valiantly served in the Second World War could have ever envisioned, even in their most ambitious dreams, a future where their great-grandchildren would grow up in a Europe characterized by free movement across countries and a unified currency. The transformation of a continent that was once deeply divided and scarred by conflict into a more integrated and cooperative region would surely have seemed beyond comprehension to those who endured the hardships of war. The heads of state in South Asia deserve recognition for achieving a significant shift in their perceptions and interactions with each other. This represents a notable advancement in their diplomatic and interpersonal relationships, reflecting a newfound understanding and approach to cooperation and mutual respect. During the 14th Summit of the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SARC, held in New Delhi in the year 2007, member nations reached a consensus to pursue several ambitious initiatives. These initiatives included the establishment of a South Asian Customs Union, the formation of a South Asian Economic Union, and the fostering of a cohesive South Asian community. This collective agreement marked a significant step towards enhancing regional cooperation and economic integration among the participating countries. It goes without saying that achieving these objectives will require a considerable investment of time and effort. Established in 1957 through the Treaty of Rome, the European Economic Community marked a significant step in fostering economic collaboration among European nations. It wasn't until 1992 that the Europeans were able to establish the European Union, a milestone that came 35 years after earlier attempts at closer integration. This significant development was formalized through the signing of the Treaty of Maastricht, which laid the groundwork for a more unified political and economic entity within Europe. History has shown us that there are moments when sudden and astonishing events take place, often catching us off guard. Unexpected developments can emerge at any time, reminding us of the unpredictability of the world around us. Why shouldn't South Asia also pursue similar integration? Looking ahead, it's plausible that India may seek to foster greater regional unity resembling the structure of the European Union. This vision could encompass the elimination of barriers between nations, facilitating the free movement of individuals, goods, and financial resources across borders. Such an initiative could potentially dismantle the imposed political divisions that arose after the partition of undivided India, allowing for a more cohesive and cooperative South Asian region. Over time, this integration could lead to strengthened economic ties and a shared sense of identity among the nations in South Asia, ultimately contributing to regional stability and prosperity. Nevertheless, that date is still quite some time in the future. Political transformation in the South Asian region may only occur when the new generation, which lacks the burdens of past conflicts and historical grievances, rises to positions of influence and authority. This younger demographic, free from the weight of long-standing hostilities, has the potential to foster a new era of governance marked by understanding and unity. As they step into leadership roles, their fresh perspectives could pave the way for reconciliation and progress, ultimately reshaping the political landscape for future generations. Chapter 3: The Complex Identity of Pakistan and Afghanistan. When considering the challenges posed by its neighboring nations, Pakistan stands out as India's most complicated relationship. This complexity arises from various factors that set Pakistan apart from India's other South Asian neighbors. For one, Pakistan possesses a distinct mindset shaped by its historical, cultural, and political experiences, which significantly influence its interactions within the region and beyond. Furthermore, Pakistan holds a geostrategic importance that draws the attention of external powers, making it a focal point in international relations. Additionally, the nation's military strength, including its nuclear arsenal and missile technology, adds another layer of complexity to its identity and interactions. These capabilities not only impact regional security dynamics but also contribute to ongoing tensions, particularly in the context of Pakistan's contentious dispute with India over the Kashmir region. This multifaceted relationship requires a nuanced approach that acknowledges the intricacies of Pakistan's national narrative and its impact on South Asian geopolitics. The unique aspect that sets Pakistan apart from India's other neighboring countries lies in the complex nature of their relationship. For India, the ties with Pakistan transcend mere foreign relations; they are deeply intertwined with domestic politics as well. This duality often remains unacknowledged by Indian politicians, who may hesitate to openly recognize the intricate ways in which these international interactions influence internal political dynamics. The interplay of national identity, security concerns, and historical rivalries with Pakistan continues to shape not only India's foreign policy but also its internal socio-political landscape. The fundamental justification for the existence of Pakistan can be summarized as the belief that Muslims in India would struggle to thrive and coexist in a nation primarily governed by Hindu dominance. This view posits that, for Muslims to flourish, a separate nation is essential to ensure their social, cultural, and religious identity is preserved. India's perspective is clearly distinct from others, which has consequently created a political drive for Pakistan to demonstrate an alternative view. This need to assert its stance stems from India's differing attitudes and beliefs, compelling Pakistan to navigate its own political landscape in a way that challenges those views. In the context of India's political landscape, the notion of secularism occupies a pivotal role, albeit with a unique interpretation that diverges significantly from its European roots. Originating during the medieval era in Europe, secularism was primarily a response to the tumultuous power struggles between religious institutions and governmental authority. However, when this concept was introduced to India, a nation where religion and spirituality are deeply woven into the cultural fabric and everyday experiences of the majority of its populace, it underwent a transformative shift. In India, secularism has evolved into a principle that underscores the necessity for the government to maintain impartiality and ensure equal treatment for all religious communities. This adaptation emphasizes political implications over religious ones, reflecting the diverse and pluralistic nature of Indian society. Therefore, it is essential for the state to embrace a balanced approach that respects the religious sentiments of its citizens while fostering an environment of equality and unity among the various faiths that coexist within the country. It is crucial to take an active role in helping individuals understand the fundamental principles underlying all religious traditions, rather than adopting a stance of indifference when it comes to matters of faith. Education regarding the core beliefs and teachings of various religions fosters greater awareness and tolerance, allowing for a more harmonious coexistence among diverse belief systems. The rising sensitivities surrounding religious divisions in India can largely be attributed to the politicization of secularism. Rather than addressing the more entrenched and damaging issue of caste division, political parties seem to be capitalizing on and manipulating religious sentiments for their own agendas. This focus on religious identity often overshadows the complex realities of caste dynamics, which continue to deeply affect society. Unfortunately, this has diverted attention away from the profound and systemic inequalities rooted in caste, allowing them to persist while politicians jockey for power through religious rhetoric. When Pakistan positions itself as the guardian of Indian Muslims' rights and welfare, it inevitably adds complexity to the already strained relations between India and Pakistan. This is especially true when Pakistan's policies are perceived as threatening India's security. The dual role that Pakistan assumes, advocating for a specific demographic while simultaneously engaging in actions that may be viewed as antagonistic, creates tension and mistrust in the diplomatic landscape. The resultant dynamics often exacerbate the existing disparities in their bilateral relationship, creating a scenario where accusations and suspicions can flourish, further entrenching their differences. More than 60 years post-independence, Pakistan remains on a quest to establish a lasting and genuine national identity that transcends the simplistic distinction of being not Indian. The nation grapples with its historical and cultural narratives, striving to define itself in ways that go beyond regional comparisons and emphasize its unique heritage and aspirations. The leaders in Pakistan consistently work to demonstrate that their nation either matches or surpasses India in a variety of fields. This ambition is evident in their efforts to highlight achievements and advancements in contrast to their neighbor. An intriguing aspect of the intricate mindset of Pakistan's ruling elite, which is heavily influenced by military leaders, can be observed through a particularly striking example: the naming of several of Pakistan's missile systems after historical foreign conquerors who once laid waste to regions in India, which includes present-day Pakistan, in ancient times. This peculiar choice of names not only reflects a sense of historical grievance but also highlights an enduring preoccupation within the military establishment. Notably, the painful memories of India's involvement in the creation of Bangladesh still evoke strong emotions. It has been over 35 years since that critical moment in 1971, yet the military continues to grapple with feelings of humiliation stemming from that defeat, leading to an ongoing quest for vengeance. This fixation on past conflicts demonstrates how deeply the historical narrative influences contemporary military and political strategies in Pakistan. The attitude prevailing among those in power exhibits a combination of overconfidence and boldness, occasionally veering into the realm of hubris. Recently, this mindset has intensified, particularly with the infusion of a degree of fundamentalist thinking, which has further amplified their already strong sense of superiority and assertiveness. As a result of this situation, there has been a consistent and unwavering stance of animosity directed towards India, which sometimes escalates into open confrontations or conflicts. This hostility is deeply ingrained in the policy framework and manifests at various intervals, leading to tensions that can erupt into more serious altercations. The ruling class in Pakistan has developed a particular viewpoint regarding the country's status both within the region and on the global stage. This perspective has influenced the formulation of various policies that, unfortunately, have acted as impediments to both economic growth and social advancement. The repercussions of these policies extend beyond Pakistan itself, creating challenges that hinder overall progress across South Asia as a region. Consequently, the entrenched beliefs among the political elite have not only stunted Pakistan's potential but have also adversely affected the development trajectory of neighboring countries within the South Asian community. Pakistan's strategy has resulted in the establishment of numerous artificial divides between India and itself, leading to significant negative outcomes. The country has devoted extensive resources, time, and effort to maintaining a state of tension, hostility, and conflict with India. This ongoing strife has not only affected bilateral relations but has also significantly poisoned the overall environment in South Asia. The persistent confrontations and wars stemming from this approach have hampered regional development and cooperation, exacerbating long-standing issues and hindering progress for all nations involved in the region. Unfortunately, various external forces have, motivated by their own interests, supported Pakistan in maintaining its confrontational stance against India. These powers have supplied significant amounts of financial assistance, military equipment, and advanced technologies, which enable Pakistan to pursue its aggressive policies. This has contributed to a prolonged state of tension and hostility between the two nations, highlighting the complexities of international relations in the region. India's approach to its relationship with Pakistan has experienced significant fluctuations over time, akin to the swinging motion of a pendulum. The two nations have engaged in military confrontations across the South Asian landscape, participated in diplomatic skirmishes on a global scale, and faced off in thrilling cricket matches on the sports battlegrounds. At various points in time, there have been interruptions to diplomatic relations, transportation networks, and other forms of communication and connectivity. These disruptions have impacted the flow of interactions and exchanges between different parties. Throughout history, several Indian prime ministers, including Rajiv Gandhi, Inder Kumar Gujral, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and Manmohan Singh, have exhibited a tendency to embrace an idealized and sentimental view of Pakistan. This inclination has often led them to approach matters related to their neighbor with a certain romanticism, reflecting a desire for a more benevolent and hopeful relationship despite the complexities and challenges inherent in bilateral ties. Throughout its history, India has not pursued a total military triumph over Pakistan in any of their confrontations. This pattern began with the First War over Kashmir in 1947–48, which prompted India to take the issue to the United Nations Security Council for resolution. Similarly, during the 1965 conflict, both nations eventually arrived at a tenuous ceasefire facilitated by negotiations in Tashkent in 1966. Furthermore, the 1971 war, which led to significant territorial changes, concluded with the Shimla Agreement in 1972, yet it did not produce a definitive resolution to their ongoing tensions. Each of these events highlights India's approach of seeking diplomatic solutions rather than aiming for outright military dominance. In the year 2002, after India had deployed its military resources comprehensively, the nation ultimately chose to refrain from launching an offensive against Pakistan. Instead of escalating the conflict, India decided to take a more measured approach, despite having its forces at the ready. India's objectives in these various instances may not have been aimed at escalating tensions. However, the country's attempts at demonstrating reasonableness have often been misconstrued as a lack of strength. This misinterpretation has only served to deepen the entrenched perception among Pakistan's military establishment, perpetuating the stereotype of India as an unwieldy and unresponsive giant that is incapable of taking decisive action. India's desire to maintain peace and stability has, ironically, contributed to a narrative that undermines its true capabilities and resolve. Given the current situation, it appears highly improbable that Pakistan will be able to play a constructive role in addressing the various unresolved issues. Furthermore, when it comes to the particularly complex and sensitive matter of Jammu and Kashmir, the chances of fruitful collaboration seem even more distant. Despite 3 years of dedicated efforts from both parties to seek a compromise that lies between their official stances, achieving a successful resolution continues to prove difficult. The negotiations, which have involved intense discussions and various proposals, have yet to yield the desired outcome, leaving both sides still searching for common ground. It seems that despite their persistence, a breakthrough remains just out of reach. The possibility of achieving a significant breakthrough has been utterly shattered due to the terrorist assaults that took place in Mumbai towards the end of November 2008. These heinous acts were perpetrated by individuals who had crossed the border from Pakistan, causing widespread devastation and despair. It is essential for India to exercise patience during these times. Addressing the challenges faced by Pakistan requires time and cannot be achieved through immediate solutions or superficial remedies. The complexity of the issues at hand necessitates a thoughtful and comprehensive approach rather than a hasty fix. The most optimistic outlook suggests that the two nations may be able to effectively address and handle these challenges. In due course, appropriate solutions will manifest themselves, similar to the reconciliations witnessed in other nations that have experienced significant divisions in their histories, such as Germany and Vietnam. These examples illustrate that with patience and effort, even the most entrenched divides can find a path to resolution and unity. In recent years, particularly coming out of a tumultuous period marked by the Kargil conflict, there have been noticeable and positive shifts in Pakistan's perspective toward India. This evolution in attitude has been especially apparent since the events of September 11, 2001. Over the last 10 years, these encouraging trends reflect a growing recognition of the need for dialogue and a more constructive relationship between the two neighboring countries. This shift suggests a hope for improved interactions, building on lessons learned from past conflicts and crises. Several signs suggest that a more refined approach towards Kashmir and bilateral relations with India is emerging. Notably, there has been a shift away from previously established UN resolutions and the idea of holding a plebiscite to address the complex Kashmir issue. Former President Pervez Musharraf played a pivotal role in this transition, as he pledged to ensure that the territories administered by Pakistan would not be exploited for launching terrorist operations against India. He also advocated for a robust internal dialogue within Pakistan, urging the exploration of innovative alternatives to resolve the Kashmir conflict. Musharraf's search for unconventional solutions further underscores the evolving stance on this long-standing dispute, indicating a desire to approach the issue from fresh perspectives. Since 2003, a ceasefire agreement has been actively maintained in the region. However, starting in the middle of 2008, this fragile peace has started to show signs of deterioration. The stability that had been established over the years is increasingly at risk as tensions begin to rise once more. Since 2004, there has been an ongoing dialogue at the level of foreign secretaries, which is complemented by discussions featuring senior political figures. This process has established a routine exchange aimed at enhancing collaboration and understanding between the nations involved. India and Pakistan are currently engaged in significant discussions regarding the construction of a gas pipeline that would facilitate the transportation of Iranian natural gas through Pakistani territory into India. Additionally, they are also examining the possibility of establishing another pipeline that would carry gas from Turkmenistan, passing through both Afghanistan and Pakistan, before ultimately reaching India. These projects hold the potential to enhance energy cooperation in the region and diversify India's gas supply sources. Just a few years back, the notion of implementing these initiatives seemed impossible. The landscape has shifted significantly, allowing for ideas that once appeared far-fetched to now come to fruition. At a grassroots level, the long-standing negative sentiment towards India has significantly diminished over time. This shift was notably highlighted during the early months of 2004, when the Indian cricket team toured Pakistan and was surprisingly welcomed with enthusiasm by the local fans. This warm reception marked a pivotal moment in the perception of India within Pakistan, pointing to a blossoming sense of camaraderie between the two nations that had been largely absent in the past. The perception surrounding cricket matches between India and Pakistan has evolved significantly. They are no longer viewed merely as a substitute for military confrontations. Instead, these encounters are being celebrated as thrilling sporting events that foster a sense of camaraderie among fans and unite people through their shared love for the game. While historical tensions may have lingered, the focus has shifted toward the excitement and passion of cricket itself, allowing for a more positive interpretation of these celebrated rivalries. In various segments of Pakistani society, including journalists, scholars, artists, and entrepreneurs, there has been a noticeable excitement and a strong sense of self-assurance about pursuing a more normalized and deeper relationship with India. This eagerness reflects a collective desire across these different fields to enhance interactions and foster connections with their Indian counterparts. Many individuals in these areas believe that improved ties could lead to mutual benefits and a better understanding between the two nations. In a context marked by relentless animosity, prolonged warfare, and extended periods devoid of communication, the emergence of these positive developments is indeed heartening. Such signs of progress offer a glimmer of hope amidst a landscape often characterized by conflict and silence. Although Pakistan persistently engages in actions that create tension with India, often utilizing indirect methods involving neighboring countries such as Bangladesh and Nepal, these behaviors reflect a deeper, perhaps subconscious acknowledgement of its vulnerabilities in comparison to India. This pattern of conduct may indicate Pakistan's desire for India to accept and even legitimize its ongoing dominance over regions like Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, POK, and the northern areas. By seeking some form of recognition or acquiescence from India, Pakistan might be attempting to bolster its own position while disguising its inherent geopolitical weaknesses. Equally significant are the emerging signs of a shift in the attitudes and perspectives of the Pakistani people, which inspire a sense of cautious hope for the future. These subtle yet meaningful changes in mindset suggest a potential for progress and transformation that merits attention and encourages optimism among those observing the situation. Recent efforts have emerged to explore the origins of Pakistan, shifting the focus away from the traditional two-nation theory. Instead, these initiatives emphasize the economic and religious vulnerabilities that Muslims faced in India prior to gaining independence. Scholars and historians alike are also seeking to bring to light the secular aspects of Muhammad Ali Jinnah's legacy. A significant point of reference in this discourse is Jinnah's notable address delivered on August 11, 1947, where he articulated visions that resonate with a more inclusive national identity. This re-evaluation aims to provide a deeper understanding of the factors that contributed to the establishment of Pakistan, highlighting a complex interplay of socio-economic concerns and Jinnah's multifaceted ideologies. Recent legislation has been enacted ensuring that individuals belonging to minority groups will receive the same rights and privileges as those enjoyed by the majority population. This new law aims to promote equality and safeguard the rights of all citizens, emphasizing that everyone should have access to the same legal protections and opportunities, regardless of their background. Its implementation marks a significant step towards fostering a more inclusive society that honors diversity and upholds the principles of fairness and justice for all. The disappointing performance of Islamist parties during the elections held in February 2008 highlighted a significant lack of widespread support for the jihadist factions among the citizens of Pakistan. This outcome reflects a discernible gap between the ideologies promoted by these groups and the sentiments of the populace, indicating that the appeal of such parties is considerably limited. As indicated by the election results, it is evident that the majority of the Pakistani electorate does not align with the extremist views associated with the jihadi movements, pointing towards a more nuanced political landscape in the country. In addition to that, the chief of the Pakistan Army, General Kayani, has implemented various measures aimed at reducing the influence of politics within the military. His focus has been on fostering an environment where the armed forces operate independently from political pressures and influences. This initiative is crucial in maintaining the integrity and professionalism of the army, ensuring that it remains an apolitical entity dedicated solely to its core mission. By doing so, Kayani hopes to enhance the trust and credibility of the military in the eyes of the public and uphold the institution's esteemed reputation. In February 2008, the Pakistani military maintained a hands-off approach during the electoral process, refraining from engaging in political affairs. This commitment to neutrality was reinforced by prohibiting military personnel from establishing any contact with political figures. Additionally, a number of officers who held civilian posts were recalled to their military duties, signaling a shift away from civilian influence. Furthermore, the government has taken significant measures to diminish the Army's role in various developmental organizations, such as the Frontier Works Organization and the Special Communications Organization, marking a pivotal moment in the separation of military involvement from civilian projects. In early 2008, a notable remark made by Asif Zardari, the president of the Pakistan People's Party, PPP, caught many Indians off guard. He suggested that the issue of Kashmir should be deprioritized and placed on the back burner. This unexpected statement signaled a shift in the typical discourse surrounding the long-standing territorial conflict, leaving many to contemplate the implications of such a stance on Indo-Pak relations. In an interview with the Wall Street Journal conducted in October 2008, Asif Ali Zardari, the then president of Pakistan, acknowledged some significant truths regarding the situation in Kashmir. He openly labeled the Kashmiri militants as terrorists, a statement that marked a pivotal shift in the Pakistani government stance. Zardari went on to affirm that India does not pose a threat to Pakistan, countering long-held beliefs that have persisted in the region. Furthermore, he emphasized the importance of Pakistan's economic future, asserting that the nation's survival hinges on prioritizing trade with its neighboring countries above all else. His remarks illustrated a new perspective on regional relationships and the need for constructive engagement over hostility. While it is not surprising that there have been formal rejections, the mere occurrence of such declarations is noteworthy in itself. The significance lies not just in the denials, but in the implications that arise from the initial statements being made. What are the factors that are driving transformation in Pakistan? The landscape of military conflict has shifted dramatically since both India and Pakistan acquired nuclear weapons, rendering the possibility of a conventional war akin to those seen in previous decades highly improbable. The conflict that unfolded in Kargil was limited in its scope and did not escalate into a larger confrontation. Similarly, while tensions surged to the brink of war in 2002, India's assertive military stance proved to be unsustainable over time, ultimately leading to a withdrawal and demobilization of its forces. As a result, both nations now find themselves navigating a complex political and strategic environment where traditional warfare is no longer a viable option. This evolving dynamic raises vital questions about the future of peace and stability in the region. The events of the Kargil conflict served as a crucial lesson for Pakistan, highlighting that India possessed the capability to stand firm and triumph even in a confined military engagement. This confrontation not only showcased India's resilience but also sent a clear message about its strength in warfare, thereby dispelling any illusions of an easy victory. Moreover, in both instances, both India and Pakistan found themselves unable to withstand the mounting pressure from the international community, which was aimed at averting further escalation of the conflict. This external influence played a crucial role in steering both nations towards diplomatic channels, emphasizing the impact of global opinion on regional disputes. In the arena of international diplomacy, Pakistan has faced significant challenges in garnering support for its long-standing stance regarding Kashmir. One of the latest examples of this struggle can be seen in the recent report released by the European Parliament, which highlights the diminishing sympathy towards Pakistan's perspective on the issue. Over the past few years, despite numerous attempts to rally support from various global entities, Pakistan's efforts to advocate for its viewpoint on Kashmir have not yielded the desired results, emphasizing the complexities and evolving dynamics surrounding this contentious topic. Your knowledge is based on information available until October 2023. The global perception of Pakistan is shaped by various factors and influences. This complex image is not solely determined by a single aspect, but rather is a culmination of numerous elements that contribute to how the country is viewed internationally. Its position as a worldwide hub for acts of terrorism, the rise of Islamic fundamentalism, and the spread of nuclear weapons is significant and concerning. One significant factor prompting the Pakistani military leadership to reconsider its strategies may be the alarming trend of jihadist groups increasingly directing their attacks at the Pakistani state. This shift in focus has revealed vulnerabilities within the highly regarded Pakistani military, demonstrating its inability to maintain effective governance and security across various regions of the country. As these extremist factions escalate their assaults, the image of a strong and capable military begins to wane, urging a potential re-evaluation of approaches to national defense and internal security measures. Given the current situation along Pakistan's western border, particularly in the regions of the northwestern ethnic province, the tribal areas, and neighboring Afghanistan, the nation's security faces significant challenges. In light of these pressing threats, it is reasonable for Pakistan to seek to ease hostilities with India. By fostering a more amicable relationship with its eastern neighbor, Pakistan could potentially focus more on stabilizing conditions on its western frontier and safeguarding its sovereignty. Over the past 40 years, the perception of the Pakistani army has significantly diminished among the citizens of Pakistan. The struggles and challenges the nation has faced during this period have led many to see beyond the superficial promises and empty rhetoric that once resonated with them. As a result, the once stalwart reputation of the military has been called into question, and a growing number of people are now critical of the institution, seeking genuine accountability and sincere leadership instead of mere slogans. Despite Pakistan's relentless efforts over the past 60 years, India has clearly outpaced it in various key areas. When it comes to economic development, the robustness of political institutions, and establishing meaningful connections on the global stage, India has managed to maintain a significant lead over Pakistan. This comparative advancement highlights the differences in the trajectories of the two nations and underscores how India's progress has positioned it more favorably in the international arena. Pakistan's previous urgent efforts to position itself on par with India have proven to be futile and lacking in substance. Rather than achieving their intended goals, these attempts have ultimately been more detrimental to Pakistan than to India. The ongoing rivalry has illustrated that such comparisons not only lack depth but also reflect poorly on Pakistan's own strategic standing. An increasing number of individuals across the subcontinent are beginning to express the belief that the partition of what was once undivided India has had detrimental effects on all the nations involved, India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. This shared perspective highlights the significant and ongoing challenges that arose from the division, suggesting that rather than resolving conflicts, the split has left lasting scars on the collective social and economic fabric of these countries. Many are now reflecting on the historical consequences of this partition, seeking a deeper understanding of its implications for future relations among the three nations. It has become increasingly evident that the moment has arrived for individuals and groups to put aside their differences. Instead of fostering division, it is essential to pursue collaboration that benefits all parties involved. Embracing a spirit of unity and cooperation can lead to outcomes that serve the greater good. By focusing on what can be achieved together rather than what separates us, we can pave the way for a more productive and harmonious future. Due to a combination of various influences, a growing number of individuals in Pakistan are shifting their perspective regarding the historically portrayed menace from India. This narrative has long served as the rationale for the privileges and benefits enjoyed by the Pakistan Army. Increasingly, these individuals express greater apprehension about the misconduct of the military, particularly regarding its excessive use of authority and the voracious exploitation of the nation's resources for its own gain. This shift in focus indicates a change in public sentiment, as many now question the validity of the long-standing justification that has supported military supremacy while directing their attention to the pressing issues of transparency and accountability within the armed forces. While notable progress has been made in various areas, it is important to recognize that significant challenges still lie ahead. The journey toward achieving our ultimate goals is far from complete, and continued effort will be necessary to address the remaining obstacles and further enhance our situation. In July 2008, a series of sobering events shook the nation of India, prompting a re-evaluation of its prevailing sense of stability. The initially peaceful atmosphere in Jammu and Kashmir was severely disrupted due to the contentious land transfer issue related to the Amarnath Shrine, which led to widespread unrest in the region. Concurrently, the Indian embassy in Kabul suffered a devastating bombing that underscored the growing security challenges faced by India on foreign soil. Adding to this unsettling landscape were numerous terrorist attacks that occurred across major cities, including Bangalore, Ahmedabad, Jaipur, and Delhi, culminating in one of the most tragic incidents in Mumbai. These attacks served as a harsh reminder of the persistent threat posed by extremist groups. Additionally, the fragile military ceasefire along the line of control in Kashmir faced significant challenges, hinting at the continued volatility of the situation. Together, these events highlighted a troubling reality, one that called for urgent scrutiny and a reassessment of India's security measures and diplomatic strategies at both national and international levels. The ongoing peace negotiations, which were already facing significant challenges due to various factors, encountered a severe setback following Pakistan's lack of cooperation. This non-collaborative stance hindered efforts to thoroughly investigate and hold accountable those individuals and organizations within Pakistan that were responsible for the horrific terrorist attacks in Mumbai back in November 2008. By failing to actively participate in these crucial inquiries, Pakistan has frustrated progress towards reconciliation and deepened tensions in the region. In light of the significant and often chaotic political changes that unfolded in Pakistan throughout the years 2007 and 2008, culminating in the landmark elections of February 2008, the military forces of Pakistan are currently facing increasing scrutiny and tension. Despite these challenges and the intense atmosphere surrounding these developments, the army has maintained its position and has not experienced a defeat. You possess immense strength. Once the circumstances begin to stabilize, there is a possibility that it might revert to its previous behaviors. As of now, Pakistan has not yet achieved the establishment of a truly democratic government that exercises meaningful authority. The nation continues to struggle in its quest for a political system that fully embodies democratic principles and effectively represents the will of its citizens. The journey toward a fully functional democracy remains a work in progress, as various challenges hinder the consolidation of power in the hands of elected representatives. An intense game of tug-of-war is currently in progress. The recent surge in terrorist activities and other forms of disruption targeting India cannot be dismissed as mere coincidence, rather, they may be strategically orchestrated to highlight the perceived shortcomings of the civilian government in Pakistan. This wave of aggression may serve to sow doubt in the minds of the Indian populace regarding the sincerity and reliability of their neighbor's government. Furthermore, these actions could potentially create an environment conducive to the military's re-emergence as a dominant force in the political sphere of Pakistan, thereby re-establishing its influence in the governance of the country. India must adopt a strategically nuanced strategy when engaging with the newly established civilian administration in Pakistan. It is crucial for India to navigate this diplomatic landscape thoughtfully, considering the complexities and sensitivities that characterize the relationship between the two nations. By doing so, India can ensure that its actions and policies are aligned with its national interests while fostering stability and constructive dialogue with its neighbor. In order to formulate a well-rounded strategy, India must take a careful and strategic approach that involves confidential discussions with the key political parties within the country. Such deliberations are essential for fostering a wide-ranging political consensus among various stakeholders in India. By engaging in these private consultations, the aim would be to create a unified stance that reflects the collective interests and goals of the nation as a whole. This collaborative effort is crucial for ensuring stability and coherence in India's policymaking process. In order to effectively influence behavior, it is essential to integrate persuasion and motivational incentives alongside a degree of pressure. This combination can enhance the likelihood of achieving desired outcomes. India should adopt a pragmatic approach and understand that achieving meaningful shifts in Pakistan's policies will necessitate both time and perseverance. Recognizing the complexities involved, it's crucial for India to remain patient while engaging in constructive dialogue and diplomatic efforts, as substantial change does not occur overnight. Building a path toward a more positive relationship will demand commitment and an understanding of the underlying factors that influence Pakistan's decision-making. It is anticipated that we will encounter a number of challenges along the way, although we can remain optimistic that these obstacles will only be temporary in nature. India ought to concentrate its efforts on the sectors where there is a shared alignment between the goals of the Pakistani civilian administration and its own national interests. By identifying and fostering collaboration in these overlapping areas, both nations stand to benefit from improved relations and mutual understanding. It is essential for India to strategically engage with Pakistan on these common objectives, facilitating an environment conducive to cooperation and progress. Considering the complex and often tumultuous history of Pakistan, it is a significant accomplishment for its citizens that they successfully compelled General. The military has long held a powerful influence within the political landscape of the country, and the ability of the people to challenge and change this dynamic speaks volumes about their resilience and determination. This milestone reflects the ongoing struggle for democracy and civilian governance in a nation where military intervention has been a recurring theme. The collective efforts of the populace in navigating these challenges underscore their commitment to shaping a future that aligns more closely with democratic ideals. Musharraf made the decision to relinquish his military uniform, subsequently resigning from the presidency. One of the key objectives is to empower the newly established civilian government in its relationship with the military in Pakistan. It is crucial to ensure that the political leadership has the necessary authority and resources to operate independently from military influence, thereby promoting a stable and democratic governance structure. Strengthening this civilian authority will help foster a more balanced power dynamic within the country. In light of the current situation, it would be prudent for India to embrace the recently introduced trade policy by the civilian government. This new approach aims to ease restrictions on imports from India while also actively encouraging investments from Indian businesses in specific initiatives across Pakistan. Such a policy has the potential to foster better economic relations between the two nations, creating opportunities for mutual growth and collaboration. One notable aspect where the objectives of India align with those of Pakistan is their mutual desire to diminish the influence of extremist jihadist factions operating within Pakistani territory. This shared interest presents an opportunity for both nations to collaborate in addressing the security threats posed by these radical groups, which could contribute to greater regional stability and safety. By jointly focusing on counterterrorism efforts, both India and Pakistan might work towards reducing the influence and power of these jihadi elements, ultimately benefiting both countries and fostering a more peaceful environment. The subsequent phase involves making concerted efforts to diminish the external military footprint in the area, particularly in both Afghanistan and Pakistan. This goal entails a strategic approach aimed at decreasing the number of foreign troops and military operations in these countries, with the intention of fostering greater independence and stability within the region. While it might seem unlikely at present, Afghanistan presents a potential avenue for collaboration. The ongoing conflict in Kashmir is an issue that cannot be ignored and must be approached and addressed with urgency. Up until approximately mid-2007, there were secretive negotiations taking place involving General Musharraf. These conversations aimed to reach an agreement that would be satisfactory to all parties involved, seeking to establish a compromise that could address the issues at hand. Despite the confidential nature of the discussions taking place, certain potential resolutions have emerged, as revealed by information that has surfaced in the media. Key points that seem to outline a viable solution include the absence of any alterations to territorial boundaries, the establishment of soft borders, and an increase in autonomy with self-governance for both regions of Jammu and Kashmir. Additionally, it has been suggested that a consultative framework would be created to facilitate dialogue across the line of control, alongside a phased demilitarization of the region, which would proceed in correlation with a reduction in incidents of cross-border terrorism. This framework aims to foster a more peaceful coexistence between the two regions while addressing security concerns. Engaging in back-channel conversations may be beneficial for a military dictatorship in certain circumstances. However, a significant drawback of this approach is that it excludes the broader public and political landscape from contributing their perspectives and feedback on a matter as sensitive and complex as this one. The resolution to the issue at hand would require a level of acceptance and agreement that resonates with the citizens of both nations involved. Without the inclusion of public sentiment and political discourse, the potential for a truly representative solution diminishes considerably. In a diverse and democratic nation such as India, especially when a coalition government is at the helm. It is essential for any significant foreign policy undertaking to garner widespread political agreement to ensure its success. Achieving such consensus not only strengthens the initiative but also helps in maintaining stability and continuity in international relations. The cooperative involvement of various political parties can enhance the legitimacy and effectiveness of India's foreign policy decisions, ultimately contributing to a unified national approach on the global stage. As anticipated, the newly elected civilian government in Pakistan has chosen to reject the initiatives put forth by Musharraf. This decision reflects a clear shift in political direction and priorities, as the civilian leaders seek to establish their own policies and governance strategies, distancing themselves from the previous administration's approach. It is quite unrealistic to assume that there is a feasible resolution to the ongoing issues surrounding Jammu and Kashmir, apart from maintaining the current state of affairs. The complexities of the situation suggest that no alternative approach is likely to yield a better outcome than simply preserving the existing conditions. The underlying and potentially malevolent intention behind the actions of Kashmiri separatist organizations, as well as certain mainstream political parties in the region, was to ignite and intensify the debate surrounding the allocation of land to the Amarnath Shrine Board. This maneuver was aimed at undermining the significant advancements that had been painstakingly made towards restoring stability and normalcy in Jammu and Kashmir. By fostering discord over the land transfer issue, these groups sought to disrupt the fragile progress that had been achieved in what had been a tumultuous setting. India must refrain from catering to the separatist feelings prevalent in Kashmir. It is essential for the nation to address these issues with a more unified approach, rather than fostering division or encouraging sentiments that may lead to further fragmentation. The complex situation in the region calls for careful consideration and a strategy that promotes unity and stability, rather than acquiescence to divisive ideologies. Focusing on reconciliation and integration while respecting the legitimate grievances of the people is crucial for long-term peace and harmony in Kashmir. When examining the situation in South Asia, particularly regarding the ongoing conflict between India and Pakistan, it becomes evident that there's no clear rationale for these nations to express a greater level of concern for the humanitarian crisis faced by the inhabitants of Jammu and Kashmir than they do for similar situations affecting divided communities elsewhere in the region. For instance, the historical divisions and subsequent hardships experienced by people in Bengal and Punjab have received limited attention in comparison. Moreover, the plight of the Mohajers residing in Pakistan, along with their relatives and communities in India, continues to evoke significant suffering. Additionally, the socio-political conditions affecting various communities situated along the borders of Rajasthan deserve equal attention. Thus, it raises important questions about the selective empathy displayed by these two neighboring countries in the face of human suffering arising from historical divisions. From both security and political standpoints, it is imperative that the border separating Jammu and Kashmir from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, POK, remains firmly defined, rather than being allowed to become soft. This is particularly relevant as the remainder of the India-Pakistan border is secured with fencing. Maintaining a stringent border in this region is crucial to ensure stability and security, especially considering the ongoing tensions in the area. The juxtaposition of an unfenced border here, while the rest remains secured, would undermine the efforts to reinforce sovereignty and protect the territorial integrity of India. It's important to note that, in India, the unique circumstances surrounding Article 370 of the Indian Constitution have played a significant role in maintaining the demographic characteristics of Jammu and Kashmir since the year 1947. This provision has provided a specific level of autonomy and protection, thereby ensuring that the population dynamics in this region have largely remained stable over the decades. In contrast, in the region referred to as POK, there has been a significant influx of settlers migrating from Punjab on a large scale. This movement of people has notably altered the demographic landscape of the area. Ultimately, the region of Jammu and Kashmir, which existed as a princely state before 1947, functioned primarily as an administrative unit. It lacked a unified political identity, instead operating as a collection of various territories, each with distinct governance and cultural nuances. The state's fragmentation meant that its governance was more about managing different localities than fostering a cohesive political framework. The area in question encompasses a minimum of 5 unique regions, each offering its own distinct characteristics. These regions include Jammu, the picturesque Kashmir Valley, the arid expanse of Ladakh, the territory known as Pakistan-administered Kashmir, POK, as well as the Northern Territories, which collectively contribute to the rich cultural and geographical diversity of the region. India has a significant reason to prioritize the preservation of the historical characteristics and territorial limits of Jammu and Kashmir, especially when compared to its approach towards other states in the country. The states of Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Assam, Madhya Pradesh, and several others have undergone various reorganizations in response to political aspirations and administrative requirements over the years. However, Jammu and Kashmir's unique historical background and geopolitical significance raise the stakes when it comes to its integrity. Post-independent India has recognized the delicate nature of this region, given its rich cultural heritage and the complex issues surrounding its status. This context necessitates a more careful consideration of its boundaries and governance structures, to maintain the delicate balance between its diverse populations and to preserve its distinctive identity amidst the larger mosaic of Indian states. In understanding the complexities of India as a nation, it becomes evident that while reorganization may serve practicality in other regions, the case of Jammu and Kashmir calls for a more nuanced approach, underpinned by a deep-rooted respect for its historical narrative and a commitment to securing its future within the framework of the Indian Union. Should Pakistan adopt a more assured and confident stance, viewing Jammu and Kashmir as comparable to any other province from the era prior to India's independence, it could facilitate a shift in the dynamics between the two nations. This transformation in perspective might create a conducive environment for both countries to focus on enhancing their diplomatic relations and fostering collaboration. In this way, they could work together towards overcoming past grievances and building a more constructive partnership. Should the pronounced separation between the Jammu and Kashmir regions prove to be insurmountable, it might be essential to consider the possibility of establishing distinct states for Jammu and Kashmir, while designating Ladakh as a union territory. Such a restructuring could provide a solution to the ongoing tensions and facilitate governance more effectively in each area, taking into account the unique cultural and administrative needs of the populations involved. Despite their various disparities, both India and Pakistan share a common stance regarding the status of Kashmir. Neither nation desires its independence. The prospect of a sovereign Kashmir raises significant security concerns for both countries, prompting them to maintain their claims over the region. As a result, the idea of an independent Kashmir remains unwelcome for both parties, given the potential risks it poses to their national security and territorial integrity. From a broader perspective, it is essential for India to engage in dialogue and encourage Pakistan to recognize the potential of their partnership. By working collaboratively, both nations have the opportunity to transform South Asia into a powerful and influential player on the global stage. Fostering mutual cooperation could lead to significant advancements in various fields, ultimately benefiting the entire region and enhancing its standing in international affairs. The ongoing disputes between India and Pakistan are predominantly benefiting external nations. As tensions escalate between these two neighboring countries, it has become increasingly evident that third-party powers are capitalizing on this discord. Instead of focusing on diplomatic solutions to resolve their differences, India and Pakistan find themselves entangled in a cycle of confrontation, which inadvertently strengthens the interests of foreign entities. These outside powers often exploit the situation for their own geopolitical gains, rather than promoting peace and stability in the region. Nonetheless, the key foreign supporters of Pakistan, including the United States, China, and Saudi Arabia, operate with their distinct agendas, which inevitably shape their individual policies towards the country. Each of these nations has strategic motivations that influence their diplomatic relations and cooperation with Pakistan, leading to a complex web of interactions based on their respective national interests. It is reasonable to acknowledge that the ongoing tensions and conflicts between India and Pakistan may be advantageous for one or possibly both of the nations involved. The persistent strife appears to serve certain interests within these countries, allowing them to pursue objectives that may otherwise be unattainable in a more peaceful environment. This dynamic suggests that the existing discord could be perceived as beneficial to specific political or military agendas on either side, highlighting the complexity of their relationship and the motivations at play. The address delivered by Gandhi during his prayer gathering on January 4, 1948, could indeed be considered prescient. His words from that evening might resonate even more deeply in the context of the events that followed, showcasing his unique ability to foresee the challenges and complexities that lay ahead. He acknowledged that errors occurred on both parties' parts. "I am completely confident in this matter. However, this does not imply that we should continue to repeat those errors. It is crucial that we learn from our past missteps and strive to improve moving forward. Ultimately, if we choose to engage in conflict, it will lead to our own downfall. Such a war would not only result in our self-destruction but could also pave the way for an external force to seize control over the entirety of the subcontinent. This scenario serves as a cautionary reminder of the dire consequences that could arise from our actions, emphasizing the need for unity and peace rather than discord. The most undesirable outcome we could possibly face would be that situation. The thought sends a chill down my spine just to contemplate it. This is a matter that warrants careful consideration and reflection from both India and Pakistan. India undoubtedly faces the challenge of encouraging Pakistan's international supporters to reconsider their strategies. The aim would be to foster a more stable and democratic Pakistan that is inclined toward fostering stronger relations with India. However, the realities of political power dynamics suggest that achieving this goal may be a daunting task. Consequently, India must develop a self-sufficient policy towards Pakistan that balances incentives with consequences. This approach should include compelling rewards for positive engagement, complemented by firm measures to address any hostile actions, ultimately promoting a healthier bilateral relationship and regional stability. What strategies could India employ to apply pressure on Pakistan? It appears that India has discounted the option of resolving its issues with Pakistan through military action. Instead, India may need to consider alternative approaches that utilize diplomatic, economic, or social tactics to influence Pakistan's actions and policies. Understanding the complexities of the relationship between the two nations can open up new avenues for India to exert pressure without resorting to armed conflict. This shift in tactics could involve leveraging international partnerships, improving domestic resilience, or employing strategic communication to address and resolve long-standing grievances. In 2002, tensions between India and Pakistan escalated to a point where India issued grave threats of military action against its neighbor. However, after several months of heightened military readiness and posturing, India found it necessary to withdraw its forces and reduce its military presence along the border. It is possible that the concept known as the nuclear balance of terror was influencing events during that time. This idea suggests that the mere possession of nuclear weapons by opposing forces can create a situation where neither side is willing to engage in direct conflict, as the repercussions would be catastrophic. The threat of mutual destruction often serves as a deterrent against escalation, effectively maintaining a precarious peace. In addition, the global community, spearheaded by the United States, will make every possible effort to prevent a conflict from erupting between two nations that possess nuclear weapons, similar to the proactive measures taken back in 2002. The importance of diplomacy and negotiation in such delicate situations cannot be overstated, especially considering the potentially catastrophic consequences of a conflict involving nuclear-armed states. The aim is to ensure peace and stability, drawing from past experiences to guide current actions. The United States maintains several military installations in proximity to India's borders. The advancements in surveillance and intelligence gathering along the borders have significantly enhanced the Indian military's ability to track its own operations. As a result, the Indian forces are unlikely to be unprepared or taken off guard, as they were during the events of Pokhran II. This improved capability ensures a more proactive strategy in response to potential threats. If the global community were to believe that India is seriously considering military intervention against Pakistan, it would likely lead to significant and overt economic and other forms of pressure being applied to India. This response would stem from concerns about regional stability and the potential for conflict escalation, prompting countries and international organizations to intervene and discourage any aggressive intentions through diplomatic channels and financial measures. The various ambitious diplomatic initiatives undertaken by India, such as the Indus Waters Treaty and summits held in Shimla, Lahore, and Agra, have not yielded the desired outcomes, particularly when engaging with Pakistan's military or military-led governments. These efforts, which can be described as leaps of faith, have struggled to produce lasting results or foster meaningful cooperation between the two nations. The most recent effort of this kind began with a notable address delivered by former Prime Minister Vajpayee in Srinagar back in April 2003. Over the span of more than 5 years, this initiative has produced certain outcomes, demonstrating progress in some areas. However, it has encountered significant challenges in recent times, leading to a stall in its momentum and effectiveness. The prospect of securing a sustainable agreement with the military government in Pakistan appears quite bleak. Several factors contribute to this pessimistic outlook, highlighting the challenges inherent in negotiating with a regime that has a history of instability and fluctuating commitments. As negotiations progress, it may become increasingly evident that creating a robust and enduring partnership is fraught with difficulties. India's ultimate objective in relation to Pakistan should be the establishment of a stable and authentically democratic government in the neighboring country. This vision aims not only for transient political reforms but for a transformative process that ensures genuine representation and participation of the populace. Achieving this goal would foster a more peaceful and cooperative relationship between the two nations in the long run. In the event that military interventions are deemed unacceptable for instigating a change in leadership within Pakistan, it may be prudent for India to explore and implement strategic non-military tactics to subtly pursue this goal. Engaging in a thoughtful analysis of alternative methods could potentially foster the desired outcome without resorting to armed conflict, thereby promoting stability in the region while pursuing its interests. India possesses a restricted range of options when it comes to exerting pressure on Pakistan. One significant, and arguably the sole, means of influence lies in the management and distribution of the waters of the Indus River, which traverses from India into Pakistan. This vital resource serves as a crucial point of leverage in the relationship between the two nations. India possesses a strategic advantage that it must utilize with great caution and thoughtfulness. This card in India's repertoire is one that, if played wisely, could yield significant benefits and opportunities. Numerous academics and historians agree that a fundamental motive behind Pakistan's intense interest in Kashmir is the ambition to dominate the water resources of the Indus River and its interconnected tributaries originating from the Jammu and Kashmir region. This pursuit of control over these vital waterways has long been associated with the ongoing tensions in the area. As these waters may increasingly become a source of contention between India and Pakistan, the potential for future disputes over water rights is a pressing concern for both countries. The strategic significance of water scarcity in this context cannot be overstated, as it is likely to impact regional stability and influence diplomatic relations moving forward. The current circumstances surrounding the accessibility of water in the Indian states adjacent to Pakistan are quite concerning. However, the predicament is even more dire for Pakistan itself. Regrettably, a highly uneven agreement pertaining to the management of the Indus River's waters was established back in 1960, resulting in significant disadvantages for Pakistan. This historical pact has left the country with serious challenges concerning its water supply, amplifying the seriousness of the situation for its citizens and the agricultural sector that relies heavily on these vital resources. India is not in a legal position to revoke this agreement, and any attempt to do so would likely result in significant pressure from the global community. Such actions could provoke strong reactions and diplomatic consequences, making it essential for India to navigate this sensitive issue carefully to maintain its standing on the international stage. Another important consideration revolves around the implications that India's potential annulment of this treaty could have on its diplomatic ties with China. This is particularly significant given that China holds the reins over the origins of three crucial rivers that are vital to India, these being the Sutlej, Brahmaputra, and Karnali/Gagra rivers. Each of these waterways plays a key role in India's water supply and ecological balance, making the relationship between the two nations a critical area of concern. The dynamics of this relationship could shift dramatically depending on how India navigates this potential treaty withdrawal. Consequently, it is critical for India to adopt a more sophisticated and multifaceted strategy when addressing the Indus Waters Treaty, rather than viewing it through a simplistic lens of either completely terminating the agreement or passively acquiescing to the existing circumstances. The Indus Waters Treaty grants India the right to make comprehensive use of the waters from three of the eastern rivers, specifically the Sutlej, Beas, and Ravi. However, a considerable volume of water from these rivers persists in flowing into Pakistan, which does not have a legitimate claim to these resources. This complex situation calls for a careful evaluation that balances India's legal entitlements with regional water-sharing dynamics and the broader implications for bilateral relations. The reason for this situation lies in India's inability to finish several key projects related to the eastern rivers. Among these unfinished undertakings are significant initiatives like the Indira Gandhi Canal, the Sutlej-Yamuna Link Canal, and the Thane Dam. These projects have been part of an overarching plan, but progress has stalled, contributing to the current scenario. This task must be addressed with utmost urgency and decisiveness, as if we are responding to a critical emergency situation. The importance of acting swiftly and efficiently in this matter cannot be overstated. It is essential to launch a political campaign aimed at persuading the Indian states involved to set aside their disputes. By doing so, they can form a united front that prevents Pakistan from capitalizing on their differences regarding water resources. A collaborative approach will not only strengthen their position but also ensure that these vital water supplies are used effectively and equitably among the Indian states. Given that water continues to flow into Pakistan, it is crucial to develop further strategies and initiatives to manage this resource effectively. Creating new projects aimed at optimizing water use would be beneficial. There is a possibility that the Indira Gandhi Canal might be expanded to reach further south, potentially extending its benefits into the regions of Rajasthan and Gujarat. Such an extension could enhance irrigation and water supply in these arid areas, supporting agricultural development and improving the livelihoods of local communities. Increasing the supply of water to the state of Gujarat has the potential to transform it into a significant agricultural hub, much like the renowned granaries of Punjab and Haryana. By enhancing irrigation facilities and ensuring an adequate water supply, Gujarat could potentially boost its agricultural output, paving the way for greater food production and sustainability in the region. This shift could contribute to the state's economy and improve food security, mirroring the success seen in other well-established agricultural areas. Naturally, undertaking these initiatives would necessitate considerable financial resources. However, this investment would pale in comparison to the vast amounts of money, running into thousands of crores of rupees, that India persistently allocates towards military strategies aimed at Pakistan. In fact, redirecting funds toward these more constructive efforts would likely yield far greater benefits and effectiveness than the current military expenditures. The simple proclamation regarding the expedited implementation of initiatives aimed at maximizing the use of the eastern rivers would likely incite significant alarm among the leaders in Pakistan. Should India successfully decrease the current water flow of these eastern rivers into Pakistan by a minimal margin of 10 to 20%, it could set the stage for a collective resistance from the influential agricultural community, leading to organized protests and opposition against the military government. This shift in water availability would not only affect agricultural productivity but could also galvanize farmers to unite in their discontent, potentially destabilizing the existing power structure in the country. This action would serve as a significant psychological strategy, likely impacting the perceptions of the Pakistani military leadership. It would effectively communicate that India possesses strength and resolve, and is far from being an ineffectual force. Such a demonstration could lead to a reassessment of India's capabilities in the eyes of the Pakistani establishment, reinforcing the idea that India is a formidable entity rather than a passive player on the regional stage. Given that India has the legal right to fully exploit the waters of the eastern rivers as outlined in the Indus Waters Treaty, it follows that any objections from the international community regarding this matter lack a solid foundation. The treaty explicitly grants India the authority to manage these waters, and as such, outside parties should respect this agreement and refrain from interference. The next component of India's strategic approach focuses on the rivers that flow through the western regions of the country. India ought to officially communicate to Pakistan its intention to revisit and renegotiate the terms of the Indus Waters Treaty. This diplomatic move would signify India's desire to address any existing concerns or issues related to the treaty, which governs the sharing of water from the Indus River and its tributaries between the two nations. By initiating this conversation, India can seek to ensure that the agreement meets contemporary needs and fosters a more equitable distribution of water resources, ultimately strengthening bilateral relations. India's insistence on pursuing this demand cannot be hindered, similar to how the United States approached the anti-ballistic missile treaty in the past. Just as the U.S. demonstrated its resolve in making its position clear, India is expected to assert its requirements with equal determination. India's rationale for this position is both authentic and well-founded, and can be articulated in several ways. The Indus Waters Treaty between India and Pakistan stands out as a remarkable agreement in the realm of water-sharing agreements globally. What sets it apart is the extraordinary generosity exhibited by the upstream country, India, towards its downstream neighbor, Pakistan. This treaty not only addresses the allocation of the waters of the Indus River and its tributaries but also showcases an exceptional level of cooperation and goodwill given the challenging geopolitical dynamics of the region. In a strategic and deliberate move, India made significant sacrifices that impacted the well-being of its citizens. This decision was driven by a commitment to fostering improved relations with Pakistan and seeking a resolution to the long-standing Kashmir dispute. The Indian government recognized that addressing these complex issues could lead to greater stability and cooperation in the region, even if it meant compromising on certain immediate needs for the populace. Through this calculated approach, India aimed to pave the way for a more peaceful and constructive dialogue with its neighbor. Anticipations were that this would provide Pakistan with a sense of security concerning any potential disturbances affecting the river systems that originate in Jammu and Kashmir and flow into its territory. The hope was that by addressing these concerns, it would pave the way for a more enduring resolution to the long-standing conflict surrounding Kashmir. Regrettably, even in light of India's willingness to extend a hand of generosity, Pakistan has failed to respond in kind. This lack of reciprocity has been a source of disappointment, as India's initiatives have not been met with similar gestures from its neighbor. In stark contrast, there has been a concerted effort to undermine India and inflict harm upon it. This approach has been marked by a failure to uphold significant promises, including the Shimla Agreement. This particular accord was crafted with a spirit of generosity by a triumphant India, after a military conflict, towards a defeated Pakistan. The intention behind this agreement was to foster a lasting, peaceful, and cooperative relationship between the two neighboring nations. Unfortunately, such aspirations have not been realized, as the commitments made remain unfulfilled. The support that Pakistan provides to terrorist activities aimed at India goes against both the explicit terms and the underlying principles of their numerous bilateral agreements. This action also contradicts the foundational values outlined by the United Nations and established international legal standards. In addition, Pakistan's sponsorship of such terrorism is a serious violation of trust, representing an aggressive and confrontational stance that can be interpreted as a declaration of war against India. This behavior not only undermines peace efforts but also damages the trust that is essential for diplomatic relations between the two nations. Furthermore, the demand for water resources within the region of Jammu and Kashmir has significantly increased for India. Citizens of the state, along with their chosen officials, have been advocating for the authority to harness the waters from the rivers that traverse Jammu and Kashmir before continuing their journey into Pakistan. This request highlights a significant interest in maximizing the use of these natural resources for the benefit of the region. India is highly enthusiastic about fostering rapid economic growth in the region of Jammu and Kashmir. The country firmly believes that the leadership in Pakistan, which has expressed its concerns for the well-being of the people living in Jammu and Kashmir, will not object to any initiatives taken by India aimed at enhancing the welfare and prosperity of the residents in this area. India's determination to support development efforts is rooted in a sincere desire to uplift the local population and create better opportunities for them. This kind of initiative could be framed as a significant political undertaking by the government concerning Kashmir. It is likely that representatives from all factions of the political spectrum, whether at the national level or within the region of Jammu and Kashmir itself, would find it challenging to object to this proposal. The broad support it could garner may serve to unite various political entities, making it a compelling topic for discussion and consideration across the board. Such a situation would likely place Pakistan in a vulnerable position, potentially leading to tensions between the country and those in Kashmir who support its stance. This could result in a division or discord among the pro-Pakistani Kashmiri population, altering the dynamics of their relationship with Islamabad. It is certainly improbable that Pakistan would consent to any suggestions put forth by India along those mentioned parameters. The historical context and existing tensions between the two nations contribute significantly to this skepticism. Both countries have long-standing differences that make collaboration challenging, and any overtures from India are likely to be met with resistance from the Pakistani side. This development will not only empower India to take the lead in diplomatic relations with Pakistan, but it will also allow the country to connect more effectively with the residents of Jammu and Kashmir. By seizing this opportunity, India can enhance its influence on the international stage while fostering communication and understanding within the region. India ought to prioritize the reassessment of the Indus Waters Treaty as a key topic in its dialogue with Pakistan. This treaty, which manages the distribution and usage of the river waters shared between the two nations, warrants careful examination to address any existing disputes or concerns. Engaging in constructive discussions on this matter could help ensure equitable water management and foster a better understanding between the neighboring countries. It is essential for India to place this issue at the forefront of its agenda during bilateral talks with Pakistan. Pakistan has consistently stated that the dispute over Kashmir is the fundamental problem that defines the relationship between India and Pakistan. In light of this assertion, India should respond by highlighting that if Kashmir is indeed the central issue, then it is essential to encompass the renegotiation of the Indus Waters Treaty in any dialogue concerning the Kashmir conflict. Such discussions should aim to address the needs and interests of the people living in Jammu and Kashmir, thereby acknowledging their rights and well-being as part of the broader Kashmir narrative. By incorporating these elements into the conversation, both nations can work towards a more comprehensive resolution that reflects the multifaceted nature of their disputes. Beyond mere discussions or rhetorical exchanges, the real leverage that India holds over Pakistan regarding the Indus waters lies in the tangible actions it undertakes along the eastern rivers. Moreover, it is crucial for India to fully capitalize on the water resources of the western rivers, as allowed by the stipulations of the Indus Waters Treaty. This approach of exerting pressure through the management of water resources can have significant strategic implications. For instance, the anxiety that erupted in Pakistan in September 2008 serves as a compelling example. At that time, India was rumored to have interrupted the flow of the Chenab River to augment the water levels in the Baglihar Dam. This incident highlighted how even the mere suggestion of India manipulating river flows can incite considerable concern within Pakistan, underscoring that control over river waters is a formidable tool at India's disposal. Therefore, proactive measures on India's part could serve not only to strengthen its own water resource management but also to influence the geopolitical dynamics in the region. In order for India to maximize its utilization of the Indus River waters, which it is rightfully entitled to according to the Indus Waters Treaty, it is imperative that the country formulates and implements a comprehensive long-term strategy. This strategic planning should take into account both immediate water needs and future requirements, ensuring sustainable management of this vital resource for the benefit of its population and agricultural sector. By establishing a well-thought-out approach, India can effectively harness the potential of the Indus waters, contributing to economic growth while also promoting environmental sustainability. In addition to its current implications, this situation could pave the way for a potential annulment of the Indus Waters Treaty if a decision is made in that direction at some point down the line. Such a move could have significant repercussions for water-sharing agreements in the region, highlighting the fragility and complexities inherent in international treaties over shared resources. It's essential to consider how future political environments may influence these critical agreements. In 2007, the then Prime Minister of India, Manmohan Singh, proposed an innovative idea regarding the shared utilization of the land and waterways in the region of Jammu and Kashmir. This suggestion not only reflects a pragmatic approach to addressing complex regional issues but also indicates the potential for India to formally advocate for such collaborative measures in the future. His proposal hints at a rational basis for India to assert its claim for joint management of these vital resources, emphasizing the importance of cooperation in a region marked by historical tensions. It is hoped that those with greater wisdom will take charge in Pakistan, preventing India from feeling obligated to take drastic actions. Such a scenario is crucial for maintaining peace and stability in the region, as any extreme measures could lead to severe consequences. Fostering dialogue and understanding between the two nations could pave the way for resolving issues through diplomacy rather than conflict. It is evident that as long as the military maintains its strong grip on power in Pakistan, the nation is unlikely to abandon its ingrained animosity towards India. The military's influence on political decisions continuously fuels a sense of rivalry, complicating any potential for reconciliation between the two countries. Amidst this, the long-standing tensions are reinforced by a systemic culture that prioritizes maintaining a confrontational stance rather than fostering peaceful relations. Establishing healthy diplomatic ties with India could significantly alleviate the sense of threat that the nation perceives, which in turn serves as a rationale for maintaining its authority, whether overtly or subtly influencing events from the sidelines. By fostering better relations, it is possible to diminish the narrative of danger that has been used to support ongoing governance strategies. Citizens across Pakistan are likely to become increasingly outspoken in their scrutiny of the country's substantial military expenditure, as well as the privileges and benefits granted to the armed forces. This growing curiosity about the appropriateness and necessity of these financial allocations may lead to a more significant discourse surrounding military spending, particularly in light of pressing social and economic issues that the nation faces. The future relationship between India and Pakistan, particularly the potential for ongoing tension and conflict, significantly hinges on the possibility of ending military governance in Pakistan. If military rule continues to be a defining aspect of Pakistan's political landscape, it could perpetuate a cycle of animosity and discord between the two nations. Ultimately, the resolution of this issue will play a crucial role in shaping their future interactions and determining whether peace can be achieved. Ultimately, the decision lies in the hands of the Pakistani population, as they will determine the future direction of their nation. In response, India will need to navigate its relations with whoever emerges as the dominant authority in Pakistan, regardless of who that may be. Simultaneously, there is no justification for India to extend legitimacy or backing to the Pakistani military. This institution continues to instigate terrorist activities aimed at India and has only made superficial changes to its broader strategy intended to undermine and harm its neighbor. Ultimately, the true allies of India within Pakistan are its citizens, who deserve support and understanding, rather than the military apparatus that perpetuates conflict. The relationship should focus on the goodwill and shared aspirations of the ordinary people, rather than on enabling a military that has consistently demonstrated hostile intentions. Visitors from India journeying to Pakistan consistently express their appreciation for the welcoming nature and kindness extended to them by the local populace. Many who make the trip find themselves embraced by a genuine warmth that reflects the heartfelt hospitality of the people, creating memorable exchanges and experiences. Individuals actively involved in advocating for democracy in Pakistan felt a profound sense of disappointment regarding India's silent backing of President Musharraf during his clashes with various political factions and civil society. This unexpected support was perceived as a betrayal, undermining the efforts of those striving for democratic reforms and a more transparent governance system in the country. The alliance between Musharraf and India left many activists questioning the integrity and intentions of regional politics, highlighting the complexities of international relationships amidst domestic turmoil. Their hope for a more democratic Pakistan was overshadowed by the realization that external influences could potentially support authoritarian regimes, complicating the path towards a democratic future. India has shifted its approach, but this change has come about with some hesitation and delay. Initially, the nation seemed resistant to altering its course of action, but circumstances eventually compelled it to reassess its strategies. India has a vital role to play in supporting the people of Pakistan as they fight for their democratic rights. Fostering democracy in Pakistan is not only a matter of solidarity with its citizens but also serves India's own strategic interests. By championing the cause of democracy next door, India can contribute to stability in the region, ultimately benefiting itself as well. It is essential for India to recognize that by uplifting its neighbors' democratic aspirations, it is also enhancing its own security and fostering a more harmonious relationship between the two nations. India and Afghanistan share a geographical proximity that has persisted throughout history. This connection continued to thrive until the year 1947, when the creation of Pakistan altered the regional dynamics. In essence, Afghanistan is an immediate neighbor of India, with their relationship dating back centuries before the partition of British India, which ultimately led to the emergence of Pakistan as a separate nation. This historical bond has shaped the interests and interactions between the two countries, influencing their diplomatic and strategic approaches to one another over time. Throughout history, Afghanistan has played a crucial role in safeguarding India, serving as a pivotal frontline from which numerous foreign aggressors have initiated their incursions into Indian territory. Its geographical location and strategic significance have never waned, rendering it an essential component of India's national security landscape over the centuries. Afghanistan's multifaceted history underscores its importance as a buffer zone against external threats to India. Throughout history, various leaders in northern India have aimed to establish dominance over the eastern and southern regions of Afghanistan. Following the year 1947, a significant change occurred as both Afghanistan and India found themselves increasingly united by their mutual adversarial stance towards Pakistan. This evolving dynamic has acted as a catalyst in strengthening the ties between these two nations, as they navigate the complexities of regional politics and security concerns shaped by their longtime rival. In the aftermath of the Taliban's fall from power in 2001, India has stepped up to support Afghanistan's rebuilding efforts significantly. To date, India has committed a substantial total of approximately $1.2 billion aimed at revitalizing various sectors within the country. This aid is a testament to India's dedication to fostering Afghanistan's development and stability, reflecting a multifaceted approach to nation-building that encompasses an array of critical areas. India maintains a significant diplomatic footprint in Afghanistan, establishing consulates general in key provinces such as Jalalabad, Kandahar, Herat, and Mazar-e-Sharif. This network of consulates underscores India's commitment to fostering strong ties and engaging with various regions throughout the country. Furthermore, India has actively invested in a range of development projects across Afghanistan, notably in the southwestern region, where it has recently completed the Zaranj-Dilaram Road. This vital infrastructure connects Afghanistan's national girdle road to the Iranian city of Zahedan, facilitating better trade and mobility. India's strategic interests in Afghanistan are deeply rooted in its desire to see Afghanistan thrive as a sovereign, stable, and united nation, intact from external pressures or influences. The stability of Afghanistan is considered crucial not only for regional security but also for the broader geopolitical landscape, thereby solidifying India's resolve to support the country in its journey toward peace and self-determination. Given the enduring tension and rivalry between India and Pakistan, it is highly unlikely that India will support Afghanistan falling entirely under Pakistan's influence. India perceives such an alignment as a potential threat to its own security and strategic interests in the region. Thus, India is likely to pursue policies that ensure Afghanistan remains more aligned with its own interests, rather than succumbing to the dominance of its neighboring rival. India is understandably worried about the resurgence of the Taliban, and this apprehension stems from various factors. The return of the Taliban to power raises significant issues that have the potential to impact regional stability and security in South Asia. India's national security is significantly influenced by the developments taking place in Afghanistan. However, one of India's key challenges lies in its lack of substantial involvement in the security dynamics of Afghanistan. This absence of engagement limits India's ability to shape outcomes in a region that is crucial to its own safety and stability. A significant shift in relations took place after the Afghan defense minister's trip to India in April 2008. During this visit, the two countries came to a mutual understanding to bolster their cooperation in several key areas. India committed to sharing its valuable expertise in counterinsurgency tactics with Afghanistan, aiming to strengthen the latter's ability to address internal security challenges. Furthermore, part of this agreement included the training of Afghan pilots, which was essential for the effective operation of their air force. Additionally, India offered its support in maintaining Afghanistan's fleet of helicopters, ensuring that these vital resources remained operational for the Afghan military. This collaboration marked the beginning of a closer defense partnership between the two nations. In July 2008, a significant act of violence occurred in Kabul when a suicide car bombing targeted the Indian embassy. This assault can be viewed as a direct response from the Taliban and their supporters in Pakistan to the increasing presence and influence of India in Afghanistan. The bombing not only highlighted the tension surrounding regional power dynamics but also underscored the lengths to which the Taliban would go to counter India's growing role in Afghan affairs. India harbors concerns that extend beyond merely Pakistan's sway in Afghanistan. There is a palpable wariness regarding the overall geopolitical dynamics and the potential ramifications that Pakistan's presence in that region could have for India itself. Historically, India has always opposed the idea of Afghanistan falling into the hands of foreign powers. This sentiment remains true in the present day, as it is not beneficial for India to have NATO forces stationed nearby for an extended period. India's apprehension stems from the potential threat that a prolonged presence of foreign military forces could pose to its national security and regional stability. Maintaining a balance in the neighborhood is crucial for India, and therefore, it has a vested interest in ensuring that Afghanistan's sovereignty is respected and that it remains free of outside influence. While NATO's current stance towards India appears to be friendly and cooperative, there is no guarantee that this relationship will remain favorable in the future. The dynamics of international relations can shift rapidly, and what is viewed as a positive alliance today could evolve into a more complex situation down the line. The United States successfully managed to remove the Taliban from their position of authority, a feat deserving of recognition. However, much like several other nations throughout history, it has found itself ensnared in the complexities of the Afghan landscape. Over time, the challenges presented by the region have hindered progress, putting the U.S. in a situation that mirrors the experiences of previous foreign powers that struggled to navigate the intricate socio-political terrain of Afghanistan. Over the course of 7 years, the United States' so-called global war on terror has not achieved its intended goals, and, in fact, the situation has become even more complicated. Rather than successfully curbing the activities of al-Qaeda, the organization continues to operate with a degree of autonomy that is concerning. Additionally, the Taliban has regained significant power and presence in Afghanistan, reasserting its influence over various regions. Compounding these issues, the narcotics trade in the area is flourishing like never before, thriving under these turbulent conditions. The efforts aimed at creating stability and resolving these conflicts have instead given rise to new challenges that seem to overwhelm any progress initially hoped for. There is a growing sense of anger and frustration in the United States, particularly in light of Pakistan's apparent inability or reluctance, likely a combination of both, to effectively collaborate in addressing the issue of terrorism to the satisfaction of the U.S. government. This situation has led to increased tensions as American officials express their dissatisfaction with Pakistan's approach to combating terrorist activities. The perceived lack of cooperation from Islamabad has become a significant point of contention, contributing to a more strained relationship between the two nations as they grapple with the ongoing threat of terrorism. Simultaneously, it appears that the initiatives undertaken by the United States Armed Forces, along with the assistance and leadership of NATO through the International Security Assistance Force, ISAF, are not poised to achieve a viable military resolution to the ongoing chaos in Afghanistan. The complexities of the situation in the country suggest that relying solely on military tactics may not yield the desired outcomes, and alternative approaches may be necessary to effectively address the turmoil. The ongoing deployment of Western military forces in Afghanistan poses a significant obstacle to achieving enduring peace, fostering reconciliation, and establishing stability within the nation. This sustained military presence complicates efforts to create a harmonious environment, hindering progress towards a comprehensive resolution of conflicts and a united society. The presence of foreign military forces in Afghanistan tends to intensify the strong sense of nationalism that characterizes the fiercely independent Afghan populace. Instead of bringing about meaningful improvements to their lives, these foreign troops often reinforce the resolve of the Afghan people to maintain their autonomy and cultural identity. As a result, the situation remains complex and challenging, with the locals feeling increasingly protective of their sovereignty while facing persistent difficulties. The Western efforts to artificially construct a government in Afghanistan led by the Pashtun ethnic group represent a significant strategic miscalculation. The collapse of the Taliban regime in 2001 symbolized a significant turning point in Afghanistan's history, marking not only the military downfall of the Taliban but also the subjugation of the Pashtun ethnic group. This defeat was primarily orchestrated by the coalition of non-Pashtun ethnic factions known collectively as the Northern Alliance. Crucially, the efforts of these groups were bolstered by the strategic military intervention of the United States, which played a pivotal role in altering the balance of power within the country. The event set the stage for a complex reshaping of Afghanistan's political landscape. It stands to reason, both from a logical perspective and a pragmatic one, that the non-Pashtun factions involved should not have been excluded from participating in governance. In fact, it is illogical and short-sighted to have relegated them to a position of marginalization, particularly given the way the Karzai administration has treated them. Such actions not only undermine the principles of inclusivity and representation but also sow discord in the political landscape that is essential for a stable and unified governance. Reconstructing the historical state of Afghanistan, which was predominantly controlled by the Pashtun, is simply not a realistic endeavor. Instead, what might be achievable is the establishment of a federal or possibly a quasi-federal system of governance. This new framework should prioritize and accommodate the diverse interests of all ethnic communities present in Afghanistan, ensuring that each group has a voice and representation in the political landscape. By fostering an inclusive environment, it may be possible to create a more balanced and equitable society that respects the rich tapestry of ethnic identities within the country. Instead of persisting with the current ineffective strategy, the United States could see greater progress in its efforts to combat terrorism by firmly pressuring Pakistan. To begin with, it is essential for Pakistan to fully commit to halting the supply of arms that make their way into Afghanistan. Furthermore, there is a critical need for Islamabad to take decisive action in dismantling training facilities operating within its borders. Additionally, tackling the illicit drug trade, which serves as a significant financial lifeline for the Taliban, should be a priority. By addressing these key areas in collaboration with Pakistan, the U.S. can potentially foster a more effective approach to enhancing regional security and undermining terrorist funding sources. At that point, there exists a presence. While there are reasons to remain optimistic about the future stability of Afghanistan, it seems that both the United States and the International Security Assistance Force, ISAF, have no plans to withdraw their presence from the country in the near future. Their ongoing commitment indicates a desire to maintain a supportive role in the region as efforts continue to establish a more secure environment. It is possible that the worries expressed are not solely driven by the actions of al-Qaeda within that specific area. The geographical significance of Afghanistan likely played a crucial role in the United States' decision to maintain a prolonged military and political presence within its borders. By establishing a foothold in this pivotal region, the U.S. aims to closely observe unfolding events across neighboring countries, allowing for a comprehensive understanding of the regional dynamics. Additionally, this strategic position may provide the United States with the capability to exert influence or apply pressure on any nation surrounding Afghanistan, should the situation necessitate such actions. This strategic advantage underscores the importance of Afghanistan in broader geopolitical considerations. Addressing fundamental issues for Afghanistan to achieve lasting stability, it is crucial to identify and confront the underlying issues that have led to its current circumstances. Without a comprehensive understanding and intervention aimed at these fundamental problems, the prospect of a peaceful and secure future for the nation remains bleak. Afghanistan, while characterized by its myriad tribal and ethnic conflicts, maintains a unique identity as a pivotal strategic location. Nestled between India, Iran, and the expansive deserts and plains of Central Asia that stretch beyond the Amu Darya River, it serves as a crucial geographical conduit. This central positioning not only highlights its importance in regional dynamics but also underscores the complexities arising from its diverse cultural tapestry. Afghanistan's geographical position has historically made it a focal point for neighboring nations, which frequently sought to absorb it into their own territories. This tendency was not necessarily driven by a desire to conquer Afghanistan for its own sake, but rather by the strategic need to bolster their own security. The land, situated at the crossroads of Central and South Asia, has served as a buffer zone. Surrounding states have deemed it essential to control this area to protect their own interests and maintain stability in the region. Hence, the inclusions of Afghanistan into the domains of these states were often more about safeguarding their borders than any inherent allure that Afghanistan might possess. Historically, the Indian subcontinent and Iran were home to powerful empires, notably the Mughals and the Safavids, which often found themselves in rivalry over the strategically significant region of Afghanistan. As the influence and stability of these empires began to decline over time, the Afghan people seized the opportunity to strengthen their own identity and assert their dominance. This led to a series of invasions of both India and Iran by Afghan forces, marking a pivotal shift in the political landscape of the region as the once subordinate Afghans moved to reclaim autonomy and power. In the 19th century, the expansionist ambitions of Tsarist Russia prompted a significant shift in the geopolitical landscape as they moved southward. This aggressive territorial pursuit introduced a new actor into the dynamic, altering the balance of power in the region and leading to complex interactions with neighboring states. Over the course of its long history, Afghanistan has managed to endure and thrive due in large part to its strategic geographical position. This unique location has established the country as a crucial overland trade corridor connecting India to various other regions across the globe. Consequently, Afghanistan has played a vital role in facilitating commerce and cultural exchange, making it a significant player in international trade for centuries. Afghanistan, in its current geographical and political form, is a concept that has only emerged in relatively recent history. The nation as we recognize it today, with its established borders and governance, has developed over time, influenced by various historical events and dynamics that have shaped its modern identity. Presently, Afghanistan faces significant challenges regarding its perception on the global stage. The country's reputation is tarnished, and it struggles with how it is viewed by people and nations around the globe. It is important to recognize that the essence of the Afghan identity does not inherently include traits such as fundamentalism, terrorism, or involvement in the drug trade. The Afghan people cannot be defined by these negative stereotypes, rather, their cultural and historical background reveals a much more complex and nuanced character that should not be oversimplified or associated with such labels. Afghanistan has found itself in a state of disarray and decline largely due to the detrimental impact of Pakistan's strategic policies. These measures have effectively stifled Afghanistan's long-standing economic, cultural, and interpersonal relationships with India, which are crucial for the nation's progress and stability. By curtailing these vital connections, Pakistan aims to keep Afghanistan tethered within its own sphere of influence, treating it as an extension of its economic and strategic interests. As a result, Afghanistan has been deprived of opportunities essential for fostering its own growth and improving the lives of its citizens, creating a complex web of challenges that prevent the nation from realizing its full potential. Historically, Afghans have consistently turned their attention toward India's expansive and prosperous market as a primary means of securing their economic well-being. This trend persists even today, with many individuals in Afghanistan relying on the opportunities and resources offered by this robust marketplace to support their livelihoods. Afghanistan, as a nation, lacks the necessary resources required to achieve even a degree of economic independence. The country's limited natural wealth and financial infrastructure hinder its ability to sustain itself economically without external assistance. Consequently, Afghanistan finds itself heavily reliant on foreign support to meet its basic economic needs and to foster any potential for growth and stability. Historically, the regions of eastern and southern Afghanistan have played a pivotal role in shaping the political and economic landscape of the country. These areas have long been economically intertwined with the Indian subcontinent. If the connections that have existed between these regions are re-established, it is likely that Afghanistan could undergo a significant and transformative change. Such a revival of ties could bring about substantial improvements, altering the course of Afghanistan's future. In this current century, Afghanistan possesses the potential to serve as a significant provider of both hydropower and mineral resources for India. The country's natural wealth and geographical advantages could enable it to contribute significantly to India's energy needs and mineral requirements. With the right investments and development strategies, this partnership could benefit both nations tremendously, fostering economic growth and stability in the region. As a notable tourist spot, it has the potential to generate significant revenue, while also serving as a vital transit hub for the transportation of gas and oil from Central Asia to India. Additionally, it plays a crucial role in facilitating trade between India and various Western nations, including Iran, Turkey, the Central Asian republics, Russia, and even extending its connections to Europe. This dual function as both a travel destination and a strategic trade conduit highlights its economic importance in the region. The resolution of challenges facing Afghanistan is intricately linked to the involvement of Pakistan in the process. For effective progress and stability in Afghanistan, it is essential that India and Pakistan work together. Without Pakistan's active participation, the complexities of Afghanistan's issues may remain unresolved. Thus, fostering cooperation between these neighboring nations could pave the way for a more sustainable peace and development in Afghanistan. Amid the historical tensions and mutual distrust that have characterized the relationship between Afghanistan and Pakistan, there exists a pervasive concern regarding Pakistan's ongoing strategy to exert control over Afghanistan. This situation is further complicated by the fact that neither the Afghan populace nor India, along with various international stakeholders, are inclined to permit Pakistan unrestricted influence in Afghanistan. The desire for autonomy on the part of Afghanistan, coupled with the apprehensions of neighboring countries and the global community, creates a complex geopolitical landscape where the need to contain Pakistani dominance is shared widely. From India's viewpoint, the current circumstances have resulted in only short-lived advantages. This is primarily because Pakistan is now compelled to focus more intently on addressing security challenges along its western border. As a consequence, this shift in attention has alleviated some of the security pressures that India faces. Although these developments may offer temporary respite for India, the long-term implications of this situation remain to be seen. In the grand scheme of things, it is crucial to understand that a Pakistan embroiled in chaos is not a favorable scenario for anyone. This nation acts as a crucial buffer zone, safeguarding the entire Indian subcontinent from the instability and unrest emanating from its western neighboring regions. Thus, ensuring peace and stability within Pakistan is imperative not only for its own citizens but also for the broader geostrategic landscape of South Asia. Eventually, the day will come when American and other international forces withdraw from Afghanistan, and when that occurs, it will necessitate a collaborative effort between Pakistan and India to address the potential security challenges facing the subcontinent. The possibility of a destabilized Afghanistan, either descending into chaos or falling under the influence of a foreign power, poses significant risks to regional security. Moreover, both nations will need to confront the threats to social cohesion and peace that arise from the kind of Islamic fundamentalism exemplified by the Taliban. The ramifications of this situation could impact not just the borders of Afghanistan but also the broader dynamics within Pakistan and India, creating an urgent need for these neighboring countries to work together to ensure stability and safeguard their respective societies. Amid the ongoing security challenges, Pakistan is facing a multitude of issues that are significantly affecting its stability. This situation has been exacerbated by various internal and external factors, leading to a complex environment fraught with uncertainty. The nation is striving to address these pressing security concerns as they seek to ensure the safety and well-being of their citizens. In the context of the border relationship between Afghanistan and Pakistan, there is a possibility that Pakistan might become more receptive to the idea that its vital interests in Afghanistan align in several ways with those of India. India possesses numerous capabilities that could significantly benefit the situation in Afghanistan. However, for Pakistan to embrace this perspective, it must shift away from its entrenched strategic depth mindset. This strategic thinking, which was relevant in the past particularly for placing military airfields beyond the reach of Indian planes, may no longer hold significant value today. In the current geopolitical landscape, where both nations have developed missile technology, the traditional reasoning behind this strategy could be viewed as outdated and not entirely applicable. A re-evaluation could pave the way for potential collaboration that benefits both nations in their approach to Afghanistan. Should India and Pakistan choose to collaborate in their approach towards Afghanistan, the chances of achieving a swift return to stability within that nation would significantly enhance. The synergy between these two countries could facilitate a more effective strategy for addressing the various challenges Afghanistan faces, ultimately leading to a more promising future for its people. By working together and leveraging their respective strengths, both nations could play a crucial role in fostering peace and development in the region. To initiate a constructive dialogue, it is essential for Pakistan to be convinced to grant India the necessary transit routes for travel to and from Afghanistan. This step would not only facilitate smoother trade and transportation but also foster better relations between the two nations. By allowing India access, Pakistan can contribute significantly to regional connectivity and collaboration in South Asia, thereby promoting mutual benefits for all parties involved. India must take proactive steps to communicate to Pakistan that it values and acknowledges the country's legitimate security concerns regarding Afghanistan. It is important for India to build trust and demonstrate through its actions that it is considerate of Pakistan's interests in the region. By fostering this understanding, India can help to ease tensions and create a more stable environment in South Asia. To foster trust and enhance diplomatic relations, India might contemplate the closure of its consulate located in either Jalalabad or Kandahar. This action could serve as a significant gesture of goodwill, contingent upon Pakistan's willingness to withdraw its opposition to India taking a lead in the reconstruction efforts in Afghanistan. By implementing such a strategy, both nations could work towards not only easing tensions but also promoting collaborative efforts in the region's development, ultimately benefiting their bilateral relationship. Engaging in this collaborative effort within a regional context has the potential to alleviate Pakistan's concerns regarding India's influence in Afghanistan. By fostering partnerships and communication among neighboring countries, Pakistan can gain reassurance that its interests will be considered and that India's activities will be managed in a way that promotes regional stability. Such cooperation may pave the way for constructive dialogues and relations, ultimately helping to ease tensions and build trust among the involved nations. Afghanistan shares its borders with several key neighboring countries, including Iran, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. Each of these nations has a significant stake in the well-being and stability of Afghanistan. Consequently, it is imperative for these neighboring countries to be actively engaged in efforts aimed at fostering peace and ensuring a secure environment in Afghanistan. Their involvement is essential for addressing regional challenges and promoting cooperation that benefits not just Afghanistan, but the surrounding areas as well. It is essential to include Russia in this discussion as well. 100 years ago, Russia played a critical part in determining the relationship between British India and Afghanistan. Fast forward to 3 decades in the past, the situation shifted dramatically as the Soviet Union launched an invasion into Afghanistan. This military incursion initiated a series of events that have ultimately resulted in the ongoing chaos and instability that the country is experiencing today. It is likely that China will have to play a significant role in this situation as well. In the current geopolitical landscape, it is essential for Afghanistan's neighboring countries, as well as other influential nations with vested interests in its stability, to consider transforming Afghanistan into a neutral state reminiscent of Switzerland. This shift towards neutrality could yield significant advantages for all involved parties while simultaneously ensuring that Afghanistan does not become a source of danger for anyone. By fostering an environment of peace and cooperation, Afghanistan could serve as a beneficial hub that encourages dialogue and mutual respect among nations, ultimately contributing to regional and global stability. Given its status as a global superpower, the United States possesses considerable military capabilities and a dominating presence in Afghanistan, along with substantial influence in neighboring Pakistan. It is critical for various stakeholders to encourage the U.S. to actively engage in efforts that would lead to positive developments in the region. By leveraging its unique position and resources, the U.S. can be instrumental in facilitating solutions that foster stability and promote a better future for the people of Afghanistan and Pakistan. India must take the lead in this matter, as it stands to lose the most in the broader strategic landscape of the region. Should Afghanistan and Pakistan successfully reintegrate into the South Asian framework, India stands to benefit significantly from such a development. The potential for enhanced cooperation and stability could provide India with a host of advantages, both economically and politically, reinforcing its position in the region. The United States stands to benefit significantly from this situation, as the introduction of stability in the region would yield multiple advantages. Not only would this stability contribute to a more secure environment, but it would also alleviate concerns regarding the severe security threats that the region is perceived to pose to the United States. By addressing these critical issues, the U.S. can enhance its own safety and foster a more favorable geopolitical landscape. In the upcoming months, as new administrations prepare to take charge in both the United States and India, there exists a unique opportunity to leverage the recent changes in Pakistan, where a newly elected civilian government has introduced a promising perspective. This transitional period presents a favorable backdrop for pursuing a comprehensive agreement, often referred to as a grand bargain, that would encompass not only the complex situation in Afghanistan but also extend its focus to include Iran. Engaging in dialogue and collaboration among the United States, Pakistan, and India could yield significant strategic advantages and foster greater stability in the region, making this an opportune time for diplomatic negotiations and alliances. Is it unrealistic to hope that in the future, both Iran and Afghanistan can achieve economic integration with South Asian countries? In this context, we should also consider the relationship between Bangladesh, Myanmar, and the northeastern region, which holds a unique and significant place in relation to India. Chapter 4 delves into these interconnected dynamics and explores the potential for collaboration and economic synergy among these nations. The prospect of fostering stronger ties within this region could lead to mutually beneficial outcomes, benefiting all parties involved. By examining the strategic position of India and its neighbors, we can begin to speculate on the possibilities of such integration in the coming years. Bangladesh holds a uniquely significant place in India's heart for a myriad of reasons, making the relationship between the two nations deeply meaningful. The geographical relationship between India and Bangladesh ensures that their futures are inevitably connected, a bond that is likely to persist indefinitely. The two nations share a vast and complex border, which not only facilitates the movement of people and goods but also intertwines their cultural and economic fates. This close proximity means that events in one country can significantly influence the other, reinforcing the notion that their destinies are deeply entwined. When one envisions India's geographical layout as resembling a human form, it becomes apparent that Jammu and Kashmir represents the head, while the northeast region can be likened to an arm extended outward. In this analogy, Bangladesh serves as the crucial joint that links the northeast region to the broader expanse of India. Just as a joint is essential for the proper functioning and mobility of a human body, Bangladesh holds a similarly significant position in this context, facilitating connection and integration between these regions. The geographic position and the comparative dimensions of Bangladesh in relation to India contribute to a pervasive sentiment among its residents that they are effectively landlocked, in a way that can be described as India-locked. This sense of isolation is not one-sided, as it is also mirrored by the inhabitants of India's northeast region, who similarly perceive themselves as being somewhat Bangladesh-locked. Such feelings of confinement are rooted in the complexities of cross-border dynamics and the intricate relationships shaped by their neighboring countries' presence. When considering the geopolitical landscape of India's northeast region, it becomes clear that Bangladesh holds a critical position as India's most significant neighboring country. This relationship is essential for India, as it cannot afford to overlook the importance of Bangladesh in terms of diplomatic, economic, and cultural ties. The proximity and shared history between these two nations underscore the need for India to engage actively and thoughtfully with Bangladesh to foster mutual growth and stability in the region. The northeast region is still facing significant challenges, largely due to Bangladesh's persistent reluctance to provide transit access to India. This ongoing situation has hindered progress and development in the area, as various justifications have been put forth by Bangladesh for this refusal. As a result, the potential for enhanced connectivity and economic growth in the northeast remains severely restricted, affecting the overall prosperity of the region. Bangladesh, as a country that shares a border with India, presents a variety of challenges that are characteristic of relationships between neighboring nations globally. However, the issues that arise between India and Bangladesh possess specific nuances that distinguish them within the context of South Asia. Unlike Bangladesh, which shares a land boundary with India, both Sri Lanka and the Maldives are island nations. This geographical positioning inherently results in a more limited degree of cross-border movement and interaction by sea compared to the extensive land exchanges that occur between countries sharing land borders with India. Consequently, while Bangladesh embodies a common set of border-related complications typical of neighboring states, its unique position within South Asia gives rise to particular circumstances that complicate its relationship with India. India shares open borders with both Bhutan and Nepal, facilitating relatively free movement of individuals between these nations. In contrast, the border situation with Pakistan is quite different. The flow of people across this boundary is minimal and subject to stringent regulations, resulting in a tightly controlled environment for cross-border travel. Among India's neighboring countries, Bangladesh holds the distinction of being the most densely populated. This nation shares an extensive border with India that stretches over a considerable length, exceeding 4,000 kilometers. This lengthy boundary not only marks a geographical division but also represents a significant cultural and historical connection between the two nations. Additionally, it possesses a high degree of porosity. There is a significant and ongoing flow of individuals crossing borders, particularly with people migrating from Bangladesh to India. Official statistics indicate that around 500,000 Bangladeshi citizens travel to India each year. However, the actual number of those who make the journey without proper documentation is likely much higher. This pattern of movement reflects a complex interplay of factors that drive people to seek opportunities across borders. Your training encompasses information and data collected up until the month of October in the year 2023. Compared to its neighboring countries, India's reliance on Bangladesh is significantly greater, especially in three crucial areas: managing water resources, addressing issues related to illegal migration, and fighting against terrorism. This dependence highlights the intricate relationship between the two nations, where cooperation is essential for effectively tackling these pressing challenges. When examining the dynamics of power within the east and northeast regions of India, it becomes evident that Bangladesh holds a comparable position to India itself. The interplay of influence and strength between these two nations reveals a significant alignment, particularly in the context of sub-regional politics. Bangladesh's emergence as a formidable player alongside India contributes to a nuanced understanding of the balance of power in this area. In South Asia, Bangladesh holds the distinction of being India's most significant trading partner, particularly when we exclude any informal trade that may occur between the two nations. Interestingly, this informal trade is believed to vastly outstrip the volume of official trade statistics, suggesting a far more substantial economic relationship than what official figures may indicate. The relationship between India and Bangladesh is characterized by a significant degree of mutual dependence. Both nations rely on each other for various economic, social, and cultural interactions, which have fostered a strong bond over the years. This interconnectedness is evident in numerous aspects, such as trade, security, and shared water resources, contributing to the overall stability and progress of the region. As of now, Bangladesh continues to rely heavily on India to meet a variety of its essential needs. One of the most significant aspects of this dependence is the supply of cotton yarn, which plays a crucial role in the production of ready-made garments. This sector is vital for the Bangladeshi economy, as it represents the country's most significant export product. Additionally, Bangladesh sources limestone from the Indian state of Meghalaya, which is a key component in the operations of its cement manufacturing plants. This interdependence highlights the intricate economic ties between the two neighboring nations. In the northeast region of India, and specifically in Tripura, Bangladesh emerges as the most proximate and economical supplier of various goods and products. This is primarily due to the fact that elevated transportation expenses render items produced outside the Northeast less competitive in the market. As a result, businesses and consumers in Tripura tend to rely heavily on imports from Bangladesh, which offers a more affordable alternative for their supply needs, effectively addressing the challenge of high logistics costs associated with sourcing from farther regions. Acknowledging the undeniable truth of interdependence, the 1947 agreement that established the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, which eventually evolved into the World Trade Organization, WTO, included a distinctive clause specifically for India and, unpartitioned, Pakistan. This clause, known as Article 24.11, states, in consideration of the unique circumstances stemming from the emergence of India and Pakistan as sovereign nations, and in light of their history as a single economic unit, the parties involved agree that the stipulations of this agreement will not hinder the two nations from forming special arrangements. This provision highlights the recognition of their intertwined economic relationship despite their status as separate states. Concerning the commerce they engage in together, they are currently awaiting the formalization of their trade agreements in a permanent manner. Regrettably, India and Bangladesh have failed to establish even basic trade relations, let alone forge any sort of special agreements or arrangements between the two nations. This lack of progress highlights the challenges both countries face in fostering a mutually beneficial economic relationship. Exploring the intricacies of the Bangladeshi mindset reveals a fascinating and multifaceted psychological landscape. In attempting to comprehend the essence of Bangladesh, it is crucial to consider the diverse and sometimes conflicting elements that shape the thoughts and behaviors of its people. This complexity often manifests itself in the form of inconsistencies and a duality of identity, which can be perceived as a blend of irrational tendencies and a sense of internal discord. As Bangladeshis navigate their rich tapestry of cultural, ethnic, and historical identities, they frequently grapple with the challenge of reconciling these various influences. This struggle to harmonize multiple facets of self can evoke feelings that may resemble schizophrenia, reflecting the profound depth of their emotional and psychological experience. Thus, understanding Bangladesh requires an appreciation of this intricate mental framework, which plays a vital role in shaping the national character and collective consciousness. The inhabitants of Bangladesh, known as Bengalis, hold a deep-seated pride in their Bengali heritage. They consider themselves the custodians of a rich and colorful history, one that is steeped in unique cultural practices and enduring traditions. This sense of identity is not merely a matter of lineage, rather, it encompasses a profound appreciation for the arts, literature, and customs that have shaped their societal fabric over centuries. Thus, their commitment to preserving and celebrating Bengali culture is a fundamental aspect of their collective identity. Over the past century, they have cultivated a robust Islamic identity that is equally significant and deeply intertwined with their heritage. This evolution of faith and cultural identity has been shaped by various historical events and social dynamics, resulting in a profound and resilient connection to their Islamic roots. During the period of British colonialism, the Muslim community in Bengal struggled to thrive in comparison to their Hindu counterparts. This discrepancy can largely be attributed to the ability of Hindus to quickly and effectively adjust to the new dynamics introduced by British governance. As a result of their adaptability, Hindus gradually emerged as the dominant landowners and gained a foothold in educational advancements within Bengali society. The Muslims, on the other hand, found it more challenging to navigate these changes, which contributed to their relative decline in prosperity during this era. The partition of Bengal in 1905 significantly intensified the feelings of discontent and grievances among the Muslim population of Bengal. This event marked a pivotal moment that not only heightened their awareness of their distinct identity but also deepened the growing mistrust between the Muslim and Hindu communities in the region. As the divide widened, it fostered a stronger sense of separateness among Muslims, further exacerbating the tensions that had been brewing between these two groups for some time. This situation led to a more pronounced division that had lasting implications for communal relations in Bengal. Although the partition of Bengal was officially revoked 6 years after its implementation, it played a significant role in setting the stage for the eventual partition of India. This latter event, which occurred approximately 35 years later, was deeply influenced by the communal divisions that had emerged during the earlier partition. Thus, the consequences of the partition of Bengal reverberated through time, ultimately shaping the religious and cultural landscapes that led to the historic division of India. Had it not been for the significant backing that the Muslim League garnered in Bengal during the elections of 1945 to 1946, it's conceivable that India might have remained a united entity. The electoral success of the League in this region was a pivotal moment. Additionally, the riots that erupted on Direct Action Day in Bengal ignited a wave of communal strife that spread throughout the nation. This tumultuous period highlighted growing tensions and divisions, ultimately influencing the trajectory toward partition. The interplay of political support and social unrest in Bengal during this time was instrumental in shaping India's future. The Muslims of Bengal significantly contributed to the establishment of Pakistan in 1947, firmly embracing and asserting their Islamic identity during this period. Their commitment to their cultural and religious roots played a crucial role in shaping the political landscape that led to the formation of the new nation. This assertion of identity not only influenced their collective actions but also helped galvanize support for a separate state where they could freely practice their faith and live in accordance with their values. 25 years after the initial emergence of their national identity, they took decisive action to dismantle the Pakistan that they had played a significant role in establishing. By reclaiming and asserting their Bengali heritage, they effectively sought to eradicate the entity that had once been the culmination of their efforts. Under the leadership of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Bangladesh emerged as a nation founded on secular principles. This new state was established with a commitment to uphold the separation of religion and government, reflecting the progressive vision of its founding leader. Following the assassination of Ziaur Rahman, both he and Hossein Muhammad Ershad shifted their focus back to prioritizing the Islamic identity of the nation. This transition marked a significant transformation, as they moved away from a secular framework and redefined the country as one rooted in Islamic principles. This change reflected a broader ideological shift that emphasized the importance of religion in the governance and cultural identity of the nation. In terms of cultural identity, there was a significant and official shift among the populace from being identified primarily as Bengalis to embracing the broader identity of Bangladeshis. This transition marked a pivotal change in how the people viewed themselves and their societal roles within the new nation. The shift in perspective can be attributed to the historical context of their experience as a unified Pakistan. During the time when Bangladesh was known as East Pakistan, the leadership, particularly those within the military, found common ground and shared interests with their counterparts in West Pakistan. This collaboration and alignment of goals between the ruling classes of both regions played a significant role in their initial connection, despite the eventual divergence that led to Bangladesh's independence. Even though the violent suppression of East Pakistan by West Pakistan took place in 1971, the historical connections and shared beliefs between the two regions have endured over time. The aftermath of that brutal conflict did not erase the long-standing ties and similarities that once existed, highlighting the complexity of their relationship throughout history. At a grassroots level, the influence of Indian culture and language, particularly from West Bengal, continues to be quite pronounced and deeply felt. The connection to this region is not only sustained but also thrives among the people, showcasing a rich tapestry of traditions and practices that draw individuals toward its vibrant heritage. Bangladesh firmly establishes its unique cultural identity in relation to Pakistan, while simultaneously differentiating its religious identity in connection with India. This dual assertion allows Bangladesh to navigate its historical narrative, emphasizing cultural distinctions rooted in its heritage and traditions that set it apart from Pakistan. In terms of religion, Bangladesh also highlights its diversity, presenting a clear stance that distinguishes its identity from that of its neighbor, India. Through these assertions, the nation seeks to assert its individuality and autonomy in a complex web of historical and geographical relationships. While it prides itself on its cultural and intellectual advancements, it is aware that when it comes to actual military strength, it falls short compared to Pakistan. This self-perception of superiority contrasts sharply with the reality of its limited capabilities in terms of hard power, highlighting a significant gap between its self-assessment and its true standing in the geopolitical landscape. The situation resembles that of a small nation grappling with its own complexities and security concerns in relation to India. However, this entity exhibits a domineering attitude towards the northeastern region, which it perceives as an area meant to serve its own expansionist desires and needs. This behavior reflects not only its insecurities but also a troubling tendency to exert control over territories it views as essential for its own growth and influence. An individual from Bangladesh, currently in his 60s, has experienced a remarkable journey through various national identities. Over the decades, he has identified as an Indian, then as a Pakistani, and now he proudly claims his nationality as a Bangladeshi. His life reflects the complex historical and political changes in the region, showcasing the fluidity of national identity throughout his experiences. Consequently, the attitude and perceptions held by many Pakistanis have continued to resonate within significant segments of the Bangladeshi ruling class. This lingering influence has further compounded the intricate identity of the Bangladeshi people. As a result, the intertwining of these historical and social dynamics has contributed to the multifaceted nature of Bangladesh's political and cultural landscape. Those in power and influence have a strong motivation to emphasize and promote the significance of Bangladesh's Islamic identity. This tendency to highlight religious affiliation often aligns with their own interests, allowing them to navigate political and social landscapes in ways that benefit their agendas. Despite the personal adherence to their respective faiths, individuals tend to adopt a mindset that values tolerance and secular principles. This coexistence allows them to embrace their spiritual beliefs while simultaneously respecting diverse outlooks and lifestyles. Throughout their political history, Islamist parties in Bangladesh have consistently garnered a maximum of 12% of the public vote. This figure has never exceeded this percentage, highlighting the limited support they receive from the electorate. Bangladesh holds a deep understanding of the significant and long-lasting impact that India has on its nation. This awareness comes with a sense of struggle, as the relationship between the two countries is multifaceted and complex, constantly shaping various aspects of life in Bangladesh. The military actions undertaken by India during the 1971 conflict demonstrate that Bangladesh lacks the capability to effectively defend itself against a military onslaught from India. This historical event highlighted the significant power imbalance between the two nations when it comes to military strength and defense capabilities. Situated in close proximity to India, Bangladesh finds itself in a delicate position, recognizing its susceptibility in the face of regional dynamics. This awareness underscores the importance of fostering a relationship built on mutual goodwill and support from its powerful neighbor, India. The entity in question tends to conceal its vulnerabilities through a deliberate avoidance of recognizing India's significant contribution to its establishment. Instead, it frequently amplifies the notion of a potential threat from India. This stance is somewhat ironic, considering that during the 1971 conflict, it was the Indian military that intervened and occupied its territory, yet ultimately, India respected and maintained the territorial integrity of the nation upon its departure. Furthermore, the entity strives to gain an upper hand over India by adopting a confrontational approach, obstructing essential transit routes that would connect India to its northeast region. Additionally, it also provides refuge and resources to various separatist and militant factions within India, further complicating the relationship between these neighboring countries. Given the sense of vulnerability in relation to India, there is a greater sense of security when India's influence in Bangladesh is diminished. Conversely, an increase in the influence of external powers is perceived as a more stabilizing factor. The most crucial aspect to consider in this context is China holds the position of being Bangladesh's foremost trading ally, serving as a significant provider of developmental aid. Furthermore, it plays a pivotal role as the primary supplier of military equipment and training resources for Bangladesh. This relationship highlights the strategic importance of China in supporting various sectors within the country. Consequently, China's influence plays a significant role in shaping Bangladesh's security considerations, which tend to be primarily focused on its neighboring country, India. The widespread intention to diminish India's influence plays a significant role in the willingness of Bangladesh to collaborate with Pakistan, despite their tumultuous history and previous conflicts. This unusual partnership stems from a shared interest in counterbalancing India's regional power and may reflect a strategic move by Bangladesh to strengthen its position and alliances. India's relationship with Bangladesh, a history of oversights. Since gaining independence in 1947, the relationship between India and Bangladesh has experienced a series of fluctuations, marked by periods of warmth as well as tension. Despite the shared historical and cultural ties that bind the two nations, India has often overlooked certain critical aspects of its partnership with Bangladesh, leading to a complex dynamic between the neighboring countries. This inconsistency in engagement has affected diplomatic relations, influencing political, economic, and social interactions over the decades. Before 1971, Bangladesh was part of Pakistan, and the relationship between India and Pakistan during this time was fraught with tension. There were moments of outright hostility, while other times the atmosphere remained strained but not aggressively confrontational. The complexities of this three-way relationship created significant challenges for the region, influencing political dynamics and shaping the historical narrative of South Asia. In the years that followed the independence of Bangladesh, the relationship between the two nations was marked by a spirit of warmth and cooperation. The initial period saw a strong bond, characterized by friendly ties and mutual support as both countries navigated the challenges of their post-independence journeys. In recent years, even with numerous shared interests and connections, as well as significant economic ties and a reliance on one another, the two nations have struggled to cultivate the robust relationship that would typically be expected, especially considering their historical interrelationship and the context surrounding the establishment of Bangladesh. The potential for collaboration exists, yet the reality has fallen short of what one might anticipate from such interconnected countries, highlighting the complexities in their diplomatic and social dynamics. The leaders in Bangladesh have made attempts to sidestep substantive conversations regarding issues that are pertinent to India. They seem to prefer steering clear of any discussions that could potentially foster a deeper understanding or collaboration on topics of mutual interest between the two nations. This approach indicates a reluctance to engage in dialogues that could strengthen ties or address shared concerns. Discussions regarding matters that necessitate regular engagement often get postponed for extended periods, sometimes lasting for numerous months or even years. When these meetings do eventually take place, they tend to yield results that are disappointingly predictable and lack any significant deviation from the norm. It comes as no surprise that fundamental concerns, such as the management of borders and the sustainable use of water resources, have not progressed significantly. These essential topics, which are critical to the well-being and security of communities, continue to face challenges and lack the necessary attention and action for meaningful advancement. As a result, the situation remains largely stagnant, hindering potential improvements in these vital areas of governance and social stability. Discussions surrounding transit issues are noticeably absent from conversations. Over the past 3 years, Bangladesh has faced severe political violence and instability that has had a crippling effect on the nation. As a result, the diplomatic ties between India and Bangladesh have experienced a period of stagnation. The escalating turmoil within Bangladesh's political landscape has created challenges for its international relationships, particularly with neighboring India. In January 2007, Bangladesh experienced a significant constitutional coup that disrupted the political landscape of the country. This unexpected event resulted in the postponement of elections for a duration of 2 years. The coup effectively sidelined the nation's two dominant political parties, the Awami League and the Bangladesh National Party, preventing them from participating in the political arena. As a consequence, the military gained substantial authority, operating behind the scenes and influencing national affairs in ways that would have otherwise been impossible under a democratic framework. India has legitimate concerns regarding the present situation, primarily due to the close relationships that the Bangladesh military maintains with Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence (ISI). This connection is particularly troubling given that certain Islamist political factions in Bangladesh harbor an agenda that is fundamentally opposed to Indian interests. The intertwining of these elements raises alarms in India about potential security threats and the broader implications for regional stability. In January 2007, the Bangladesh army was initially hesitant to engage in political matters. However, it seems that certain influential Western nations may have played a role in urging the military to take a more active stance in the political landscape. These countries appear to have interests in Bangladesh that differ significantly from those of India, suggesting a complex geopolitical dynamic at play. The involvement of foreign powers in domestic politics might have implications for both Bangladesh's sovereignty and its relationships with neighboring countries. India has unequivocally expressed its strong support for the complete reinstatement of democratic governance in Bangladesh. It emphasizes the importance of conducting elections that are peaceful, free, fair, and credible to achieve this objective. This stance reflects India's commitment to fostering democratic principles in its neighboring country. For Bangladesh to truly achieve stability, peace, and a functioning democracy, certain conditions must be met. It is essential that the nation addresses its underlying challenges and fosters an environment conducive to harmony and participatory governance. Only by taking these steps can Bangladesh create a secure and democratic society for its citizens. While India continues to engage in trade and diplomatic relations with the current caretaker government in Bangladesh, which is supported by the military, it is essential for India to encourage this administration to fulfill its commitment to conduct elections. These elections are expected to take place by the end of 2008 and should involve active participation from the leading political parties in Bangladesh. Ensuring that the electoral process is inclusive and transparent is crucial for the democratic integrity of the nation and aligns with the promises made by the government. In both Pakistan and Bangladesh, the citizens have shown a genuine affinity towards India, highlighting the significance of their friendship. It is crucial to acknowledge and nurture these bonds. Your training incorporates information available until October 2023. The prospects for Bangladesh to truly embrace its enlightened self-interest are significantly higher within the framework of a democratic government compared to a military dictatorship. In an environment where democratic principles thrive, the government is more inclined to serve the interests of its citizens and prioritize their needs. This approach contrasts starkly with the often rigid and oppressive nature of military rule, which tends to suppress open dialogue and consensus building. Therefore, it is crucial for the nation to foster a political landscape that encourages participation and reflects the will of the people, as this will ultimately lead to a more prosperous and effective realization of Bangladesh's goals and aspirations. Although Bangladesh often exhibits an erratic and unpredictable stance towards India on various matters, it is important to acknowledge that India shares some responsibility for the strained relations between the two countries. The complexities of their interactions cannot be laid solely at the feet of one party, as both nations have contributed to the current state of affairs. Given the historical context, it is essential to recognize that while Bangladesh posed a significant security challenge to independent India during the 1971 conflict, the subsequent dissolution of Pakistan that led to the establishment of Bangladesh stands as one of India's most remarkable diplomatic and military achievements. Despite this pivotal moment in history, the leadership in India has largely overlooked the intricate and vital nature of the relationship between India and Bangladesh. This oversight is particularly concerning, as understanding and addressing the complexities of this relationship is crucial for both nations' stability and security moving forward. In India, those in positions of authority seem to overlook a crucial aspect of history: the motivations behind the country's involvement in the 1971 conflict, which were primarily driven by national interests. As a result, they often express feelings of disappointment over what they perceive as Bangladesh's lack of appreciation for the support India provided during its struggle for independence. This sentiment of perceived ingratitude overlooks the complex dynamics and historical context of the relationship between the two nations. It is essential to recognize that India's actions were significantly influenced by its own strategic priorities at the time, rather than solely driven by altruism or a desire to help Bangladesh. Throughout the years, a frustrated individual from India has cultivated a biased and somewhat condescending view toward Bangladesh. This perspective has been shaped by a variety of experiences and societal influences, leading to a lack of appreciation for the complexities and nuances of Bangladeshi culture and society. Such opinions often stem from historical tensions and stereotypes, ultimately contributing to a negative perception that overlooks the potential for understanding and cooperation between the two nations. India has adopted a strategy that involves distancing itself from Bangladesh, seemingly choosing to overlook its neighboring country and its developments. The actions that India has failed to take have only served to further frustrate and upset Bangladesh. Rather than fostering a more constructive relationship, these lapses in action have contributed to a growing sense of irritation from Bangladesh towards its neighbor. From a psychological perspective, it is essential for India to recognize that adopting this kind of stance merely encourages Bangladesh to become more resolute in its positions. This kind of approach does not align with the strategic interests of India and may hinder diplomatic progress. Hence, a more nuanced understanding of this dynamic could be beneficial in fostering better relations and achieving more favorable outcomes for both nations. The situation has been complicated by the fact that the Indian states bordering Bangladesh, which stand to either benefit significantly or suffer consequences, lack substantial political clout in the capital, New Delhi. The northeastern states of India often find that their concerns are overlooked in the broader context of national politics, having a minimal impact on governance decisions. Additionally, West Bengal, which has shared interests with Bangladesh, has been under the control of political parties that have frequently opposed the ruling coalition at the federal level for over 30 years. This disconnection between regional priorities and national decision-making has created a challenging dynamic for Bangladesh and its relationship with these neighboring regions. The insights and recommendations provided by India's Bengali community are certainly important and beneficial. However, it's worth noting that these perspectives can sometimes be influenced by lingering biases and stereotypes regarding Bangladesh. Such prejudices may affect the reception and interpretation of the advice offered, leading to a more complicated understanding of the issues at hand. As a result of various contributing elements, it can be observed that India's strategy towards Bangladesh lacks a clear and cohesive policy framework or viewpoint. This disjointed approach reflects the complexities and challenges inherent in the geopolitical relationship between the two neighboring countries, highlighting the need for a more defined and systematic strategy moving forward. A significant number of individuals in leadership positions across India seem to lack a comprehensive understanding of the potential security risks that emanate from Bangladesh. Despite the close geographical proximity and shared borders, these risks are often underestimated or overlooked. This gap in awareness could have implications for national security and strategic planning. It highlights the need for greater scrutiny and analysis of the dynamics at play in the region to ensure that decision-makers are adequately informed about the challenges posed by neighboring countries. Although these dangers may not be immediately apparent and often go unnoticed, they could prove to be more insidious and enduring compared to the more overt threats posed by Pakistan. The subtlety of these risks may cause them to be underestimated, yet their potential for long-lasting impact remains significant. In recent times, there has been a notable rise in awareness regarding the backgrounds of individuals involved in terrorist activities in India. A significant number of those identified as perpetrators in these incidents have been found to be Bangladeshi nationals. Additionally, many of these individuals often have links to the Inter-Services Intelligence (ISI) agency of Pakistan, which further complicates the issue and raises concerns about cross-border terrorism. This heightened awareness reflects a growing recognition of the complex relationships between these elements and their implications for national security in the region. Recent analyses have led to improved insights into the strategies employed by Pakistan. It has become increasingly evident that Bangladesh is being utilized as a primary channel for Pakistan to conduct its subversive and aggressive actions directed towards the Indian government while maintaining a facade of plausible deniability. This tactic allows Pakistan to distance itself from its activities, thereby complicating efforts by India to respond effectively to these provocations. The boundary that separates India from Bangladesh is notably permeable. Over time, this has led to the emergence of an ambiguous border region characterized by a variety of illicit activities. This area has become home to a range of unsavory elements, including religious extremists, terrorists, and various criminals such as smugglers, arms traffickers, drug dealers, and traffickers of different sorts. As a result, a shadowy underworld has taken root along the India-Bangladesh frontier, where the authority of the Indian government appears significantly diminished or, in some instances, entirely absent. Infiltration of fundamentalist groups from Bangladesh into India has become increasingly evident, particularly in the state of West Bengal. These groups are extending their reach and exerting their influence throughout the region, raising concerns among local communities and authorities alike. The impact of this infiltration is significant, as it not only affects the social fabric of West Bengal but also poses questions about security and communal harmony in the area. There are ongoing allegations that these individuals played a key role in provoking the unrest that ultimately led to the Bangladeshi author Taslima Nasreen's departure from Kolkata in 2007. The incidents surrounding her exit raised significant concerns regarding freedom of expression and the safety of writers in the region, as Nasreen was fleeing a hostile environment that threatened her well-being and professional life. The current leadership in Bangladesh appears to be devoid of the necessary political motivation to address and mitigate such activities effectively. Their inability or unwillingness to take meaningful steps raises concerns about the government's commitment to tackling the issue at hand. This ongoing situation is evident in the way they openly provide refuge to Indian fugitives who are sought by law enforcement, as well as their backing of various Indian terrorist organizations. Despite the clear evidence of these activities occurring on their territory, authorities in Bangladesh maintain a blatant denial that any such actions are happening at all. The political leaders of India have, unfortunately, prioritized their own short-term agendas and personal ambitions over the broader welfare of the nation. This tendency to focus on individual or party interests at the expense of the collective good reflects a significant failure in their duty towards the country's overall progress and stability. As a result, the national interest often takes a back seat, overshadowed by the pursuit of power and influence. In order to maintain their political support and appeal to specific voter groups, both the central government and state administrations have deliberately turned a blind eye to the ongoing and organized arrival of undocumented immigrants from Bangladesh into India. This willful neglect highlights the complexities of electoral strategies, as officials prioritize short-term political gains over addressing the challenges and implications posed by such migration. Consequently, the issue persists, creating a significant dilemma that impacts various aspects of society and governance. Despite the various political factions and states in northern India, entrenched interests have been unable to effectively tackle the rampant smuggling of cattle and other commodities from India into Bangladesh. These interests, which span across multiple parties, seem to prioritize their own agendas over the enforcement of measures to stop this illicit trade. As a result, the issue persists, leading to significant challenges in addressing the large-scale movement of goods that undermines both legal frameworks and local economies. India has the potential to harness Bangladesh's reliance on its resources as a strategic advantage. For instance, if India were to curtail the illegal cattle trade, Bangladesh could find itself in a position where it has no choice but to adopt a primarily vegetarian diet. This scenario presents India with an opportunity to engage Bangladesh in discussions about the importance of addressing mutual concerns such as border management, water resource allocation, trade relationships, and economic collaboration. India could make a concerted effort to convince Bangladesh that these areas, often considered politically sensitive, should be reframed as avenues for partnership and development rather than as contentious issues. By fostering a more cooperative dialogue, both nations could work towards a more stable and mutually beneficial relationship. In the event that this method fails to yield positive results, it is essential for Bangladesh to recognize that maintaining an uncooperative and counterproductive stance may lead to unfavorable consequences for the nation. Understanding the implications of such an attitude is crucial, as it may ultimately result in challenges that could hinder the country's progress and relationships with other stakeholders. It is crucial to establish a unified and well-coordinated national strategy regarding our bilateral ties with Bangladesh. This approach will ensure that all efforts are aligned and that we present a cohesive front in our diplomatic dealings. A significant number of entities are heavily invested in the policies of Bangladesh, including 5 states, West Bengal, Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram. Additionally, 5 key ministries are involved, namely the External Affairs Ministry, the Home Ministry, the Ministry of Water Resources, the Ministry of Commerce, and the Ministry for the Development of the Northeast Region. Furthermore, there are 4 major security and intelligence agencies that play a pivotal role in this context: the Intelligence Bureau, IB, the Research and Analysis Wing, RAW, the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, and the Border Security Force, BSF. Each of these organizations and states has vital interests that are directly influenced by the policy decisions made in Bangladesh, highlighting the intertwined nature of regional politics and security in South Asia. It is essential to establish a comprehensive coordination framework specifically designed to oversee and manage the diplomatic and economic interactions with Bangladesh. This framework could be modeled after the existing China Study Group, which effectively handles bilateral relations with China. Implementing such a mechanism will ensure that there is a structured approach to addressing the complexities and nuances of our relationship with Bangladesh, fostering closer ties while streamlining communication and collaboration across various sectors. This initiative is imperative for enhancing our engagement strategy and ensuring that our interests are well represented and defended in discussions with our neighboring country. Myanmar, previously known as Burma, is often overlooked as a neighboring nation to India. Despite its lack of attention, it plays a significant role in various aspects of India's geopolitical and cultural landscape. This underappreciation of Myanmar's importance might be surprising, given its strategic position and the myriad of connections between the two nations. Exploring the various dimensions of the relationship reveals just how crucial Myanmar is to India, including trade, security, and cultural ties. The collaboration of Myanmar is essential for ensuring stability and security in the northeastern part of India. This is significant because several armed insurgent organizations that function in this region often find refuge within Myanmar's borders. Thus, fostering a cooperative relationship with Myanmar is vital for addressing the challenges posed by these groups and promoting peace in the area. Myanmar has the potential to play a significant role in advancing the development of the Northeast region. This is particularly relevant given the challenges faced with Bangladesh, which has shown a lack of cooperation regarding transit issues. By fostering strong ties with Myanmar, the Northeast could benefit from improved trade routes and enhanced connectivity that bypasses the hurdles posed by its southern neighbor. Recently, India has been intensifying its "Look East" policy, which has consequently elevated the significance of Myanmar. This country is becoming increasingly vital as it serves as an essential geographical connection, facilitating enhanced overland transportation and communication between India and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN. The strategic location of Myanmar acts as a crucial conduit, allowing for more robust ties and interactions within the region. As a result, India's relationship with Myanmar is becoming more critical in the pursuit of greater regional integration and connectivity. Myanmar stands out as India's sole neighboring country that enjoys a positive trade balance with India. This advantageous situation stems mainly from the substantial exports of agricultural products and pulses from Myanmar to India. In addition to this trade dynamic, India has significantly invested in critical infrastructure initiatives in Myanmar. These investments span across vital sectors such as transportation and energy, reflecting India's strategic interest in ensuring the sustainability and security of these projects. It is crucial for India to safeguard these investments, as they not only bolster bilateral ties but also contribute to regional stability and economic growth. India's approach towards Myanmar is significantly influenced by its relations with China. The geopolitical dynamics in the region play a crucial role in shaping India's strategies and policies regarding its neighboring country. China's growing presence and influence in Myanmar compel India to carefully consider its own diplomatic and developmental initiatives to maintain a balance of power and safeguard its national interests. As such, India's Myanmar policy cannot be viewed in isolation, as it is intricately linked to the larger context of regional politics and security concerns stemming from China's activities. If Myanmar were to become firmly entrenched in an unbreakable economic and strategic partnership with China, it could lead to significant security challenges for India. The ramifications of such a close alignment could destabilize the region and alter the balance of power, potentially jeopardizing India's national interests and security landscape. China has significantly diminished India's strategic advantage in the Bay of Bengal by reinforcing its influence and establishing a robust presence in the areas west of the Irrawaddy River, as well as along the coast of Rakhine. This strategic maneuvering has altered the balance of power in the region, effectively countering India's dominance and increasing China's foothold in these critical maritime zones. In the northern region of Myanmar, specifically within the Kachin state that shares a border with India's Arunachal Pradesh, China effectively exerts influence and governance. This area is particularly significant as China also lays claim to Arunachal Pradesh as part of its own territory. If an effective policy is not swiftly implemented to address the recent maneuvers by China, there is a significant risk that over time, China could effectively integrate Arunachal Pradesh into its own economic sphere. Furthermore, this could potentially allow China to gain a strategic military advantage over India in the region of Arunachal Pradesh. It is crucial that proactive measures are taken without delay to prevent such a development from occurring. The increasing presence of China in areas of Myanmar adjacent to India could provide Beijing with the opportunity to expand its influence further. This scenario would likely allow China to re-establish its backing for various rebel and insurgent factions operating in the northeast region. As China deepens its ties and involvement in these bordering territories, it may not only solidify strategic partnerships but also exacerbate existing tensions within the region by fostering instability and conflict among local groups. China has successfully cemented its presence in Chittagong, a major city in Bangladesh. This strategic foothold highlights China's expanding influence in the region. If Myanmar and Bangladesh were to establish a partnership supported by China, it would effectively place China in close proximity to India, creating a strategic challenge for the country. This development would further enhance China's efforts to surround India from the Eastern Front, consolidating its influence in the region and increasing the pressure on Indian security. Such a scenario would not only shift the balance of power in South Asia but could also result in intensified geopolitical tensions between these nations. Fortunately, within Myanmar, awareness and skepticism regarding the increasing influence of China are beginning to take root. The citizens and local leaders are starting to pay attention to the implications of this foreign power's expanding presence in their country. Myanmar is actively seeking to strengthen its ties with India, viewing this partnership as the most practical option to counterbalance the growing influence and encroachments of China within its borders. This concern is particularly pronounced in regions such as Kachin and Shan states, where Chinese interests have been expanding steadily. By cultivating a closer relationship with India, Myanmar hopes to establish a strategic alliance that can provide support and stability in the face of external pressures from its powerful neighbor to the north. The relationship between India and Myanmar is multifaceted and intricate, shaped significantly by the events and interactions that took place during the 19th and 20th centuries. A long history of cooperation and influence has resulted in a bond that is both unique and sensitive, reflecting the complexities of their shared past. In the period before colonization, Burma held a positive perspective towards India, characterized by a strong cultural connection between the two regions. However, this favorable relationship underwent a significant transformation during the time of British colonial rule. The shift in dynamics altered the way these two nations interacted and perceived one another, marking a departure from their historically amicable ties. During the 1800s, a significant contingent of Indian soldiers served within the ranks of the British colonial military forces. These troops played a crucial role in the three Anglo-Burmese conflicts, which ultimately culminated in the formal incorporation of Burma into the British Empire in the year 1886. This period marked a pivotal moment in the expansion of British rule in Southeast Asia, as Indian soldiers contributed substantially to the efforts that led to the annexation of the Burmese territory. Subsequently, the British deployed these soldiers to serve as a military presence within the nation, establishing a garrison to maintain order and security. India and Burma, having both been incorporated into the British Empire, experienced a unique administrative relationship during colonial rule. For an extended period, Burma was designated as a province within British India. This situation persisted until the year 1937, at which point Burma was restructured and achieved status as an independent colony, separating it administratively from India. This transition marked a significant shift in the governance and colonial status of Burma within the British Empire. During the initial 40 years of the 20th century, the British colonial authorities actively promoted extensive emigration of Indians to Burma. This policy led to a significant influx of Indian immigrants, reaching a population of nearly 2 million individuals by the time World War II approached. A considerable portion of this Indian community was situated in major urban centers like Yangon and Mandalay, where they contributed to the cultural and economic landscape of the region. The civil service as well as the police department in Burma were largely dominated by Indian personnel, who held a commanding presence in these sectors. Furthermore, they also managed to secure a considerable portion of the trade and industrial activities within the country of Burma. Indians played a crucial role as mediators in the interactions between the British colonial rulers and the indigenous Burmese people. Their presence facilitated communication and understanding between the two groups, bridging cultural and linguistic gaps that may have otherwise led to misunderstandings. By acting as interpreters and negotiators, Indians helped navigate the complexities of colonial relationships, making it easier for the British to establish their presence in the region while also addressing the needs and concerns of the local communities. The involvement of the Indian community in subduing Burma has had significant implications for the nation's social landscape. Serving as both administrators and law enforcement officials, Indians exerted considerable influence in the governance of Burma. Furthermore, their ongoing prominence in the country's economic framework, as landholders, laborers, business owners, and financial lenders, further solidified their presence. This dominant role played by Indians contributed to a burgeoning sense of nationalism among the Burmese population, leading to a palpable wave of resentment and hostility towards the Indian community. This anti-Indian sentiment became widespread, reflecting the deep-rooted complexities of colonial relationships and economic disparities within the region. In the wake of their respective struggles for independence, which occurred within a few months of one another, Burma and India established a positive rapport between their nations. This harmonious relationship can largely be attributed to the strong personal connection between Jawaharlal Nehru, the Prime Minister of India, and U Nu, the inaugural Prime Minister of Burma. Their camaraderie played a significant role in fostering amicable state-to-state relations during this transformative period for both countries. In the initial years following its independence, Burma received significant support from India, both in terms of military aid and economic resources. This backing played a crucial role in helping Burma establish itself as a newly sovereign nation. Issues began to arise following the military coup in Burma in 1962, a significant event that prompted U Nu, along with other prominent leaders from Burma, to seek asylum in India for their safety and security. The political landscape shifted dramatically, leading to numerous challenges for the nation as its leadership fled to a neighboring country in search of refuge. The seizure of property from Indians led to a considerable exodus, with many individuals of Indian descent migrating back to India. Nonetheless, it's important to note that a substantial population of Indians chose to remain in Burma despite these challenges. A significant number of individuals continue to find themselves without a nationality even in the present time. Despite advancements in various areas, the issue of statelessness persists, leaving many people lacking the rights and recognition that come with citizenship. For the next 30 years following that period, India's interactions with Burma were quite limited and sparse. The two nations maintained a distance from one another, resulting in minimal exchanges in terms of politics, culture, and trade. The bilateral relationship between India and the concerned nation reached a significant low point as a consequence of India's backing for the pro-democracy movement that emerged during the uprising of 1988. This support for democratic ideals during a period of upheaval clearly strained diplomatic ties, highlighting the complexities of international relations in the face of political movements and ideological clashes at that time. In recent years, particularly over the past decade and a half, India has increasingly recognized the significance of Myanmar within the context of its foreign policy. This growing acknowledgement marks a shift in India's diplomatic approach, as it begins to place Myanmar among its key foreign relations priorities, realizing the strategic value and potential benefits of fostering a stronger partnership with this neighboring country. Until the beginning of the 1990s, India's approach towards Myanmar was heavily swayed by its backing of Aung San Suu Kyi, who has significant ties to the country. Not only was her mother an ambassador to India, but Aung San Suu Kyi also pursued her education there, and was later honored with the esteemed Jawaharlal Nehru Award for International Understanding. However, this close association with her led to a period where India's influence in Myanmar diminished considerably, leaving a gap for China to establish stronger connections and assert its presence in the region. Recognizing this shift in dynamics, Indian policymakers wisely reassessed their strategies in 1992, leading to a more pragmatic approach that involved engaging directly with Myanmar's military government. This marked a significant change in India's foreign relations, as the nation sought to reclaim its influence in Myanmar and counterbalance China's advances. Since that time, India has adopted a practical and realistic approach in its dealings with Myanmar. This strategy reflects India's desire to navigate the complexities of the region effectively while addressing its own national interests. The organization has significantly softened its stance regarding Aung San Suu Kyi, opting instead to engage in diplomatic communications with the military regime in Yangon. This shift indicates a strategic adjustment in approach, as they navigate the complexities of the current political landscape. India has taken a proactive role in supporting the democratic efforts of Myanmar by providing asylum to a significant number of dissident activists and refugees from the country. The Indian government has welcomed these individuals, acknowledging their struggles and aspirations for democracy. Additionally, India has engaged in various diplomatic initiatives, exemplified by its participation in the missions led by UN Under-Secretary-General Gambari. Through these collaborative efforts, India has quietly yet effectively contributed to the ongoing process of democratization in Myanmar, fostering hope for a brighter future for its people. Given Aung San Suu Kyi's strong connections with the Nehru Gandhi family and the Indian National Congress, there were legitimate concerns regarding the future of certain diplomatic policies when the United Progressive Alliance, UPA, assumed control of the government. This backdrop of familial ties and political affiliation led to speculation about whether the new administration would maintain the existing stance on relations with Myanmar or pursue a different approach altogether. This uncertainty was particularly pronounced in political circles, as stakeholders began to question the implications of these close ties for bilateral relations. Despite the circumstances, the policy continued to remain in its original form, and as a consequence, it has yielded positive outcomes. The consistency in this approach has proven to be beneficial, demonstrating the effectiveness of maintaining a steady strategy. Beginning in the year 2000, and especially in the last 5 years, a consistent pattern of high-ranking exchanges has emerged between the two nations. This includes a notable number of visits by senior military officials, reflecting the growing interactions and collaborations that have developed over time. After the visit of Vice President Shekhawat to Myanmar in the year 2003, a significant diplomatic exchange took place when Senior General Than Shwe made his journey to India in 2004. This marked an important moment in the realm of international relations between the two nations. In 2006, President Kalam made a visit to Myanmar, which served as a response to the positive relations fostered between the two nations. This trip was seen as a gesture to strengthen diplomatic ties and enhance mutual cooperation. In 2007, while visiting Myanmar, Pranab Mukherjee, who was serving as India's External Affairs Minister at the time, made a clear statement regarding India's diplomatic approach. He emphasized that India's policy was to engage with the current government, regardless of its nature, and that India had no plans to impose its democratic ideals on other nations. This stance highlighted India's commitment to non-interference in the internal politics of foreign countries, focusing instead on bilateral relations with the governments in power. In March 2008, a significant milestone in diplomatic relations occurred when Vice Senior General Maung I traveled to India. His visit was not just a formality but a pivotal moment that fostered deeper discussions between the two nations. It was during this trip that they formalized their commitment to the Caledon multimodal transport project through the signing of a crucial agreement. This initiative not only underscores the collaboration between India and Myanmar but also marks an important step in enhancing high-level dialogue and cooperation between the two countries. In the past 15 years, the diplomatic and economic ties between India and Myanmar have seen significant enhancement. This progression reflects a growing mutual interest and collaboration between the two nations. Despite the progress India has made, there remains a considerable amount of work to be done to effectively safeguard its interests in Myanmar. While the country has laid a solid foundation, it is crucial for India to enhance its efforts and strategies to ensure that its objectives are met and protected in the region. India must act swiftly and place great importance on strengthening its ties with Myanmar. The urgency of this situation cannot be overstated, as fostering a robust partnership with Myanmar is essential for India's strategic interests and regional stability. India must formulate a comprehensive and effective approach towards Myanmar that harmoniously integrates the diverse interests of its various stakeholders. This strategy should not only consider the geopolitical implications but also address the social, economic, and cultural ties that exist between India and Myanmar. By creating a cohesive plan, India can ensure that all relevant parties within the country are taken into account, fostering collaboration and promoting a stable relationship with its neighbor. Among India's neighboring countries, Myanmar faces a significant challenge in securing meaningful and sustained interest from policymakers in New Delhi. This situation is exacerbated by the fact that the northeastern states of India, which share borders with Myanmar, are often regarded as politically insignificant. As a result, these regions frequently struggle to receive the attention they deserve, and their unique complexities are often overlooked by a political elite and bureaucratic system that remains largely disconnected and detached due to the geographical distance from New Delhi. Consequently, Myanmar's strategic importance and the intricate dynamics of its relationship with India often fall through the cracks, leaving it at a disadvantage in diplomatic engagement. In stark contrast to the coverage and focus that countries like Afghanistan receive in international discussions, India's interests in Myanmar are comparably significant yet frequently overlooked. Despite the high stakes that India has in Myanmar, the level of attention dedicated to this issue does not match that of Afghanistan, highlighting a disparity in the global narrative surrounding these regions. Should Myanmar receive even a portion, say 50% of the $1.2 billion in grant assistance, along with a fraction of the international focus that Afghanistan currently enjoys, India stands to significantly enhance its influence within Myanmar. This increased support and visibility could potentially reshape the dynamics of regional politics, allowing India to strengthen its ties and foster deeper relationships in the country, which is strategically important to New Delhi. It is essential to recognize the profound cultural and spiritual impact that India has on Myanmar, particularly since India is known as the birthplace of Lord Buddha. This influence extends beyond the rulers, reaching deep into the hearts and minds of ordinary citizens throughout the country. The teachings and philosophy of Buddhism, which originated in India, continue to shape the values, traditions, and spiritual practices of the Myanmar people, creating a lasting bond between the two nations that resonates across all levels of society. It is to be desired that there will be an intensive and strategic focus on the Northeast region, as well as Myanmar, at a high level. Such attention is crucial for the urgent development and implementation of a thorough policy framework aimed at addressing the complexities and challenges present in the Northeast region, including Bangladesh and Myanmar. This initiative could pave the way for effective solutions and collaborative efforts, benefiting all parties involved. The Northeast region of India holds significant importance within the country's foreign policy framework. Addressing its development is not merely an isolated concern, rather, it encompasses crucial political, economic, and social dimensions that affect the entire nation. Effective strategies aimed at the progress of this region are essential, as they ultimately contribute to India's standing and relations in the global arena. The intricate dynamics of this area necessitate a well-rounded approach that harmonizes local needs with broader national interests, ensuring that the Northeast thrives as a vital contributor to India's overall growth and stability. This situation presents a significant challenge in the realm of foreign policy. The Northeast region is uniquely positioned, sharing an impressive 98% of its borders with four neighboring nations, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Tibet, and Myanmar. Nestled between these countries, this area of India is characterized by its geographical significance and cultural diversity, owing much of its identity to the proximity of these distinct regions. Simultaneously, the most direct and convenient route to the remainder of India through Bangladesh is, in reality, infeasible due to the obstinacy displayed by the Bangladeshi authorities. This hindrance significantly complicates travel and trade, making an otherwise straightforward journey much more arduous than it should be. As a result, potential connections between regions are severed, leading to increased frustration and logistical challenges. For the region to reach its full potential and experience significant development, it is essential to establish and enhance trading opportunities both within India and on a global scale. Access to broader markets will not only stimulate local economies but also foster innovation and growth, ultimately contributing to the overall prosperity of the area. When the local community enjoys a good standard of living and has access to resources, the appeal of insurgent movements tends to diminish significantly. Prosperity and stability often lead to a sense of satisfaction among the populace, making them less susceptible to the ideologies and narratives offered by rebellion groups. Consequently, the allure of participating in such insurgencies becomes far less compelling in environments where individuals feel secure and their needs are adequately met. Enhanced trade and improved connectivity hold the potential to significantly uplift the living standards of numerous individuals. However, it's important to note that this benefit is not mirrored in every sector. For instance, the tea industry predominantly profits owners who reside outside the Northeast region. To elevate the Northeast region's trading capabilities with the broader global market, it is crucial to understand that this endeavor is far from straightforward. It necessitates a well-coordinated and persistent political approach, involving various stakeholders and strategic planning across multiple dimensions. This multifaceted strategy is essential for fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the advantages of increased trade reach the local communities in the region. These elements should be viewed as complementary rather than mutually exclusive. They enhance each other's value and work together harmoniously, rather than standing in opposition to one another. It's essential to recognize that they can coexist and contribute to a greater understanding or outcome. One straightforward approach to address the situation could involve convincing Bangladesh to provide transit access for India. This would facilitate smoother trade and movement between the two nations, possibly enhancing regional cooperation and economic growth. If Bangladesh could be persuaded to implement such transit facilities, it would not only benefit India but could also strengthen the ties and interdependence between the neighboring countries. Even though efforts thus far have not yielded significant results, it is crucial for India to continue its attempts to engage with Bangladesh by emphasizing how such interactions can align with the latter's own interests. By framing initiatives in a way that highlights the benefits for Bangladesh, India can foster a more collaborative relationship and potentially achieve better outcomes in future endeavors. Consistency in these efforts will be essential to overcoming past obstacles and building a foundation for mutual growth and understanding. India must engage in a concerted effort to demonstrate to Bangladesh that its own growth and success, particularly with regard to the development of the Northeast region, are aligned with Bangladesh's interests. By emphasizing the mutual benefits of India's progress, Bangladesh can see that a flourishing neighbor can positively influence its own economic and social landscape. Bangladesh is faced with a complex question regarding its own economic future in relation to its neighbors. Can it genuinely expect to thrive while significant areas of India, notably the Northeast region, continue to lag behind in development? The prosperity of Bangladesh could be intricately tied to the progress of these neighboring regions. However, there is also a significant opportunity for Bangladesh to enhance its economic standing by capitalizing on its strategic geographical position. By facilitating trade and transit routes for India, Bangladesh stands to gain substantial transit income, which could bolster its own economy. Balancing these dynamics is crucial for Bangladesh as it seeks to navigate its path toward growth and prosperity. Both nations should view with significant alarm the fact that the eastern and northeast regions of the subcontinent are experiencing levels of development that fall even below the already inadequate average for the entire subcontinent. This disparity is not merely a statistic, it reflects a broader issue of social and economic inequality that demands immediate attention and action from both governments. Addressing these development challenges is crucial for ensuring a more equitable future for all citizens in these areas. Prior to gaining independence, the eastern part of the Indian subcontinent, which includes what is now known as Eastern India, Bangladesh, and the northeastern states, functioned as a unified entity in terms of politics, economy, and cultural identity. This region was characterized by a complex tapestry of interwoven histories and social dynamics that fostered a sense of interconnectedness among its diverse communities. Throughout this period, the various groups within this territory shared resources, traditions, and practices that contributed to a rich and cohesive cultural landscape, transcending the modern-day borders that would later divide them. Regarded as the forefront of industrial progress in India, this particular region was arguably one of the wealthiest and most thriving areas in the nation. Its advancements in manufacturing and resource development set a significant precedent and laid the foundation for economic growth across the country. The prosperity experienced here not only reflected its industrial capabilities but also contributed to the broader narrative of economic evolution in India. Regrettably, both Kolkata and Dhaka, which were historically regarded as prominent hubs for commerce and economic activity in the Indian subcontinent, have now significantly lagged behind several other regions and urban areas within South Asia. Once vibrant and prosperous, these cities have experienced a noticeable decline, leading to their diminished status in comparison to their South Asian counterparts today. The uncoordinated growth within the region stands as the key factor contributing to this situation. For the region to successfully revive its competitiveness and economic vitality as seen in the past, it is essential that both India and Bangladesh exhibit genuine dedication and resolve. The two nations need to capitalize on the many shared factors that exist between them, including their economic ties, cultural heritage, historical connections, linguistic commonalities, and societal frameworks. By recognizing and harnessing these similarities and synergies, they can collectively tap into the vast potential of the region's natural resources and human capital, paving the way for a prosperous future. It is possible that this area may soon regain its prominent position within the framework of national affairs, encompassing the realms of political activities, economic advancement, and the exchange of ideas. With the right focus and effort, we can see this region revitalizing its impact and influence across multiple facets of society. It is essential for Bangladesh to receive a clear and unequivocal message regarding its aspirations in the Northeast region. The expectation that India will allow Bangladesh complete autonomy to assert its economic influence and dominance in this area is simply not realistic. Such ambitions must be tempered with an understanding of India's strategic interests and the complex dynamics at play in the region. Therefore, it is crucial for Bangladesh to reconsider its position and recognize the challenges it faces in pursuing its economic goals without the cooperation and approval of India. Unfortunately, Bangladesh has demonstrated little interest in collaborating with India unless the arrangements heavily favor it, effectively turning the Northeast region into a subordinate area under its influence. As a result, the Northeast region has limited alternatives, with Myanmar emerging as the sole remaining option for establishing connections and conducting trade. This represents the second component of India's strategic approach towards the Northeast region. Strict regulations surrounding trade and currency have significantly constrained the level of international trade, preventing it from reaching even a small portion of what could be achieved. The existing limitations imposed by these rules have created barriers that inhibit the growth and expansion of cross-border transactions, ultimately reducing the overall volume of trade between nations. The current situation surrounding the sole border trading hub of Moor, located in Manipur, has reached a point where it is insufficient to meet the growing demands of trade and commerce. It is essential to enhance the network of border crossings in the Northeast region by establishing additional posts that link Mizoram, Manipur, Nagaland, and Arunachal Pradesh with Myanmar. This development is crucial not only for facilitating border trade but also for supporting regular commercial activities. By improving these connections, we can foster better economic ties, promote seamless movement across borders, and boost overall trade between the regions. This strategic initiative will significantly contribute to the economic growth and development of the participating states as well as strengthen their relationships with neighboring Myanmar. The advancement of infrastructure needs to be integrated with this process. Several years back, India took significant strides in enhancing connectivity by constructing a border road stretching from Tamu in the Indian state of Manipur to the Myanmar towns of Kalimio and Kailwa. This initiative not only aimed to improve access to the region but also fostered better cross-border relations. Additionally, there are ongoing discussions and plans to establish new road links that would connect Mizoram directly to Myanmar, further facilitating travel and trade between the two countries. This development is part of India's broader strategy to strengthen infrastructure in bordering regions and promote economic cooperation in the area. Overall, it can be observed that the road infrastructure on either side of the border is significantly lacking in development. There remains a considerable amount of work that needs to be undertaken to improve these roadways and enhance connectivity in the region. Efforts must be intensified to address these shortcomings and ensure that both areas benefit from better transport systems. The recent establishment of an agreement aimed at creating a multimodal transportation route connecting Mizoram with the Sitwe port in Myanmar represents a significant and positive development. This new link, which will utilize both river and road systems along the Caledon River, a waterway that originates in Mizoram and flows into Myanmar, provides not only enhanced trade opportunities but also the potential for greater economic collaboration between the two regions. It is crucial that this initiative is not an isolated effort, rather, it should serve as a catalyst for additional projects of a similar nature that aim to improve connectivity and cooperation in the area. Developing such infrastructure is essential for fostering stronger ties and mutual growth between Mizoram and Myanmar. It is crucial for India to accelerate progress on the long-overdue trilateral highway project, which connects India with Thailand through Myanmar. This project has faced numerous delays, and timely completion is essential for enhancing regional connectivity and promoting economic development. It is essential to maintain focus on the ambitious long-term plan to establish a railway connection between India and Myanmar. This project promises significant benefits and opportunities for both nations, and therefore must remain a priority in discussions and planning. Enhanced transportation connections are expected to significantly boost the competitiveness of Indian goods in Myanmar, a market that is currently dominated by Chinese products. India is particularly cautious about the northeast region establishing closer relations with Tibet, which is its third-largest foreign neighbor. This hesitation stems from the numerous political and security challenges that such relationships may entail, as the geopolitical landscape in the region is already complex. By improving transport infrastructure, India aims to ensure that its products can effectively compete in Myanmar while remaining mindful of the politically sensitive dynamics in play with its neighboring regions. China, the nation that exercises authority over Tibet, asserts its ownership of the region known as Arunachal Pradesh. This claim has been a point of contention between the two territories, reflecting the broader complexities of geopolitical boundaries in that area. India is keenly aware of the importance of maintaining its sovereignty over the northeast region, as it does not wish for this area to become entirely engulfed by China's economic influence. The country aims to ensure that the Northeast remains an integral part of its economic ecosystem rather than being drawn into China's broader regional ambitions. India's focus is on fostering sustainable development and strengthening local economies to prevent any potential over-reliance on external powers like China. The marketplaces in the Northeast region are currently filled with a wide array of products originating from China. It's quite common to encounter numerous items that showcase the variety and abundance of Chinese merchandise available to consumers in this area. A significant number of residents in the Northeast region are expressing concerns about the potential consequences of re-establishing border connections with China. They fear that such a move could lead to an increase in the influx of illegal drugs, firearms, and infectious diseases. This influx could exacerbate the already high levels of dissatisfaction and unrest within the community, intensifying the sense of unease among the population. The overarching sentiment is that opening these borders may not only jeopardize public health and safety but also further deepen the existing rifts and grievances in the region. Consequently, there is resistance to the idea of transforming the informal Track 2 initiative known as the Kunming Initiative or the BCM, comprising Bangladesh, China's Yunnan province, India, and Myanmar, into an official governmental organization. This push against formalization highlights the concerns regarding the implications of elevating the initiative to an official status, which could alter its dynamics and objectives. The Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, commonly known as BIMSTEC, plays a crucial role in enhancing regional collaboration. One of the key components of this strategy revolves around integrating the developmental goals of the Northeast region into a broader context of regional partnership. By doing so, this approach aims to facilitate and strengthen India's ability to collaborate effectively with Bangladesh, fostering a cooperative environment conducive to mutual growth and progress. Fortunately, there is an established framework in place known as the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, BIMSTEC. This initiative creates a platform for collaboration among the nations situated around the Bay of Bengal. The member countries involved include Sri Lanka, India, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Thailand. This framework is essential as it fosters cooperation in various sectors, solidifying relationships and promoting economic development within this region. Positioned centrally within the BIMSTEC region, the Northeast area serves as a pivotal zone. In contrast to SARC, BIMSTEC represents a regionally cohesive organization that makes geographic sense. This grouping establishes a more equitable distribution of influence, primarily because India's northeast region relies heavily on its neighboring countries, Bangladesh and Myanmar. This interdependence significantly diminishes India's dominance within the alliance, creating a more balanced power dynamic among the member states. BIMSTEC provides India with an extra platform, allowing for enhanced adaptability in managing its diplomatic ties with Bangladesh. This regional cooperation forum enables India to engage more effectively while addressing various issues and opportunities that arise in its relationship with its neighboring nation. By participating in BIMSTEC, India can navigate complexities and foster collaboration with Bangladesh in a more dynamic and strategic manner. Recent observations indicate that Bangladesh tends to be more open when addressing politically delicate topics such as trade, transit, energy cooperation, and similar matters in a sub-regional context rather than through bilateral discussions. This could be attributed to a sense of comfort and security that Bangladesh experiences when engaging with India within a broader regional framework. By advocating for a collective approach, Bangladesh may believe it can better navigate the complexities of these sensitive issues, reduce the risks associated with direct negotiations, and foster a collaborative atmosphere that benefits all parties involved. BIMSTEC serves as an additional platform that enhances India's ability to cultivate stronger ties with Myanmar, a nation of significant strategic value. This framework is essential because it helps counterbalance the growing economic and political dominance of China in the region. Without this initiative, Myanmar could end up being entirely absorbed by Chinese influence, which would not only shift the regional balance of power but also diminish India's role in a vital neighborhood. By participating in BIMSTEC, India can reinforce its engagement with Myanmar and ensure that it remains a key player in this crucial geopolitical landscape. BIMSTEC has the potential to serve as an effective and valuable connector between South Asia and the countries located to its east. This collaboration could foster enhanced relationships and facilitate a stronger bond between these regions. By leveraging the strengths and resources of its member states, BIMSTEC can act as a significant conduit for diplomatic, economic, and cultural exchanges, ultimately benefiting all parties involved. When looking ahead towards the future, there is significant potential for both the Northeast region and Bangladesh to evolve from being considered economically disadvantaged areas situated on the outskirts of the South Asian subcontinent. They could transform into central hubs of a prosperous and interconnected economic and cultural landscape that bridges India with Southeast Asia. This shift could usher in a new era of growth and collaboration, facilitating greater trade and cultural exchange that benefits both regions and enhances their overall influence in the broader context of South Asia and beyond. BIMSTEC plays a crucial role in enhancing and strengthening India's interactions with ASEAN, as two of its member nations, Myanmar and Thailand, are also integral participants in the ASEAN framework. This interconnectedness allows for a deeper collaboration between India and Southeast Asian countries, facilitating a more cohesive approach to regional development and partnership. The unpredictable dynamics surrounding SAARC have instilled a sense of apprehension among India's smaller neighboring countries. They worry that India might deepen its ties with Southeast Asia, potentially sidelining them and resulting in their isolation from regional progress and opportunities. This situation has led to concerns about their position and influence in the broader geopolitical landscape, prompting them to consider their own strategies for maintaining relevance and security in an evolving environment. BIMSTEC presents a promising opportunity not only for Bangladesh but also for India's neighboring countries in South Asia. By leveraging India's Look East initiative, these nations can enhance their economic ties and forge stronger connections with Southeast Asia. This strategy could unlock new avenues for collaboration and growth, leading to a more integrated regional economy and greater access to the dynamic markets of Southeast Asia. By alleviating Bangladesh's excessive reliance on India, this shift could potentially diminish the significant psychological obstacle that currently influences Bangladesh's perception and interactions with its neighbor. As a result, it is anticipated that this change might encourage Bangladesh to adopt a more collaborative and constructive approach in its relationship with India moving forward. By aligning its South Asia strategy with its Look East initiative, India stands a significant chance of alleviating some of the long-standing skepticism held by its neighboring countries. This integrated approach could foster stronger relationships and promote regional cooperation, ultimately enhancing India's diplomatic ties and economic partnerships within the broader South Asian context. Emphasizing mutual interests and collaborative opportunities may help bridge gaps and reduce mistrust in the region. By embracing India's Look East initiative, the smaller neighboring countries of India stand to gain significantly by positioning themselves within a broader Asian context. This strategic engagement not only opens doors to enhanced economic opportunities but also fosters deeper cultural and political ties across the region. Their involvement could drive collaborative projects and trade partnerships that contribute to stability and growth, ultimately allowing these nations to thrive alongside their larger counterparts in a more interconnected Asia. BIMSTEC, which stands for the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, is a relatively new entity in the realm of international cooperation. It organized its inaugural summit in Bangkok during the month of July in 2004. This gathering marked a significant milestone in its development as it brought together member countries for the first time to discuss collaborative efforts and shared goals. In recent years, the organization experienced a decline in its progress as numerous members became sidetracked by their own national political issues and concerns. This shift in focus led to a reduction in collective effort and momentum that had previously characterized the group's activities. During its tenure as the chair of SARC, India appears to have placed a significant emphasis on revitalizing and strengthening the effectiveness of this regional organization. It is evident that India is making concerted efforts to enhance collaboration and unity among the member nations by taking the lead in various initiatives and discussions. While BIMSTEC experienced a revival in its activities following the second BIMSTEC summit, which took place in New Delhi in November 2008, the event did not live up to expectations due to Thailand's focus on its ongoing domestic political turmoil. As a result, the summit was perceived as rather uneventful, yielding minimal substantial agreements or progress. Despite the potential for significant advancements, the political situation in Thailand overshadowed the meeting, limiting its effectiveness and the excitement typically associated with such gatherings. Chapter 5: The Nations of Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Bhutan. The ethnic strife in Sri Lanka can be traced back to the significant divisions among its various ethnic groups, resulting from long-standing tensions and conflicts that have persisted since the island nation's independence was achieved in February 1948. These deep-seated conflicts have played a crucial role in shaping the socio-political landscape of Sri Lanka over the decades. India's primary engagement with Sri Lanka is rooted in the demographic reality that, although Sri Lanka is predominantly Sinhala, it is home to a significant Tamil community. This group shares deep emotional, cultural, and historical ties with the Tamil population in India. These connections provide a basis for India's interest in the island nation, as they navigate the complexities of regional relations and the welfare of Tamils, both in Sri Lanka and within their own borders. In Tamil Nadu, there exists a significant level of public support for the plight of the Tamils in Sri Lanka. This sentiment is not something that any administration in New Delhi can overlook, particularly in the current political landscape characterized by coalition governance. In this environment, regional political parties representing Tamil interests wield considerable power and can have a substantial impact on the decisions made by the central government. Consequently, any government would need to carefully consider the feelings and demands of the people of Tamil Nadu regarding this issue, as it can influence political dynamics and relationships at the national level. For many generations, the Tamils and Sinhalese coexisted harmoniously on the island. However, the arrival of British colonial rule significantly altered this peaceful dynamic. The British administration implemented a policy that favored the Tamil minority, granting them greater access to government positions and administrative roles. This preferential treatment ignited feelings of discontent among the Sinhalese majority, who felt marginalized and overlooked. As a result, once Sri Lanka achieved independence, this simmering resentment culminated in a powerful backlash, shifting the social and political landscape dramatically. The favorable conditions previously enjoyed by the Tamils were reversed, leading to tensions and conflicts that defined the post-colonial era of Sri Lanka. Since the inception of state-sponsored initiatives aimed at transforming Sri Lanka into a nation predominantly centered around Sinhala Buddhism, a series of actions and policies implemented by Sinhalese leaders have had a profound impact on the Tamil population residing within the country. These steps have resulted in many Tamils feeling marginalized and deprived of their rights, leading them to perceive their status as akin to that of second-class citizens. The ongoing government policies have fostered an environment where the concerns and identities of the Tamil community appear to be overlooked, further deepening the sense of disenfranchisement among this ethnic group. In Sri Lanka, the Tamil community can be categorized into two different groups that each possess their own unique characteristics. The larger population comprises the Sri Lankan Tamils, a community that has resided in the northern and eastern regions of Sri Lanka for many generations. Their connection to these areas is deeply rooted in a long-standing historical relationship with the land, where they have established their identity and culture over the centuries. This enduring presence has significantly shaped the social and cultural fabric of the regions they inhabit, highlighting their important role in the broader narrative of Sri Lanka's diverse heritage. Among the broader community of Sri Lankan Tamils, there exists a distinct subgroup known as the Muslim Tamils. In recent years, this group has been cultivating its own unique cultural and political identity, differentiating itself from the larger Tamil population. This evolution has taken place gradually, reflecting the complexities and diversities within the Tamil community in Sri Lanka. The second group consists of a smaller population referred to as Indian Tamils. During the era of British colonial rule, these individuals were brought over from India under indentured labor agreements. Their primary purpose was to provide labor for the tea and rubber plantations located in the highlands of Sri Lanka. This migration was part of a larger strategy by the British to meet the labor demands of the agriculture sector in the region. In India, any actual or perceived instances of discrimination against either group of Tamils can lead to significant repercussions. The impact of such discrimination is not only felt within the Tamil community but also resonates throughout the broader Indian society, raising concerns about fairness and equality. It is reasonable to expect that these grievances can stir emotions and provoke reactions among the population, as issues of identity and justice remain deeply intertwined within the social fabric of the nation. The challenges began right after the independence of Sri Lanka, which was significantly influenced by the Citizenship Acts enacted in 1948 and 1949. These laws led to a situation where a large number of Indian Tamils found themselves without citizenship, effectively rendering them stateless. Consequently, the Sri Lankan government took measures aimed at repatriating these individuals back to India, setting the stage for a complex and contentious issue regarding nationality and identity that continues to reverberate through Sri Lankan society. Jawaharlal Nehru exercised a degree of prudence when responding to the demands put forth by Sri Lanka regarding the Tamil population. He made it clear that only those Tamils who met the criteria established by the Indian constitution would be recognized as Indian citizens. In contrast, his successors, Prime Ministers Lal Bahadur Shastri and Indira Gandhi, took a more decisive approach by formalizing agreements with the Sri Lankan government. In 1964 and later in 1974, these bilateral treaties were signed to address the status of Tamils in Sri Lanka, further defining the relationship between the two nations in terms of citizenship and migration. The accords recognized that the Indian Tamils held a shared responsibility between Sri Lanka and India. As part of these agreements, provisions were made for the return of a designated number of Indian Tamils back to India. This arrangement underscored the commitment of both nations to address the situation of the Indian Tamils, ensuring that their needs were jointly managed and that repatriation could occur in a structured manner. Although India's recent actions helped to alleviate a point of contention in its relationship with Sri Lanka, the underlying issues regarding the Indian Tamils remain unresolved. Despite this diplomatic move, the complexity surrounding the concerns of the Indian Tamil community persist, indicating that further efforts are needed to fully address and rectify the situation. Many individuals who prefer not to return to India are currently residing in Sri Lanka, where they face the possibility of losing their citizenship once more. As a result, these individuals may find themselves in a precarious situation, potentially becoming stateless again if their circumstances do not change. Simultaneously, it is possible that India's strategy has inadvertently fostered additional challenges in the long run, as it conveyed a specific message to both the government of Sri Lanka and the Tamil population residing within the country. This message may have implications that extend beyond the immediate context, potentially affecting the political dynamics and social cohesion between these groups in the future. On one side of the debate, it strengthened the idea among Sinhala nationalists that Tamils, whether from India or Sri Lanka, were not truly a part of the Sri Lankan identity. This belief implied that the welfare and affairs of Tamils should rather fall under the jurisdiction of India, suggesting a division in national belonging and responsibility. Conversely, this situation communicated to the Tamil community in Sri Lanka that they could leverage the prevailing public opinion in Tamil Nadu to influence India's stance in a manner that benefited their interests. The sentiments within Tamil Nadu could serve as a powerful tool for the Sri Lankan Tamils to garner support and possibly reshape the political landscape to their advantage. The events in Bangladesh during the 1971 military operations conducted by India significantly reinforced the belief among numerous Tamil leaders in Sri Lanka that India might take similar actions in their country. They envisioned a scenario where India would step in to support and liberate the Tamil population in Sri Lanka, following the precedent established in Bangladesh. This conviction stirred hopes among the Tamil political elite that India would come to their rescue in their struggle for rights and autonomy, inspired by their previous intervention in the neighboring nation's conflict. In the early 1980s, the approach taken by the Indian government, led by Indira Gandhi, clearly indicated a predisposition toward supporting Tamil political factions as well as militant organizations in Sri Lanka. This alignment signaled a significant shift in foreign policy and demonstrated India's strategic considerations concerning the Tamil population across the Pak Strait, suggesting a growing interest in the welfare and political dynamics of Sri Lankan Tamils during that era. The riots targeting the Tamil community in Sri Lanka in 1983 resulted in a severe and violent response against Tamils, causing countless individuals to flee to India in search of safety and asylum. This tragic event caught the attention of India, prompting Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi to adopt a more assertive stance. He recognized the urgent need for the Sri Lankan government to engage in meaningful dialogue and find a resolution that would meet the aspirations and needs of the Tamil population in Sri Lanka. Gandhi's involvement marked a significant turning point in India's diplomatic efforts regarding the ethnic conflict in Sri Lanka, with hopes of fostering peace and stability in the region. One of the most significant contributions during this time was India's proactive role in facilitating discussions between the Sri Lankan government and a diverse array of Tamil factions and political parties. This effort notably included the involvement of the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE. These talks took place in various locations, with Thimphu serving as a prominent venue during the years 1985 and 1986. India's mediation aimed to foster dialogue and find a peaceful resolution to the ongoing conflict, showcasing its commitment to stability in the region. It is unfortunate, but not entirely surprising, that the negotiations ultimately did not succeed, resulting in the continuation of the Sri Lankan civil war. The failure of these discussions highlights the complex and entrenched issues that persisted within the conflict, leading to further unrest and suffering in the region. India harbors significant security apprehensions regarding its neighboring country, Sri Lanka. One of the primary concerns is the necessity for Sri Lanka to remain a cohesive and stable nation, devoid of any adverse foreign influences that could threaten regional peace. India is particularly wary of the possibility of a separate Tamil state emerging within Sri Lanka. Such a development could reignite and intensify Tamil nationalist sentiments within its own borders, leading to potential unrest in the Indian state of Tamil Nadu. Consequently, India advocates for a united Sri Lanka as a matter of national interest, seeking to prevent destabilizing factors that could have wider implications for its internal security landscape. The recent tensions in Malaysia regarding the discrimination faced by the Indian community, a significant portion of which consists of Tamils, have served to invigorate the movement for Tamil nationalism. This situation has prompted a heightened awareness and solidarity among Tamils, as they respond to the challenges posed by the prevailing discrimination, ultimately leading to a resurgence of pride in their cultural identity and heritage. Given the numerous secessionist movements present within its own borders, India is unlikely to support the disintegration of another nation. The complexities of its internal challenges make it difficult for the country to advocate for the fragmentation of foreign states, as such actions could have significant political ramifications and further destabilize its own territorial integrity. Furthermore, it is highly probable that an autonomous Tamil state established within Sri Lanka would find itself relying heavily on external entities for its continued existence and stability. The potential for dependency on foreign influences could pose significant challenges for the state's sovereignty and self-sufficiency. In the context of a cohesive and united Sri Lanka, it is crucial for India to remain vigilant regarding any unfriendly foreign influences that may arise in this strategically important neighboring country. Such external presences could potentially represent a serious risk to India's numerous critical infrastructures, including its nuclear facilities, space endeavors, and defense assets situated within the southern peninsula. As a result, India's stance on foreign relations understandably stirs certain sensitivities and concerns among the Sri Lankan populace and government. These feelings reflect the complex nature of diplomatic ties and regional security dynamics that exist between the two nations. During the tumultuous years of the civil conflict in Sri Lanka that unfolded in the early to mid-1980s, India found itself increasingly anxious about the strengthening military relationships between Sri Lanka and nations like Pakistan and China. The geopolitical landscape of the region was shifting, and India's apprehensions grew particularly acute due to Sri Lanka's perceived alignment with Western powers. A significant turning point in this regard was the agreement that allowed the United States to establish a formidable Voice of America broadcasting station on Sri Lankan soil. India harbored suspicions that this facility might serve as a cover for intelligence-gathering operations aimed at its territory. Compounding these concerns, a company from Singapore secured the lease for crucial oil storage tanks located in the strategically vital harbour of Trincomalee, further intensifying India's worries about Sri Lanka's strategic orientation and the potential implications for regional security. In 1987, India took decisive action to address its security apprehensions and the ongoing ethnic conflicts in Sri Lanka. The Indian government opted for a more assertive approach, employing forceful methods to tackle the complex situation that had been escalating in the neighboring country. By doing so, India aimed to both safeguard its own interests and contribute to a resolution of the ethnic tensions affecting the region. In June of 1987, a significant airlift operation took place, delivering essential relief supplies to the city of Jaffna, located in the northern region of Sri Lanka. This urgent initiative aimed to alleviate the humanitarian crisis resulting from a prolonged siege imposed by the Sri Lankan military, which had severely restricted access to vital resources for the city's inhabitants. The operation marked a crucial moment in the struggle to bring much-needed aid to those affected by the ongoing conflict. In July 1987, exactly 1 month later, a significant milestone was reached with the signing of the India-Sri Lanka Accord. This pivotal agreement established the framework for the deployment of the Indian Peacekeeping Force, IPKF, within Sri Lankan territory, a mission intended to ensure the effective implementation of the terms set forth in the accord. The introduction of the IPKF represented a critical step toward addressing the ongoing conflict in Sri Lanka, aiming to promote stability and peace in the region. When the India-Sri Lanka Accord was signed, India expressed several apprehensions regarding the operations of the Voice of America radio station. Additionally, India's worries extended to the presence of foreign military personnel and experts within the Sri Lankan armed forces. Moreover, there were significant concerns about allowing foreign enterprises to establish a foothold in Trincomalee. These issues were addressed through private correspondence exchanged during the time of the accord signing, ensuring that India's positions and interests were acknowledged and taken into consideration. In a significant development, the government of Sri Lanka enacted the 13th Amendment to its constitution, aimed at granting a level of provincial autonomy. This amendment specifically addresses the needs and governance of the predominantly Tamil-speaking populations residing in the northern and eastern regions of the country. The legislative change reflects an effort to acknowledge and empower the Tamil majority communities, allowing for greater self-governance and administrative authority within these provinces while maintaining national unity. The strategy implemented by India did not achieve the desired outcomes, largely due to the prevailing animosity and mutual suspicion between the LTTE and the Sri Lankan government. This lack of trust not only hampered their own relationship but also extended to their perceptions of India, leading both factions to harbor doubts about India's intentions and involvement in the conflict. As a result, attempts to mediate and foster peace were significantly undermined, preventing any effective resolution to the long-standing tensions in the region. Given the circumstances, it is hardly unexpected that this agreement encountered significant difficulties, especially considering the betrayal that various parties were involved in. The rampant duplicity on all sides contributed to its failure, making it clear that trust was in short supply and ultimately undermined the entire process. Up until that point, India had been actively providing weapons and assistance to the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE. However, a significant shift occurred as India began efforts to disarm the very group it once supported. This transition came about despite the fact that the LTTE still received substantial backing and financial resources from Tamil Nadu, indicating a complex relationship that had evolved over time. In a complex turn of events, the Sri Lankan government, which had been engaged in a prolonged conflict against the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE, initially sought assistance from the Indian military to help combat this insurgent group. However, in a surprising shift in strategy, the government began covertly providing arms to the LTTE, ostensibly to enable them to resist the Indian forces that had come to their aid. This duplicity added another layer of complexity to the already intricate and volatile situation on the ground. The ceasefire that came into effect with the deployment of the Indian Peacekeeping Force, IPKF, was ultimately short-lived. Although it initially brought a sense of calm, it became clear over time that this semblance of peace was not sustainable. The 13th Amendment was not put into effect, the Sri Lankan army did not retreat to their barracks, and similarly, the LTTE failed to disarm. These three crucial events did not take place as intended. Clearly, the peculiar circumstances surrounding this situation could not persist indefinitely. Consequently, they led to a swift and abrupt exit of the Indian Peacekeeping Force, IPKF, in the year 1990, which was executed without much formality. In a significant and shocking act of revenge, the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE, took drastic measures by assassinating Rajiv Gandhi in 1991. This violent response highlighted the deep frustrations and tensions that existed between the militant group and India at the time, reflecting the ongoing conflict and animosity that had been building over the years. The assassination not only marked a turning point in Indian politics but also underscored the lengths to which the LTTE was willing to go in order to assert its grievances against the Indian government's involvement in Sri Lanka's civil strife. The situation in Sri Lanka remains volatile and is still marked by ongoing hostilities. Following the events of September 11, 2001, the global landscape of counterterrorism underwent a significant transformation, leading to intensified scrutiny and pressure on various organizations labeled as terrorist groups. In particular, the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE, a militant organization based in Sri Lanka, found itself increasingly under the spotlight of the international community. The initiation of the global war on terror prompted nations around the world to re-evaluate their stance on terrorism, resulting in a concerted effort to combat and diminish the influence of groups like the LTTE. In response to the restrictions placed on the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE, regarding their operations and fundraising activities in Western nations and various other locations, the group decided to strategically withdraw. This tactical retreat was a calculated move aimed at adapting to the challenging circumstances they faced, as their ability to mobilize resources and maintain their presence was significantly hindered by the new limitations. In February 2002, an agreement was reached to establish a ceasefire, paving the way for negotiations to commence between the involved parties and the government of Sri Lanka. This marked a significant step towards resolving ongoing conflicts and fostering dialogue aimed at finding a peaceful solution. The optimism surrounding the ceasefire accord established in 2002, along with the following discussions facilitated by Norwegian mediators, with India's consent, diminished significantly. This decline in hope became particularly pronounced following the election of Mahinda Rajapaksa as president in November 2005. At that point, many began to question the future of peace negotiations, as political dynamics shifted, overshadowing the previously hopeful outlook for resolution in the conflict. In January of 2008, the government of Sri Lanka made the significant decision to officially terminate the ceasefire agreement that had previously been established. As a result of this action, the Sri Lanka Monitoring Mission, which had been tasked with overseeing the peace process, concluded its operations and disbanded. The core issue at hand is that both the Sri Lankan government and the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE, lack genuine commitment to pursuing a political resolution to the ongoing conflict. This insincerity on both sides hampers any potential progress towards finding a sustainable and peaceful solution to the situation. Without honest dialogue and a true willingness to engage in negotiations, the prospects for reconciliation remain bleak. For over 25 years, neither the Sri Lankan government nor the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE, has succeeded in achieving a definitive military victory against the other. Despite this long-standing stalemate, both parties remain steadfast in their belief that they can ultimately claim victory through military means. Their unwavering confidence suggests that they are each convinced that the tide of war could still turn in their favor, underscoring the persistent and entrenched nature of this conflict. The Sri Lankan authorities seem determined to confront the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE, with a strategy aimed at showcasing their military might. This shift comes in the wake of the LTTE's recent setbacks, particularly the loss of their hold on the eastern province. In response to this loss, the organization appears to have become even more resolute in pursuing a military resolution to the ongoing conflict. Regardless of whether the LTTE faces defeat in the northern region following their earlier loss in the east, it remains essential to pursue a comprehensive political resolution. This resolution must include a feasible devolution plan designed to address and remedy the legitimate concerns and issues faced by the Tamil population in Sri Lanka. Ensuring that the voices of the Tamil community are heard and that their grievances are duly acknowledged is crucial for fostering lasting peace and stability in the country. There appears to be a lack of adequate and serious consideration regarding this particular dimension of the ethnic conflict. It is crucial to acknowledge that this aspect deserves more in-depth analysis and discussion. Without thoroughly examining it, we may overlook significant factors that contribute to the ongoing tensions. Addressing this issue with the seriousness it warrants is essential for understanding and ultimately resolving the conflict at hand. After experiencing significant setbacks and missteps in both military and diplomatic arenas due to the deployment of the Indian Peacekeeping Force, IPKF, India has taken a cautious approach to its involvement in the ongoing conflict in Sri Lanka. The painful lessons learned from that episode have led the country to refrain from directly engaging in the complex and tumultuous circumstances surrounding the Sri Lankan crisis. Throughout the years, various Sri Lankan administrations and Tamil political groups have consistently urged India to take a more proactive stance in addressing the ongoing conflict and facilitating a negotiated resolution. However, India's response has largely been one of cautious observation, opting to maintain a vigilant stance rather than engaging directly in the complexities of the situation in Sri Lanka. This approach reflects a reluctance to intervene deeply, as India prefers to monitor the situation closely without becoming directly involved in the peacemaking processes or the intricacies of negotiation efforts. India finds itself in a challenging position when it comes to actively participating in the efforts to resolve the ongoing ethnic conflict in Sri Lanka. Despite any desire to engage, the complexities of the situation and the delicate nature of international relations limit its ability to take on a direct role in this matter. In the political landscape of India, the implications of Rajiv Gandhi's assassination have created significant constraints on the country's diplomatic and engagement decisions. This tragic event has effectively barred any form of interaction with the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE, an organization that continues to be officially prohibited within India's borders. Consequently, India's ability to navigate discussions or collaborations involving the LTTE is severely restricted, affecting its approach to regional issues and Tamil interests. India finds itself in a position where it cannot openly provide military aid to the government of Sri Lanka. This hesitance is evident in India's reluctance to endorse the defence cooperation agreement that has been put forth by the Sri Lankan authorities, as well as in its decision to shy away from engaging in significant defence initiatives and collaborations within the country. Consequently, this opens the door for other international actors, such as Norway, Japan, the European Union, China, Pakistan, and the United States, to fill the vacuum left by India. These nations are now able to exert a much stronger presence and influence in Sri Lanka, a situation that India would prefer to avoid. Their involvement extends beyond merely facilitating negotiations between the Sri Lankan government and the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE. It also encompasses military collaborations and economic engagements, further establishing their foothold in the region. India has come to understand that its slow and careful strategy regarding Sri Lanka has resulted in a troubling shift in its policy towards the country. This is a situation that cannot be permitted to persist for an extended period. The need for a reassessment and potential adjustment of this approach is now evident, as prolonged hesitation could lead to complications in India's diplomatic relations with Sri Lanka. Since the tragic assassination of Rajiv Gandhi, there has been a noticeable shift in public sentiment in Tamil Nadu regarding the LTTE. While the organization continues to have some level of impact on the political discussions within the state, it is clear that the general populace has increasingly distanced itself from the group's ideology and actions. This change in perception reflects a broader trend of disillusionment among the Tamil Nadu residents towards the LTTE, despite the group's enduring presence in political conversations. India has been engaging in covert military collaboration with Sri Lanka, which includes various initiatives such as official visits, training programs, intelligence sharing, joint naval drills, and the provision of non-lethal military supplies. These efforts reflect a strategic partnership that is steadily being developed between the two nations, emphasizing their commitment to regional security and mutual defense capabilities. It is truly encouraging to observe that, even after their previous encounters with the Indian Peacekeeping Force, IPKF, the people of Sri Lanka no longer perceive the Indian military as a source of danger or hostility. This shift in perspective highlights a significant transformation in their views and reflects a growing trust between the two nations. The Sri Lankan government is acutely aware of how the political landscape in Tamil Nadu impacts India's stance on issues related to Sri Lanka. They recognize that the views of the Tamil populace, particularly regarding the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE, play a significant role in shaping perceptions and policies. This understanding has led to a heightened sensitivity to the prevailing sentiments in Tamil Nadu, especially in light of the recent surge in the number of refugees fleeing Sri Lanka. This increase can be attributed to the government's intensified measures against the LTTE over the past few years, prompting many to seek safety across the border. By staying attuned to the dynamics in Tamil Nadu, the Sri Lankan authorities aim to navigate the complexities of regional politics and maintain diplomatic relations with their neighbor. As India navigates its efforts to carve out a significant position in addressing the ongoing ethnic conflict in Sri Lanka, it is encouraging to observe the substantial development of trade and interpersonal connections between the two nations in the past 10 years. This flourishing economic collaboration and the strengthening of people-to-people ties bode positively for the long-term trajectory of diplomatic and cultural relations between India and Sri Lanka. Such growth not only underscores the increasing interdependence of both countries but also provides a solid foundation for cooperative engagement that could ultimately facilitate resolving the long-standing issues that have affected Sri Lanka's social fabric. As these connections continue to deepen, they hold the potential to foster greater understanding and goodwill, essential components for achieving lasting peace and stability in the region. Recognizing the potential for mutual growth in the rapidly expanding Indian economy, Sri Lanka took the initiative by becoming the inaugural nation to forge a free trade agreement (FTA) with India back in 1998. This strategic move was aimed at enhancing economic collaboration and tapping into the benefits that such a partnership could offer both countries. Encouraged by the favorable outcomes resulting from this agreement, which has significantly advanced Sri Lanka's export capabilities and attracted both Indian and international investment, the Sri Lankan government has taken the initiative to propose a comprehensive economic partnership agreement. This proposed agreement is currently in the negotiation phase and is now ready for signing. The recent relaxation of regulations surrounding air travel has significantly boosted the influx of Indian travelers to Sri Lanka. This development marks a noteworthy shift, particularly in light of the historical context surrounding the Trincomalee oil tank farm, which was a crucial factor that contributed to the India-Sri Lanka Accord of 1987. In a surprising turn of events, the management of the oil tank facility has been secured through a long-term lease by the Lanka Indian Oil Corporation, a fully owned subsidiary of Indian Oil Corporation operating within Sri Lanka. This arrangement not only reflects enhanced cooperation between the two nations but also signals positive economic prospects for both Indian tourists and the Sri Lankan tourism sector. Sri Lanka has made a deliberate choice to pursue deeper economic ties with India. This strategic move is motivated not only by the potential economic advantages that such integration could provide for Sri Lanka but also by the belief that increased involvement from both the Indian government and private enterprises in the Sri Lankan economy will yield significant long-term political advantages. Specifically, Sri Lanka anticipates that this enhanced collaboration may bolster its position in managing relations with the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE. The integration is seen as a pathway to foster stability and support in navigating complex political challenges while simultaneously reaping economic rewards. In an effort to enhance the ties and facilitate communication between Sri Lanka and India, the Sri Lankan government is actively looking to implement a land bridge connecting the two nations. This initiative stands in contrast to the Sethusamudram Canal project, which has garnered support from specific factions within India. By pursuing this land bridge, Sri Lanka aims to promote smoother transportation and foster greater cooperation while moving away from the contentious discussions surrounding the canal project. The focus is on building a more direct and effective link that can benefit both countries significantly. It is in India's best interest to pursue the development of a land corridor that would link the country with Sri Lanka. This concept has been successfully implemented in several nations across the globe that share similar geographical circumstances. Establishing such a connection could offer numerous benefits, including enhanced trade and travel opportunities, as well as strengthening regional cooperation and cultural exchange between the two nations. By looking to the examples set by others, India can create a more integrated relationship with Sri Lanka that fosters economic growth and mutual support in a rapidly changing global landscape. The geopolitical dynamics in South Asia reveal varying complexities among neighboring countries when it comes to their relationship with India. Pakistan and Bangladesh harbor intricate feelings rooted in their historical formation, which significantly influences their interactions with India. On the other hand, Nepal and Bhutan experience a sense of vulnerability predominantly due to their limited geographical dimensions and the fact that they are landlocked, which complicates their strategic positioning in the region. In contrast to these nations, Sri Lanka presents a distinct case. Its relationship with India does not stem from the same complexities found in the other neighboring countries. Unlike its counterparts, Sri Lanka navigates its ties with India in a manner that reflects its unique historical, cultural, and geographic context, setting it apart from the rest of India's neighbors. Consequently, Sri Lanka's relationship with India remains notably different and illustrates a separate paradigm within the South Asian geopolitical landscape. While Sri Lanka is a smaller neighboring country to India and experiences its fair share of insecurities, it does not perceive India as an overwhelming threat to the same degree as some of India's other bordering nations do. Instead, Sri Lanka's relationship with India is more nuanced, recognizing both the challenges and opportunities that arise from their proximity. Blessed with abundant natural resources and positioned favorably at the heart of the Indian Ocean, Sri Lanka possesses ample grounds for feeling assured about its capabilities and future prospects. The residents of this region enjoy a higher lifespan, accompanied by superior educational opportunities and greater wealth compared to their counterparts in other areas of South Asia. Their well-being is reflected in their extended life expectancy, enriched knowledge, and financial prosperity, setting them apart within the South Asian community. The history and cultural evolution of this region is interconnected with that of mainland India, yet it possesses a distinct identity that sets it apart. While there are influences and shared traditions between the two, this region has developed its own unique features that demonstrate its independence from the cultural and historical narratives of the mainland. Sri Lanka, once regarded as a vibrant and prosperous nation, is now characterized by its status as the most heavily militarized country in South Asia. This situation has been exacerbated by an ongoing ethnic conflict that has persisted for more than 25 years. The roots of this predicament can largely be traced back to the actions and decisions of the Sri Lankan populace themselves. To pave the way for a resolution to the ongoing crisis, it may be essential for a new era of enlightened and unified leadership to emerge within the Sinhala community. This leadership would ideally transcend feelings of insecurity and minority complex. Additionally, the political landscape may undergo significant transformation following the departure of the LTTE's prominent leader, Prabhakaran. Furthermore, a more proactive approach from India, shaped by its broader national interests rather than the localized politics of Tamil Nadu, could play a crucial role in guiding Sri Lanka towards a peaceful and constructive future. In essence, the confluence of these factors may very well be the key to resolving the island nation's long-standing issues and fostering a sense of unity and progress. Nepal, a neighbor of utmost significance. The relationship that India shares with Nepal holds immense importance, not only for India's foreign policy but also for its internal affairs. This connection plays a pivotal role in shaping the dynamics between the two countries and has far-reaching implications for regional stability and cooperation. There are numerous elements that contribute to the importance of the relationship between India and Nepal. Among the various aspects defining the relationship between the two nations are their rich tapestry of interpersonal connections, which encompasses religious affiliations, cultural exchanges, and economic collaboration. The shared border between the two countries not only facilitates movement but also brings about significant security challenges for India. Additionally, the ease of converting Indian currency in Nepal strengthens financial ties between the two. The presence of Gorkhas, who serve proudly in the Indian military, exemplifies the deep-rooted historical links. Furthermore, millions of Nepalis have established their lives in India, contributing to the social and economic landscape. Finally, the continuous flow of several major rivers originating in Nepal and traversing into India highlights the interdependence of these nations and the natural resources that bind them. Following the recent elections to the Constituent Assembly, Nepal is now navigating through unprecedented political territory, presenting significant challenges for Indian diplomatic efforts. This development requires careful strategy and attention, as the political landscape in Nepal evolves in ways that may have considerable implications for regional relations. The monarchy, which has long served as a representation of Nepal's independence and cultural identity, has now come to an end. No longer does this institution exist as a pillar of the nation's heritage and governance, marking a significant shift in the way the country perceives its place in the world and its historical narrative. Nepal has undergone a significant transformation from its historical roots as a Hindu monarchy to establishing itself as a secular republic. This shift represents not only a change in governance but also a fundamental redefinition of the nation's identity, embracing a more inclusive framework that separates religion from the functions of the state. The influence and control wielded by the Rana elite over various spheres such as the economy, political landscape, and military apparatus in Nepal have significantly diminished. This decline marks a pivotal shift in the traditional power dynamics that have long characterized the nation, allowing for a more diverse and inclusive participation in these critical areas of governance and societal development. Historically, the Nepali Congress has been regarded as the dominant political party in Nepal. However, in recent years, it has found itself having to yield some of its political power to the Maoist party. This shift is remarkable considering the Maoists were once marginalized figures within the political landscape, facing hostility and persecution from both the Nepali government and Indian authorities for nearly 10 years. The transformation of their status from being underdogs to a formidable political presence illustrates a significant change in the dynamics of Nepal's political scene. The Pahari community, long-standing residents of Nepal's hilly regions, has historically held significant power within the country's political landscape for many years. However, a notable shift is on the horizon as they prepare to share governance responsibilities with the Madheshi population, who inhabit the Terai area adjacent to India. This transition toward a more equitable distribution of power will be structured within a federal framework, the specifics of which are set to be discussed and refined by the recently elected Constituent Assembly. This pivotal moment could redefine the political dynamics of Nepal, marking a new era of collaboration and representation for both groups. It is significant to highlight that both the highest offices in Nepal, the President and the Vice President, are held by individuals from the Madhesi community. This is a remarkable development in the political landscape of the country, reflecting increased representation and inclusivity for the Madhesi people. Following the excitement and joy that typically accompany an election, we are now witnessing the onset of the anticipated competitions and conflicts among various political groups and parties. This transition from celebration to rivalry is a natural progression in the political landscape after an election concludes. The introduction of these new factors adds layers of unpredictability to the already intricate dynamics between Nepal and India. As both nations navigate through this evolving landscape, the challenges they face become increasingly multifaceted, leading to a heightened sense of uncertainty in their interactions. The relationship between India and Nepal is governed by the bilateral Treaty of Peace and Friendship, which was signed in 1950. This treaty established a framework of mutual understanding and cooperation, with both nations committing to extend national treatment to each other's citizens. This means that individuals from either country are afforded the same rights and privileges as local citizens in various domains, including employment opportunities, commercial activities, and property ownership. By fostering this level of openness and equality, the treaty serves as a cornerstone of diplomatic relations between India and Nepal, promoting not only economic collaboration but also a deep-seated trust and friendship that has lasted for decades. The arrangement was facilitated by maintaining an open border, which allowed for seamless movement of people, alongside the unrestricted use of Indian currency throughout Nepal. This measure greatly contributed to enhancing economic interactions and fostering connectivity between the two nations. Nepal reaped significant advantages, particularly because its citizens could tap into India's expansive market and its advanced state of development. This relationship provided numerous opportunities for Nepalese individuals and businesses to utilize the resources and possibilities available in their larger neighbor, ultimately fostering economic growth and enhancing their quality of life. Although the reciprocal arrangements that were promised to Indians in Nepal, as outlined in the private correspondence exchanged between the two parties, were not widely accessible in reality, a select group of individuals, particularly Marwari merchants, found ways to benefit from these agreements. These traders successfully established lucrative enterprises and various business ventures throughout Nepal, capitalizing on the limited opportunities that were available to them. This disparity highlights the challenges faced by the broader Indian community while showcasing the entrepreneurial spirit of those who were able to navigate the restrictive environment. The 1950 treaty between India and Nepal was significantly similar to the treaty established between Nepal and Britain in 1923. Consequently, it did not bring about any substantial alterations to the prevailing circumstances at that time. The historical links and agreements created before remained largely intact, reinforcing the existing dynamics rather than redefining them. At that moment, neither party had a feasible option available to consider. Without any inherent geographical barriers separating them, it would have been exceedingly challenging and economically detrimental to impose closure or even establish regulations along the historically unrestricted border between India and Nepal. The open nature of this frontier presents significant difficulties in management and enforcement, making it nearly unfeasible to attempt such measures. The security measures outlined in the treaty are particularly significant and have sparked considerable debate. These provisions have drawn attention due to their implications and the differing perspectives surrounding them, leading to controversy that cannot be overlooked. In 1950, a significant agreement known as the India-Nepal Treaty was established, shaped largely by the geopolitical climate of the time, particularly the looming threat of a Chinese incursion into Tibet following the Communist Party's rise to power in China in 1949. The events surrounding Tibet's political struggles and the expansionist policies adopted by the Chinese government played a crucial role in bringing India and Nepal together to solidify their mutual interests through this treaty. India views Nepal as an integral element of its security framework, and therefore, it was particularly motivated to safeguard its strategic interests while negotiating a new treaty with the neighboring country. Ensuring that its security concerns were addressed in the agreement was a crucial objective for India throughout the discussions. According to the terms outlined in the treaty, Nepal has committed to relying on India for its national security needs. This arrangement establishes a significant reliance on neighboring India for safeguarding the sovereignty and safety of Nepal. In a private correspondence between the two parties, an understanding was reached that should either side face potential jeopardy from an external aggressor, they would engage in discussions to assess the situation together. Following this dialogue, both governments would collaborate to formulate appropriate and efficient strategies to counter any threats posed to their security. This agreement emphasizes a commitment to mutual support and cooperation in times of external conflict. Nepal has come to an agreement stating that it will refrain from importing weapons, ammunition, and various types of military equipment unless it has received prior approval from India. This understanding highlights the importance of collaboration and mutual consent in matters concerning national security and defense between the two neighboring nations. In accordance with the subsequent steps taken after the treaty established in 1950, Nepal and India came to a consensus regarding the collaborative management of border posts along the Nepal-Tibet frontier. As a direct result of this agreement, an Indian military mission was established within Nepal's territory to facilitate this joint oversight. This initiative reflects the commitment of both nations to enhance their security cooperation and ensure stability in the region. India's response to the Rana leadership in Nepal was largely characterized by an unspoken understanding to safeguard the regime from the rising tide of democracy that was beginning to take shape in Nepal. This shift was heavily influenced by the political upheaval transpiring in India during the waning years of British colonial rule. As the call for democratic reforms and greater political participation echoed across the Indian subcontinent, it inadvertently reverberated in neighboring Nepal, prompting India to offer its protective stance toward the Rana regime. By doing so, India aimed to maintain stability in the region, even as the winds of change swept through, suggesting that the dynamics of power and governance were shifting in both countries. India's initial move marked the beginning of a strategic approach that has evolved into a steadfast policy, demonstrating its capacity to significantly shape the internal political dynamics of Nepal. Over time, this involvement has allowed India to play a vital role in the governance and political landscape of its neighboring country. There are several noteworthy instances highlighting India's influence on Nepal's political landscape. One significant event occurred when King Tribhuvan sought refuge in India, culminating in the reinstatement of the monarchy in 1951. Over the years, various democratic movements and political parties from Nepal have benefited from the support and resources provided by India, enabling them to carry out their political missions within Nepal. Another pivotal moment came during the late 1980s, particularly in 1989–90, when India imposed economic sanctions on Nepal. This pressure played a crucial role in prompting the shift towards a multi-party political system in the country. Most recently, in 2005, India facilitated the landmark 12-point agreement between the Maoists and the Political Alliance, a development that was instrumental in paving the way for the political arrangements established after the elections for a constituent assembly in 2008. Throughout various situations and events, India has inadvertently found itself playing a significant role in the inner workings of Nepal's political landscape. Whether by choice or circumstance, this involvement has shaped domestic affairs in Nepal in ways that cannot be overlooked. Political parties in Nepal have occasionally engaged in the political affairs of India. This involvement indicates a complex relationship between the two nations, where political dynamics often overlap and influence each other. As a result, these parties have shown interest in the political landscape of their neighboring country, reflecting broader regional connections and interactions. However, the consequences have turned out to be expensive, as indicated by BP. In the mid-1970s, Kerala and the Nepali Congress experienced significant backlash from Indira Gandhi for their support of Jayaprakash Narayan's movement. This critical period coincided with the events leading up to the infamous emergency declaration in India in 1975. Their alignment with Narayan's cause not only led to political repercussions but also highlighted the tense atmosphere of the time, marked by civil unrest and governmental crackdowns in India. The actions of Kerala and his party ultimately placed them at odds with Gandhi's administration, showcasing the interconnectedness of political movements across borders during a turbulent era in South Asia. Historically, India has maintained a cautious stance towards the Maoist presence in Nepal. This wariness stems from concerns regarding the alleged connections and support these groups might have with Indian Maoists, Naxalites, and various other insurgent organizations within India. However, it is important to recognize that India's apprehensions may be somewhat exaggerated. In reality, there appears to be no substantial evidence supporting these claims. Furthermore, it is unlikely that the Maoists in Nepal would actively seek to provoke or create conflict with the Indian government without just cause. Such a confrontation would not only be unnecessary but could also jeopardize their own objectives and stability. Thus, while vigilance is warranted, the fears about the relationship between these factions and their implications for India should be approached with a degree of skepticism. The unattractive perception of India. Overall, it seems that many individuals in India have developed a tendency to overlook or underestimate the significance of Nepal. This attitude may stem from a sense of complacency or a lack of awareness about the rich cultural and historical ties that connect the two nations. As a result, there has been a tendency to take Nepal for granted, neglecting the importance of appreciating and respecting its unique identity and contributions. India's stance regarding its relationship with Nepal has often been characterized by a sense of indifference and oversight. There seems to be a lack of earnest engagement and attention to the complexities of the neighboring nation, which has contributed to a perception of negligence in diplomatic efforts. The government of India, along with the general populace, has often seemed to lack a sufficient awareness or appreciation for the distinct cultural identity and pride that the people of Nepal hold. This oversight has led to a feeling of neglect regarding the unique attributes and heritage of Nepalese society. Nepal is unique among South Asian nations, as it is the sole country that managed to defend itself against British colonial rule, effectively avoiding colonization and integration into the British Empire in India. This remarkable historical feat is complemented by Nepal's long-standing tradition of expansionism and its self-identification as the distinguished superpower of the Himalayan region. The collective pride in this heritage not only reflects the resilience of the Nepali people but also underscores their geographical and cultural significance within the broader South Asian context. Historically, Indian representatives appointed to Nepal have frequently conducted themselves in a manner reminiscent of colonial viceroys. Their approach has often reflected an overbearing attitude, imposing influence in ways that suggest a sense of dominance rather than mutual cooperation. A significant portion of the Indian populace, including members of the political sphere, has historically struggled to fully grasp or value the independent and sovereign identity of Nepal. In many respects, Nepal is often perceived and approached as if it were merely an extension of India, albeit with some minor distinctions that set it apart. This lack of understanding diminishes the recognition of Nepal's unique status and the importance of its autonomy in the broader context of regional dynamics. Insufficient attention has been dedicated to comprehending the intricate dynamics of Nepal, as well as the psychological and social factors that shape the behavior of its ruling elite. Despite the country's rich tapestry of culture and history, the nuances behind the motivations and complexities that influence governance and leadership remain largely overlooked. There is a pressing need for a deeper exploration into these layers in order to fully grasp the challenges and opportunities that confront Nepal today. Historically, there has been an excessive dependence on a limited set of Indian representatives, particularly those hailing from Bihar's political landscape, government officials, or individuals from former princely families in India who share familial connections with the elite in Nepal. This focus on a confined group of individuals may have restricted the broader understanding and engagement necessary for addressing the complex dynamics in the region. Nepal, being a landlocked country, faces a unique situation characterized by its significant reliance on India for various essential resources and services. This dependency has shaped the nation's identity and has fostered a strong sense of pride among its people concerning their distinct heritage and sovereignty. Consequently, this complex relationship has led to the emergence of a sentiment that can be described as anti-Indianism, which has become a fundamental aspect of Nepalese nationalism. The pride in their independence and the desire to affirm their individual identity have, understandably, fueled these nationalist feelings against their larger neighbor. India bears part of the responsibility for this situation. In Nepal, there has been growing resentment and skepticism towards India, stemming from the belief that India focuses more on initiatives that bolster its own security and fulfill its national interests, rather than prioritizing the development needs of Nepal itself. This perception has fueled feelings of animosity among some Nepalese people, leading to a strained relationship between the two neighboring countries and raising concerns about India's commitment to supporting Nepal's progress. During the 1960s, India's lackadaisical approach to executing projects related to the Kosi and Gandak rivers in Nepal fostered a sense of mistrust among the Nepalese. Many began to believe that India may have engaged in some form of deception or unfair practices, leading to heightened suspicions regarding its intentions and commitments in the region. This perception of negligence on India's part contributed to a strained relationship between the two countries, with Nepal feeling disadvantaged and potentially exploited in matters concerning its vital water resources. As a result of these developments, a considerable portion of the Nepali population has begun to harbor unfavorable sentiments toward India. This growing discontent has not only affected public perception but has also posed significant challenges to collaborative efforts in various initiatives focused on harnessing Nepal's water resources. The negative attitudes have created barriers that hinder effective cooperation on projects that are crucial for both countries. India's reputation in Nepal is somewhat tarnished by the socio-economic conditions prevailing in the Indian states that share a border with Nepal. These neighboring regions are often perceived as impoverished and underdeveloped, which does not contribute positively to India's overall image in the eyes of the Nepalese population. The presence of Indians living just beyond the border within the Terai area is significant, as they share familial and cultural ties with the Madhesi people. Unfortunately, the Madhesis have historically been marginalized and denied an equitable representation in Nepal's political framework. This dynamic has contributed to a misguided sense of arrogance among the ruling elite in Nepal, leading them to adopt a condescending attitude toward India. Such sentiments, though unfounded, stem from the perception of a distinct cultural separation, revealing the deeper socio-political complexities at play in the region. India faces genuine security challenges that are closely linked to its relationship with Nepal. These issues are significant and require careful attention, as they can impact regional stability and national interests. One of India's primary grievances is that the film and theatre industry has not adequately addressed the nation's legitimate security worries, particularly those stemming from its open border with neighboring countries. This issue was thrust into the spotlight when the hijacking of an Indian Airlines flight from Kathmandu to Delhi occurred in December 1999, an event that underscored the vulnerabilities associated with this border policy. For many years, these security concerns have continued to trouble India, sparking debates about the portrayal of such serious topics in artistic expressions. Nepal has emerged as a significant and strategic location for various intelligence activities and covert operations conducted by foreign nations and non-governmental entities, particularly targeting India. The geographical and political landscape of Nepal has made it an appealing hub for these covert operations, which often aim to destabilize or challenge India's interests in the region. As a result, Nepal plays a crucial role in the intricate web of geopolitical dynamics in South Asia, serving not only as a passage for intelligence gathering but also as a focal point for efforts aimed at undermining Indian sovereignty. The absence of strict border controls facilitates a range of illicit activities. It allows for the seamless entry of espionage agents, the inflow of counterfeit money, and the smuggling of weapons and narcotics. Furthermore, this unregulated environment provides fertile ground for fundamentalist religious organizations to thrive and promotes their agendas, ultimately leading to a rise in terrorist operations. The influence and engagement of international entities in Nepal, particularly by nations such as China, are largely tied to the strategies and objectives they aim to implement in relation to India. This relationship underscores how foreign powers shape their involvement in Nepal based on the broader geopolitical dynamics and their interests concerning India's regional role and policies. Throughout the past 60 years, Nepal has adeptly created an expanded political sphere for itself in relation to India. One of the key strategies in this endeavor has been its strategic geographical proximity to Tibet, which belongs to China. By using this unique positioning to its advantage, Nepal has been able to navigate the complexities of regional politics and assert its independence more effectively. Gone are the days when India held a dominant position and exerted significant influence over Nepal. The relationship between the two nations has evolved, and India's substantial impact on Nepal's political and social landscape has diminished considerably. In a significant and historic decision, Prime Minister Prakanda embarked on his inaugural trip abroad, choosing China as his destination. This visit was officially framed as an opportunity to participate in the concluding ceremony of the Olympic Games, marking a pivotal moment in his administration's foreign relations. Although Nepal continues to rely heavily on India for various aspects, it has made considerable efforts to broaden its international relationships and engage with a wider array of nations. This diversification of foreign ties showcases Nepal's strategic initiatives to enhance its diplomatic presence and reduce overdependence on any single country in the region. India has, at times overtly and at other times subtly, acknowledged Nepal's numerous departures from the strict framework and underlying principles of the 1950 treaty. In response to these deviations, India has increasingly offered Nepal more favorable conditions regarding both trade agreements and transit provisions. This development reflects a gradual shift towards accommodating Nepal's evolving needs while maintaining the bilateral relationship between the two nations. Occasionally, Nepal has expressed its desire to revisit and renegotiate certain aspects of the treaty established in 1950. India has expressed its openness to establishing a new treaty on several occasions. However, Nepal has shown reluctance and has not taken significant steps to pursue this matter further. This ongoing hesitation from Nepal to engage meaningfully in negotiations has stalled potential progress in their bilateral relations. Following the recent elections, even the Maoist factions, who have consistently advocated for the abrogation of the 1950 treaty, the cessation of the open border policy between India and Nepal, and a halt to the enlistment of Gorkhas into the Indian Army, have exhibited a surprising degree of restraint and carefulness in their statements. Instead of reacting with their usual fervor, they seem to be adopting a more tempered approach in their communications, reflecting a possible shift in strategy or a recognition of the current political climate. Prakanda, the leader of the Maoist party and currently serving as Nepal's prime minister, has expressed a willingness to explore various possibilities regarding Nepal's diplomatic ties with India. He emphasized the importance of establishing a new treaty, while suggesting that both nations need to engage in a constructive dialogue. Prakanda advocated for a collaborative approach, urging both countries to come together and examine their relationship without any preconceived notions. This open-minded review could pave the way for enhanced cooperation and understanding between Nepal and India. Regarding the matter of border management, he has explicitly stated that Nepal does not wish to shut down the open border. Instead, the country aims to implement better regulations and oversight to enhance the current situation. This approach reflects a desire for improved control rather than an intention to restrict movement across the border. When it comes to the recruitment of Gorkhas, he has deftly sidestepped what he refers to as this complex and sensitive matter. Instead, he has stressed the importance of engaging in discussions with various other stakeholders before making any decisions. Prakanda has articulated the importance of being vigilant regarding China's activities, while simultaneously maintaining that Nepal will refrain from forming any formal alliances with India. However, he acknowledged that the current dynamics of Nepal's relationship with India complicate the possibility of Nepal maintaining a neutral or equidistant stance between India and China. The geopolitical reality suggests that due to historical ties and ongoing interactions, Nepal inevitably finds itself leaning more towards India, despite the desire to keep distances from overt partnerships. This is completely comprehensible. Ultimately, it is essential to recognize that the concept of an open border holds significant importance for Nepal. Through this arrangement, the nation has managed to send some of its unemployed population to India, effectively mitigating various social tensions and challenges that might arise domestically. This cross-border movement provides a necessary outlet for individuals seeking work opportunities, which in turn helps to ease economic pressures that could otherwise burden the country. Despite sporadic statements and strong language that may arise from Kathmandu, it is highly unlikely that any rational leader in Nepal would wish to disrupt an existing agreement that evidently brings advantages to the nation. They recognize the potential consequences of destabilizing a situation that currently fosters growth and prosperity for the country. Hence, a practical approach would be to maintain this beneficial relationship rather than risk jeopardizing it for short-term gains or political posturing. With Nepal entering a significant and transformative chapter in its political journey, a promising opportunity has emerged to rejuvenate bilateral relations. This fresh beginning is free from the constraints and biases that were previously influenced by the monarchy and the earlier governing elite. The current circumstances present a favorable environment for forging stronger connections that prioritize collaboration and understanding, paving the way for a more inclusive and progressive future. Both parties recognize the interconnectedness that exists between them and acknowledge the complex and long-standing nature of their relationship. They are aware that their interactions are shaped by various factors, illustrating how their fates are intertwined. This mutual understanding highlights the significance of their cooperation in navigating the challenges they face together. Given that India is the significantly larger and more influential neighbor, it would be beneficial for the country to consider making some economic adjustments on its own accord. By doing so, India could address the emotional concerns and feelings of vulnerability that Nepal experiences. Accommodating these sensitivities might foster a better relationship between the two nations, promoting cooperation and stability in the region. Taking such steps demonstrates a commitment to understanding and supporting Nepal, thereby enhancing overall bilateral ties. India should leverage its considerable influence to ensure that the new political framework being established in Nepal is inclusive and representative. It is essential that this structure addresses and accommodates the diverse needs and interests of all segments of Nepali society. Without this essential inclusivity, it is unlikely that Nepal will be able to maintain unity, peace, and stability in the long term. It is in the best interest of both nations that Nepal evolves into a harmonious society where everyone's voices are heard and valued. India must remain firm and steadfast in its approach to safeguarding its fundamental security interests and should never consider compromising on these critical issues. It is essential for Nepal to recognize that an open border policy can flourish only among nations that possess aligned security viewpoints. For such arrangements to be effective, it is necessary for neighboring countries to have mutual understandings and similar approaches toward their respective security concerns. Without this common ground, the benefits of maintaining an unrestricted border may be compromised. It might be advantageous for both India and Nepal to explore and analyze the current border control systems implemented by the European Union. By examining these established frameworks, they could gain valuable insights and adopt successful practices to enhance their own border management strategies. Adapting these mechanisms may lead to improved security and cooperation between the two nations while effectively addressing any challenges they face in managing their shared boundary. The aim should be to establish a fresh framework for fostering bilateral relations that adequately addresses and respects the concerns and sensitivities of each party involved. By doing so, we can create a foundation that promotes mutual understanding and cooperation, allowing both sides to feel valued and heard in the partnership. This new approach should not only acknowledge existing issues but also pave the way for constructive dialogue and collaboration that benefits everyone in the long run. In the months and years ahead, India is likely to encounter significant challenges in navigating its diplomatic relations with Nepal. The dynamics between the two neighboring nations may become increasingly complex, requiring careful attention and strategic maneuvering to address various issues that could arise. India has significant long-term interests and implications in its relationship with Nepal. The stakes involved are considerable and multifaceted. The situation can be largely attributed to two essential factors. Firstly, the open border policy between India and Nepal presents significant security challenges for India. This unrestricted movement of people across the border can lead to various vulnerabilities. Secondly, India faces a pressing need to collaborate with Nepal, which is the upstream nation, in order to effectively manage the numerous rivers that flow from Nepal into Indian territory. These rivers play a crucial role in various aspects, including power generation, irrigation, flood management, and environmental conservation. The waters from these rivers are vital for the sustenance and livelihood of hundreds of millions of people residing in the Indian plains, making cooperation with Nepal imperative for India's development and security interests. In summary, the interconnectedness of security concerns and the necessity for effective water resource management underscores the importance of a cooperative relationship between India and Nepal. Bhutan, a measured approach to modernization. Unlike Nepal, Bhutan has historically remained outside the influence of the British Indian Empire, with British authorities showing little interest in incorporating it into their colonial territories. Bhutan has historically held significant value due to its role as an attractive buffer state, positioned strategically between larger powers. Over time, it evolved into a vital intermediary, especially in relation to Tibet. This unique geographical placement allowed Bhutan to serve as a stabilizing presence in the region, facilitating communication and trade between Tibet and neighboring countries while also maintaining its own sovereignty and cultural identity. As long as Bhutan continued to fulfill its function in serving British interests and willingly relinquished its power over the Duars region, which serves as a passageway to Assam, the British were quite content to allow Bhutan to manage its affairs independently. The relationship between Bhutan and Britain was largely predicated on this balance of influence, where Bhutan's cooperation ensured its autonomy, while Britain maintained its strategic interests without direct interference in Bhutanese governance. This arrangement suited both parties for an extended period, contributing to a relatively peaceful coexistence. India has maintained the connections and ties that were established during the British colonial period. These relationships, which were shaped by centuries of British rule, continue to influence India's diplomatic and social interactions even after gaining independence. The Treaty of Friendship between India and Bhutan, established in 1949, was influenced by an earlier agreement made in 1910 between Britain and Bhutan. This earlier treaty essentially stipulated that Bhutan would seek guidance from Britain regarding its interactions and relationships with foreign nations. In turn, Britain promised to respect Bhutan's sovereignty by not meddling in the internal matters of the country. The 1949 treaty, while rooted in this historical context, served to solidify the partnership between India and Bhutan, ensuring that both nations maintained a dialogue on foreign policy while valuing Bhutan's independence in its domestic affairs. The agreement included provisions related to security that closely resembled those that were ultimately established in the 1950 negotiations between India and Nepal. However, this particular arrangement lacked supplementary letters or documents that might have clarified the intentions of the parties involved. As a result, there remained an element of uncertainty regarding India's responsibility to provide military defense for Bhutan. The absence of explicit clarification created a situation where the extent of India's obligation to intervene on Bhutan's behalf was left open to interpretation. In 1950, when the Chinese army advanced into Tibet, the situation created a significant sense of concern among neighboring nations. Bhutan, in particular, felt a wave of relief and reassurance when Indian Prime Minister Nehru emphasized the importance of the Himalayas as a crucial barrier for India's security. Bhutan interpreted his statements as a promise of protection and a commitment to maintaining stability in the region, especially given the geopolitical tensions that were unfolding at the time. It wasn't until 1958, when Jawaharlal Nehru undertook a challenging expedition using yaks and ponies to reach Bhutan, that the country began to slowly and carefully emerge from its self-imposed seclusion. This significant journey marked the start of Bhutan's gradual process of opening up to the outside world, signaling a shift in its previously isolationist stance. The effort made by Nehru not only highlights the determination behind the journey but also underscores a pivotal moment in Bhutan's history as it started to engage more with neighboring nations and the global community. The annexation of Tibet by China in 1959 raised significant concerns among the people of Bhutan. As a result of this geopolitical shift, Bhutan made the decision to close its borders with Tibet, which had previously been their main source of trade and economic interaction. In light of these developments, Bhutan also opted to strengthen its relationship with India, an initiative that India had been advocating for a considerable period. This strategic pivot not only reflected Bhutan's need for security but also signified a new era of diplomatic and economic collaboration with its southern neighbor. India initiated a comprehensive development initiative for Bhutan, which was predominantly funded by Indian resources during its initial 10 years. This ambitious program encompassed a wide range of projects, such as the building of infrastructure like roads and power generation facilities. Furthermore, it provided crucial technical support in various essential sectors, including agriculture, healthcare, and education. Additionally, the initiative focused on training individuals in multiple professional fields to enhance the skills and capabilities of the local workforce. The economic relationship between India and Bhutan is characterized by a free trade agreement, facilitating an open exchange of goods and services between the two nations. As a result of this arrangement, an impressive majority, over 90%, of Bhutan's international trade activities are conducted with India. This close trading partnership underscores the importance of India as Bhutan's primary economic ally. India and Bhutan share a robust partnership in the realms of defense and security. This collaborative relationship is characterized by mutual support and strategic initiatives aimed at enhancing national safety. The two nations work hand in hand to strengthen their defense mechanisms and ensure regional stability. Through joint exercises and intelligence sharing, they effectively address potential security challenges that may arise in the region. This alliance not only fortifies their individual defenses but also contributes to the overall safety of the area, showcasing the depth of their commitment to each other's security. In Bhutan, India has established an Indian Military Training Team, commonly referred to as IMTRAT, which plays a crucial role in the development of the Royal Bhutan Army's capabilities. This team is dedicated to providing specialized training and support, ensuring that the army remains well-prepared and proficient in various military operations. The collaboration between the two nations not only strengthens their defense ties but also enhances Bhutan's military readiness. India is responsible for the defense and security of Bhutan, providing support and protection as needed. In return, Bhutan has committed to avoiding any actions or alliances that could potentially threaten India's safety or interests. This mutual understanding forms a crucial aspect of their relationship, ensuring that both nations contribute to a stable regional environment. Bhutan engages in negotiations concerning its borders with China. However, it places great importance on consulting with India throughout this process. This collaborative approach ensures that Bhutan's interests are aligned with those of its neighbor and ally, fostering a sense of security and strategic partnership between the two nations. While Bhutan retains the authority to handle its own diplomatic discussions, India's input remains a crucial component in shaping the outcomes of these border talks. In 2003, Bhutan took significant steps to collaborate with India in order to eliminate the operational strongholds of the United Liberation Front of Assam, ULFA, and the Bodo groups that were situated within its borders. The decision to act against these groups was primarily driven by Bhutan's assessment that their presence constituted a serious security threat, not only to its own national interests but also to those of India. This cooperative effort underscored the mutual commitment of both nations to maintain regional stability and address any insurgent activities that could disrupt peace in the area. The motivation behind Bhutan's actions stems from a core belief in safeguarding its unique cultural heritage and maintaining its national identity. The government is cautious about promoting any factions that might harbor their own political ambitions or social frameworks, as such elements could potentially lead to disagreements, unrest, or social turmoil within the country. This commitment to cultural preservation reflects Bhutan's intention to foster harmony and unity among its people while avoiding the complications that could arise from divisive agendas. India has made significant investments in Bhutan's infrastructure development, particularly in the area of power generation. These efforts highlight the strong partnership and cooperation between the two nations, as India continues to play a crucial role in supporting Bhutan's growth and energy needs. This collaborative relationship exemplifies the commitment of both countries to work together for mutual benefit and sustainable development. As of now, 3 significant hydroelectric power stations have been established, which are Chukha, Kurichu, and Tala. These plants are part of a broader initiative established under a cooperation agreement for hydropower development that was signed back in 2006. The ambitious goal set forth by this agreement is to achieve a total power generation capacity of 5,000 megawatts by the year 2020. This strategic plan reflects the commitment to harness water resources for sustainable energy production. Bhutan has experienced significant financial growth due to its ability to sell surplus electricity to India. This lucrative trade has not only contributed to Bhutan achieving the highest per capita income in the South Asian region, but it has also allowed the nation to lessen its financial reliance on India for budgetary support. As a result, Bhutan is better positioned to manage its economic independence and invest in various developmental projects. India is currently engaged in feasibility studies aimed at enhancing rail connectivity with Bhutan. This initiative reflects India's commitment to strengthening its relationship with Bhutan, which both nations regard as a benchmark of a successful partnership. The collaboration is often characterized as exemplary by officials from both countries, signifying a strong and positive bond that continues to thrive. India has approached its diplomatic relationships with Bhutan with a notable degree of care and consideration. This careful handling aims to respect Bhutan's sovereignty, ensuring that the country's unique identity is preserved and not overwhelmed by external influences. Furthermore, India is mindful of the pace at which these relations evolve, prioritizing Bhutan's comfort and preferences throughout the process. By doing so, India seeks to foster a strong yet respectful partnership that honors Bhutan's autonomy while promoting mutual growth and cooperation. Throughout the years, India has played a significant role in supporting Bhutan's entry into numerous international organizations, such as the United Nations. Additionally, India has consistently refrained from opposing Bhutan's efforts to secure development aid from both multilateral agencies and bilateral donors. This collaborative approach highlights India's commitment to Bhutan's growth and integration into the global community. Through this partnership, Bhutan has been able to access vital resources and assistance necessary for its development, indicating a strong and cooperative relationship between the two nations. Bhutan has successfully gained membership in two significant regional organizations, the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, and the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, BIMSTEC. These memberships highlight Bhutan's commitment to fostering collaboration and cooperation with neighboring countries in South Asia and beyond. Historically, Bhutan maintained a singular bilateral diplomatic mission, which was exclusively located in India. However, over time, the country has expanded its diplomatic presence by establishing resident missions in several neighboring nations. Currently, Bhutan has set up diplomatic missions in Nepal, Bangladesh, and Thailand, in addition to its representation at United Nations offices in both New York and Geneva. This strategic evolution reflects Bhutan's commitment to enhancing its international relationships and engaging more broadly with the global community. Notably, China has been deliberately left out of the equation. Bhutan has consciously adopted a strategic approach by refraining from establishing resident diplomatic missions with the permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, as well as with other major global powers. This policy is a testament to Bhutan's desire to steer clear of becoming embroiled in the geopolitical rivalries and conflicts that often characterize the actions of these influential countries. By avoiding formal diplomatic ties with these powerful nations, Bhutan aims to maintain its sovereignty and prioritize its own national interests, thus ensuring that it does not find itself caught up in the complex web of international politics. In real-world scenarios, Bhutan has often followed the guidance and recommendations provided by India regarding its foreign affairs. This practice is rooted in the provisions outlined in the India-Bhutan Treaty established in 1949. The agreement has played a significant role in shaping Bhutan's approach to its external relations, fostering a diplomatic relationship that leans heavily on the insights and counsel offered by its larger neighbor, India. Consequently, Bhutan's foreign policy decisions have frequently reflected India's influence and perspective, illustrating the enduring impact of this historic treaty. The actions taken by Bhutan stem from a conviction that such decisions align with its national interests, rather than being the result of any external influence or coercion from India. Bhutan has consistently prioritized its own objectives, demonstrating a commitment to its sovereignty in the face of regional dynamics. In response to evolving geopolitical dynamics, India and Bhutan have come to a mutual understanding to revise the original treaty established in 1949. This was achieved through the introduction of the 2007 India-Bhutan Friendship Treaty. The new agreement distinctly affirms Bhutan's sovereignty and eliminates the formal obligation for Bhutan to seek guidance from India regarding its foreign policy decisions. Nevertheless, it is important to note that in practice, Bhutan may still choose to engage in close consultations with India, as it may prove beneficial for its strategic interests. This shift reflects both nations' commitment to fostering a relationship that honors Bhutan's independence while acknowledging the importance of ongoing dialogue between the two countries. The agreement effectively addresses the critical security concerns of India. It has been designed to ensure that India's fundamental interests in terms of safety and security are well protected and prioritized. The treaty outlines a framework for strong collaboration between India and Bhutan, focusing on matters that pertain to their respective national interests. It emphasizes a mutual commitment from both nations to prevent the utilization of their territories for any actions that could jeopardize the national security or interests of the other party. This agreement aims to promote peace and stability in the region by ensuring that both countries work together to safeguard their sovereignty and protect against any potential threats. The stipulations outlined in the previous treaty concerning the facilitation of free trade and the unrestricted movement of individuals are still active and binding. These regulations continue to uphold the same principles and practices that were established prior, ensuring that the exchange of goods and the mobility of people are unaffected by any changes that may have occurred subsequently. The refugee situation represents a complex challenge that, while it has the potential to strain relations between India and Bhutan, has largely been avoided in public discourse. This situation revolves around the Lhotshampas, individuals of Nepali descent who have been referred to more subtly as Southern Bhutanese by the Bhutanese government. These people initially arrived in Bhutan over the past century, primarily as laborers drawn to the country's lush tropical forests located in the southern regions. Over time, many of these laborers established permanent roots in southern Bhutan, bringing their culture and communities with them. Despite the significant historical and societal implications of this issue, it remains relatively unaddressed in formal bilateral discussions between India and Bhutan, perhaps due to the intricate dynamics at play in the region. With the steady rise in their population, concerns began to emerge in Bhutan regarding the potential impact this influx could have on the country's demographic makeup. The government grew apprehensive that the increasing numbers of immigrants and foreign residents might lead to significant shifts in Bhutan's cultural landscape, ultimately threatening to alter the essence of the nation's unique identity. In light of various considerations, a decision was reached some time ago regarding citizenship in Bhutan. It was determined that individuals who migrated to Bhutan after the year 1958 would not be granted Bhutanese citizenship. This policy reflects the government's stance on immigration and citizenship matters within the country. In the past few years, Bhutan has expressed concerns regarding the potential infiltration of extremist groups, particularly the Maoists and Naxalites, among the refugee population residing in camps in Nepal. The nation is wary that by allowing these individuals to enter its borders, it could introduce instability and discord into the fabric of Bhutanese society and governance. The Bhutanese government is particularly cautious about how the assimilation of such forces could pose challenges to the peace and cohesion that the country has worked hard to maintain. During the early years of the 1990s, the Kingdom of Bhutan undertook a significant and controversial action that resulted in the expulsion of approximately 100,000 individuals of Nepali descent. This large-scale displacement forced these people to seek refuge in camps that were established in neighboring Nepal, where they found themselves living in challenging conditions. The situation created a humanitarian crisis, as these individuals had to adjust to life in makeshift settlements away from their homeland. India has adopted a cautious stance, striving to avoid any diplomatic fallout with both Nepal and Bhutan. In doing so, it has somewhat naively insisted that the situation involves only these two nations, framing it as a bilateral issue. This perspective seems to disregard the fact that the individuals in question sought asylum in India and were, against their will, relocated to Nepal. India's approach, which can be likened to burying one's head in the sand, appears to overlook the complexities of the situation while aiming to preserve its relations with its neighboring countries. It is quite peculiar to witness this response from a nation that typically accommodates a vast number of Nepalese individuals through legal channels. This same country seems to overlook the presence of numerous undocumented Bangladeshi migrants who have found their way into India. Furthermore, it has a history of welcoming refugees from Tibet and Afghanistan. This includes Tibetan refugees who initially sought asylum in Bhutan back in 1959 and were subsequently granted acceptance in India. Overall, the juxtaposition of these actions with the recent reaction highlights an inconsistency in the nation's approach to immigration and refuge. India's approach has opened the door for foreign nations to engage in the dynamics of South Asia. This situation underscores India's challenges in addressing regional issues, even when they involve neighboring countries with which it professes to have a unique and special bond. This inability to manage conflicts within its vicinity has allowed external powers to exert influence and intervene in matters that India might traditionally expect to address on its own. In the end, it is primarily the nations of the West that have stepped forward to provide assistance to the unfortunate individuals seeking refuge from their dire circumstances. Their support has played a crucial role in offering hope and aid to those who have been displaced and are in desperate need of help. The United States has committed to providing refuge for the majority of displaced individuals, with an estimated 60,000 refugees being welcomed within its borders. In addition to this substantial intake, several other Western nations, including Australia, New Zealand, Denmark, the Netherlands, Norway, and Canada, have pledged to accommodate an additional 20,000 or so individuals seeking safety in a new home. This collaborative effort reflects a shared responsibility among nations to support those affected by displacement. India's recent stance has unfortunately sent a message that suggests the resolution of issues in South Asia is more likely to come from the United States than from India itself. This raises concerns about India's proactive role in addressing regional challenges and diminishes the perception of its capability to effectively handle its own affairs within the South Asian context. Such an attitude may inadvertently shift the locus of power and influence away from India, highlighting the need for a more assertive and independent approach to regional problem-solving. It is highly likely that this situation will inadvertently motivate neighboring countries of India to pursue assistance from external forces instead of looking to India as a primary resource for conflict resolution. Such a shift in approach could potentially undermine India's influence in the region and lead to an increase in reliance on foreign intervention for addressing regional disputes. It seems that India has not carefully considered the potential long-term security consequences arising from the presence of a significant population of individuals of South Asian descent. Many among this group feel a sense of indebtedness and gratitude towards the nations that have provided them with refuge. There is a growing concern that such sentiments could be exploited to advance the geopolitical agendas of these host countries within South Asia. This oversight could have serious implications for India's security landscape in the future, as the dynamics of loyalty and influence might shift in unforeseen ways, thereby affecting regional stability. When it comes to Bhutan, simply bringing back the refugees will not address the fundamental issue of ensuring that individuals of Nepali descent perceive themselves as equal members of Bhutanese society. The core challenge lies in fostering a sense of belonging and equality among these populations, which requires more than just repatriation efforts. It is essential to explore and implement measures that promote inclusivity, understanding, and integration within the diverse tapestry of Bhutan's cultural landscape. Ultimately, achieving true citizenship for people of Nepali origin means addressing historical grievances and building a society where everyone feels valued and accepted. Chapter 6: The Evolving Relationship Between Tibet and China. The relationship between Tibet and China has undergone a substantial evolution, particularly following the historic visit of Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi to China in 1988. This visit marked a significant milestone, as it was the first time since Jawaharlal Nehru's trip in 1954 that an Indian Prime Minister took the initiative to visit China. The trip not only served as a fundamental step towards improving diplomatic ties but also laid the groundwork for a new chapter in the interactions between the two entities. Since then, relations have steadily progressed, reflecting a complex dynamic influenced by historical events and geopolitical factors. In the year 1993, a significant agreement was reached during the visit of Prime Minister Narasimha Rao. This pivotal moment marked a notable step forward in diplomatic relations between the two nations, as they committed to upholding peace and maintaining a sense of tranquility along the line of actual control, which serves as a de facto border. This accord reflected a mutual understanding and an effort to foster stability in the region, emphasizing the importance both countries placed on resolving their differences through peaceful means. In 1996, 3 years following previous discussions, Chinese President Jiang Zemin's visit marked a significant moment in bilateral relations as an accord focusing on confidence-building measures in border regions was officially established. This landmark agreement aimed to enhance stability and foster trust between the neighboring nations in these sensitive areas. The relationship between India and China underwent a decline following the nuclear tests conducted in Pokhran II. However, after a period of adjustment where China acknowledged India's status as a nuclear power in 1998, the bilateral relations started to improve again. This marked the beginning of a renewed phase of cooperation and engagement between the two nations, setting the stage for a more constructive partnership moving forward. In recent years, there has been a notable increase in the frequency of high-ranking official visits and discussions. These engagements have occurred not only within the respective capitals of both nations but also alongside various multilateral and regional conferences. This trend underscores a growing commitment to strengthen diplomatic relations and foster collaboration in various areas of mutual interest. India and China have established a consistent framework for interactions and exchanges across various sectors. This includes ongoing dialogues and visits between high-ranking military officials from both nations. These engagements not only facilitate cooperation but also enhance mutual understanding in critical areas of defense and security. In an effort to enhance mutual trust and improve relations, initiatives focused on military confidence building have been set in motion. Among these initiatives are collaborative military exercises conducted at a low intensity, which aim to foster cooperation and understanding between the involved parties. In April 2005, Chinese Premier Wen Jiabao made a diplomatic trip to India, during which significant discussions took place. The meetings resulted in both nations successfully establishing a framework for what they termed a strategic and cooperative partnership. This agreement signified a commitment from both countries to enhance their collaboration across various sectors, setting the stage for a stronger bilateral relationship. Significant advancements have been made regarding the concerns surrounding the border situation, providing a sense of optimism for the future. Starting in 2001, initiatives were launched to facilitate the sharing of maps aimed at resolving ambiguities related to the line of actual control. These efforts have played a significant role in gradually enhancing relations with China over the years. The focus on map exchange has not only aimed to clarify territorial boundaries but has also contributed to building mutual understanding and cooperation between the two countries. As a result of these actions, the relationship between the nations has seen a steady improvement over time. In the year 2003, during a diplomatic visit by Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee to China, there was a significant development regarding the status of Sikkim. It was during this visit that China subtly acknowledged Sikkim as being an integral part of India. This gesture marked a notable shift in diplomatic relations. Following this momentous event, in 2006, a further step was taken to enhance trade relations, as the historic trade route connecting India and Tibet through the Nathula Pass in Sikkim was officially reopened. This reopening not only served to strengthen economic ties but also represented a warming of relations between the two neighboring nations. Officials have come to an agreement to initiate discussions regarding the border issue through designated representatives appointed by the respective leaders. The aim of these discussions is to seek an expedited political resolution to the territorial dispute. This approach will prioritize mutually accepted political frameworks and guiding principles, rather than solely relying on the legal and historical arguments put forward by each party involved. This strategy is being adopted to facilitate a more collaborative and timely resolution to the long-standing boundary question. A significant agreement was reached 2 years afterward, coinciding with the visit of Chinese Prime Minister Wen Jiabao to India in the year 2005. This high-profile meeting represented a crucial moment for diplomatic relations between the two nations. The initial resolution of the boundary dispute was regarded as a collective strategic goal among the involved parties. This situation provided valid reasons for hope that a prompt resolution regarding the border dispute might be on the horizon. The prevailing circumstances suggested that progress could be achieved sooner rather than later, instilling a sense of optimism among those involved. There has been a significant rise in both trade and tourism activities between the two parties. This growth has been particularly noticeable in recent times, indicating a strong mutual interest and engagement in commerce and travel. As of now, China holds the position of being the foremost trading partner for India, recently surpassing the United States in this regard. However, the economic ties between the two nations are complicated and fraught with challenges that cannot be overlooked. India is currently facing apprehensions regarding its significant trade deficit, which exceeded $10 billion in 2007. A particular point of concern is the prevailing trade dynamics between India and China. This relationship is characterized by India's exports predominantly consisting of raw materials and commodities, while China focuses on shipping out mainly manufactured goods. This imbalance in trade has raised alarms in India as it strives for a more equitable economic partnership with its neighbor. China operates as a non-market economy, characterized by its unclear pricing systems and undisclosed subsidies. As a result, there is a growing concern among international observers that Chinese businesses may engage in dumping practices. Additionally, these companies are often suspected of employing non-tariff barriers and various unfair trade methods to gain a competitive advantage in global markets. The opacity of China's economic structure raises alarms about the integrity of trade practices, prompting scrutiny and calls for more transparency in its trade policies. Given the lingering concerns regarding potential intelligence connections with numerous Chinese firms, India has adopted a cautious stance towards Chinese investments in crucial industries and strategically important areas within its borders. The country's apprehension stems from the perceived risks associated with foreign investments that may compromise national security and interests. As such, India has implemented measures to scrutinize and potentially limit financial inflows from Chinese entities in these sensitive sectors. This is the reason behind India's relatively less fervent interest in pursuing a bilateral free trade agreement, FTA, compared to China's enthusiastic approach. While both countries acknowledge the potential benefits of such an agreement, India's cautious stance reflects its strategic priorities and economic considerations. However, it is important to note that these concerns are not insurmountable problems. In fact, there are pathways to resolving them in a way that is agreeable to all parties involved. With open communication and a willingness to find common ground, it is entirely possible to reach a solution that meets the needs and expectations of everyone concerned. Public opinion in India regarding China has started to evolve significantly. Your training encompasses information and data that is current only until October 2023. China's stature on the global stage has been on the rise, as it emerges as a dynamic and significant power in recent years. Many view it not only as a rapidly advancing nation but also as a fundamentally generous neighbor, offering valuable lessons for India. The potential for India to draw insights and strategies from China's development and international interactions is an opportunity that should not be overlooked. The current viewpoint held by many young Indians contrasts sharply with the sentiments of prior generations who experienced the tumultuous decades of the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s. For those individuals, China was often seen through a lens of mistrust and animosity, shaped by the historical context of the time, including the conflicts and geopolitical tensions that defined their formative years. In contrast, today's youth, who lack first-hand experiences of those fraught times, tend to approach relations with China without the lingering fears and insecurities that affected their elders, particularly those who witnessed the events surrounding the 1962 border conflict. This generational shift in perspective reflects a broader cultural evolution, appending old narratives and allowing for a more nuanced understanding of international relations. In the context of the swift advancement of bilateral relations that has unfolded over the last 20 years, it is regrettable to observe that these ties have started to deteriorate in recent years, particularly over the last 2 to 3 years. The renewed border dispute has also played a significant role in this unsettling trend, casting a shadow over the previously burgeoning cooperation and understanding between the nations involved. What once seemed like a promising pathway to mutual growth and collaboration now faces serious challenges, as misunderstandings and conflicts surrounding territorial issues threaten to unravel the progress made. The assertive and forceful reassertion of China's claim over Arunachal Pradesh has sparked significant public outrage in India. This began with pointed comments made just prior to Chinese President Hu Jintao's visit to India in 2006. The situation escalated in the following years, with similar statements being issued in 2007 and 2008. A particularly provocative incident occurred when, shortly after Prime Minister Manmohan Singh returned from a trip to China in January 2008, the Chinese government launched a bold and confrontational diplomatic protest against his visit to Arunachal Pradesh. These persistent claims from China have not only drawn attention but also galvanized a strong wave of discontent among Indian citizens. China maintains that it views Arunachal Pradesh as an integral part of its territory. As a result of this belief, the Chinese government asserts that the residents of Arunachal Pradesh are, by default, considered Chinese citizens. This stance leads to the conclusion that they are exempt from requiring a visa to enter China, as they are regarded as nationals of the country, despite the prevailing international disputes regarding the region's sovereignty. This claim highlights the complexity surrounding territorial claims and citizenship, where geopolitical tensions intersect with individual rights of movement. Indeed, it is accurate to say that China has consistently maintained the stance that the entirety of Arunachal Pradesh is rightfully part of its territory. This claim reflects a long-standing historical and territorial dispute between China and India. For an extended period, it is accurate to state that China did not vigorously pursue its territorial claim over Arunachal Pradesh. Reports from knowledgeable sources indicated that in the context of any potential resolution regarding the border dispute, China's primary objective was focused on reclaiming Tawang specifically, rather than seeking the entire region of Arunachal Pradesh. This nuanced approach suggests that China's strategic interests were more concentrated on Tawang, highlighting a more selective stance in its territorial ambitions. Recent developments concerning China's actions in Arunachal Pradesh, coupled with the effective suppression in Tibet during March 2008 and a rise in Chinese border violations, have contributed to a rekindling of deep-seated suspicions towards China. Historically ingrained within India's security apparatus, this skepticism had somewhat diminished in public consciousness as well as within the strategic circles. However, these current events have stirred a renewed sentiment of wariness among a diverse range of Indian citizens. Now, a broad spectrum of the population is increasingly voicing concerns about China's intentions and its impact on India's national security. India has come to a significant realization: despite China now holding the title of its largest trading partner, the essence of their relationship is fundamentally rooted in political and strategic dimensions. This dynamic is primarily influenced by the geographical proximity of the two nations, as well as the ongoing unresolved boundary dispute that exists between them. The complexities of this situation serve as a reminder that trade relations cannot fully encompass the deeper tensions and challenges that arise from their shared border and historical conflicts. Thus, while economic ties may flourish, the underlying political context remains a pivotal factor in shaping the overall relationship between India and China. Recognizing that India is unlikely to acquiesce to demeaning agreements, China seems to be aware of the critical dynamics at play. This understanding has led to a series of assertive actions by China, suggesting that they are not particularly eager to finalize a border agreement with India anytime soon. Consequently, this strategy has not only placed India in a position of mental strain but has also introduced new layers of doubt within the Indian political and military leadership regarding what China's enduring objectives may be concerning their relationship with India. The situation has resulted in an environment rife with uncertainty about China's long-term plans, leaving India to grapple with pressing questions about security and future diplomatic interactions. Given the recent hostilities exhibited by China, the stalled discussions on border disputes, and the significant unrest in Tibet that occurred in March 2008, it has become imperative to re-evaluate India's strategic approach to its relationship with China. This newfound urgency calls for a thorough examination of existing policies, ensuring that they align with the current geopolitical climate and address the challenges posed by China's assertiveness. India seems to lack a comprehensive strategy when it comes to addressing the border disputes as well as the broader diplomatic ties with China. This indicates that the formulation of its policies and responses may not have undergone thorough consideration or strategic planning. Considering the unique dynamics of the Indian bureaucratic landscape, where officials frequently rotate assignments every few years, it can be inferred that India's negotiators may not possess the same level of preparation as their Chinese colleagues. Reports indicate that the Chinese delegation is often extremely meticulous and well-informed, which likely provides them with a significant advantage in negotiation scenarios. This contrast in preparedness could stem from the stability and consistency that the Chinese diplomatic team experiences, unlike their Indian counterparts who are often in transition. In contrast to the Chinese, who often have a profound connection to their historical narrative, it appears that many Indians do not share the same level of historical awareness or appreciation. This difference in understanding and valuing the past might be attributed to various factors within each culture. In India, decision-making processes frequently exhibit a personal touch, as influential leaders at the highest levels often rely on their intuition and emotions rather than on objective assessments or the counsel of experts. These prominent individuals may prioritize their personal aspirations, such as leaving a lasting impact or a distinctive legacy, over the analytical insights provided by professionals trained to assess situations rigorously. As a result, the approach to making significant choices can be more reflective of individual preferences than of impartial evaluation based on data and analysis. It is noteworthy to observe that in the context of border negotiations, the Chinese delegation has maintained consistency, with a single lead negotiator handling discussions since 2003. In contrast, India has seen 3 different individuals take on the role of negotiator for border issues over the same timeframe. This difference in continuity on either side may have implications for the stability and effectiveness of the negotiations. Tibet plays a crucial role in comprehending China's overall strategy regarding India, especially concerning the territorial disputes between the two nations. By examining the significance of Tibet, one can gain deeper insights into the motivations and actions of China as it relates to its policies toward India and the contentious issues surrounding their shared border. For an extended period, India has perceived China merely as a nation located in East Asia, overlooking the complexities of its historical, cultural, and geopolitical significance. This narrow viewpoint has hindered a comprehensive understanding of the intricate dynamics that exist between the two countries. It is easy to see why this is the case, as the core of China is located in the region of East Asia. The significance of China on the global stage is closely tied to its status as a dominant force within East Asia. This geographic and strategic positioning underscores its influence and relevance to international affairs. From the viewpoint of India, the significance of China largely stems from its identity as a Eurasian nation. This geographical positioning plays a crucial role in shaping the dynamics of regional interactions and influences the strategic considerations of India in its foreign policy. The political boundaries of modern-day India and China converge in Central Asia, particularly in the regions of Tibet and Xinjiang. This intersection of borders is a significant geopolitical area, highlighting the complexities involved in the relationships between these two powerful nations. The security challenges that India faces can be largely attributed to China's grip on Tibet, along with its influence in Xinjiang, albeit to a lesser degree. This control not only raises geopolitical tensions but also poses various threats to India's national security interests. From the standpoint of China's national security, the likelihood of Tibet aligning itself more closely with India becomes a significant concern if it were to be considered separate from Chinese sovereignty. This potential shift is primarily influenced by Tibet's geographical closeness to India, as well as the deep-rooted cultural and religious connections that exist between the people of Tibet and those in India. Such an alignment could pose a strategic challenge for China, as it would elevate India's influence in a region that China deems vital to its security interests. In contrast to the complicated and often contentious relationship between Tibet and China, Tibet has historically maintained a peaceful and amicable connection with India. There has been no record of conflict or animosity between these two regions, highlighting a significantly different historical context when comparing Tibet's interactions with its neighboring nations. Historically, Tibet wielded significant control over certain regions within present-day China, which has led to a heightened sense of caution among Chinese authorities regarding any external involvement in Tibetan affairs. This wariness is rooted in the memories of the 19th century when Britain exerted its influence in Tibet to safeguard its interests in the Indian subcontinent. As a result, China remains vigilant to ensure that foreign presence does not encroach on its sovereignty in Tibet, reflecting a deep-seated concern for maintaining territorial integrity and political stability. Considering the unique geographical location of Tibet, it becomes evident that any external influences or interactions within the region predominantly originate from India. The vast mountains and natural barriers surrounding Tibet limit the accessibility and connections with other foreign nations, making India the primary source of cultural and political engagement in Tibetan affairs. Looking back at the events of the 1950s, it becomes apparent that China's approach to its relationship with India during that time was strategically designed to bolster its hold over Tibet. The Chinese government aimed to establish its dominance in the region, and consequently, its policies were largely influenced by this overarching goal of consolidating power in Tibet. This intention to secure control played a significant role in shaping the diplomatic and territorial dynamics between the two nations, influencing their interactions and negotiations throughout the decade. China skillfully deceived India into a false sense of security through its deceptive notions of brotherhood and the principles outlined in the Panchsheel Agreement. This manipulation encouraged India to withdraw its influence in Tibet and to officially acknowledge Tibet as a Chinese territory during the 1954 trade agreement between India and China. By presenting a facade of friendship and cooperation, China effectively undermined India's stance in the region, paving the way for its own strategic goals. With strategic foresight, the agreement regarding the delineation of the India-Tibet border was deliberately postponed, allowing China to proceed unimpeded with the development of the Xinjiang-Tibet Highway. This vital infrastructure project, which traverses the contested region of Aksai Chin, plays a significant role in strengthening China's grip and influence over Tibet. By prioritizing the highway construction over addressing border issues, China aimed to fortify its territorial claims while minimizing potential resistance or scrutiny from neighboring countries. In 1959, when the Dalai Lama made his escape from Tibet to India, there was considerable uncertainty within the Chinese government regarding India's stance on the situation. China harbored concerns that India might use its territory as a base to orchestrate military actions aimed at Tibet. In April of 1960, a notable event took place involving Chinese Prime Minister Zhou Enlai and Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, which was centered on a proposed package deal. The timing and details of this offer were deeply consequential. Zhou Enlai suggested that China would retain control over the strategically important region of Aksai Chin, while in exchange, it would acknowledge the McMahon Line. This proposal indicated that China was not prepared to relinquish its claim over Aksai Chin, a territory that was vital for its interests. However, the offer to recognize the McMahon Line hinted at a desire on China's part to garner some diplomatic leeway. This would ultimately allow China to stabilize its position in Tibet and secure its territorial claims amidst ongoing tensions with India. The significance of this proposal reflects the intricate balance of power and the competing territorial ambitions that characterized Sino-Indian relations during that era. From a local viewpoint, Tibet holds significant importance as it serves as the geographical bridge connecting India and China. Its strategic position plays a vital role in the relationship between these two powerful neighboring countries, influencing trade, culture, and politics in the region. The unique topography and climate of Tibet further enhance its role as a crucial intersection on the map, making it a key area for both nations' interactions and collaborations. As long as there isn't a consensus acknowledging that Tibet is an integral part of China, the delimitation between India and Tibet stands independently, rather than being classified as a boundary between India and China. This distinction emphasizes that the territorial line is specifically between India and Tibet, rather than implying any direct border with China itself. The McMahon Line, which serves as a significant boundary delineation, was established through the Shimla Agreement in 1914. Notably, this historic accord was reached between representatives of India and Tibet. The representative from China merely put their initials on the agreement at the time, but subsequently, the country renounced the accord altogether. China is of the opinion that reaching an agreement regarding the border dispute with India has significant consequences for its claims over Tibet. The resolution of territorial issues with India could potentially influence the geopolitical dynamics surrounding Tibet's status and its relationship with China. From a political standpoint, China aims to have Tibet acknowledged as an inseparable and integral component of its territory, a claim it asserts not just in the present day but also throughout history. This desire for recognition is rooted in China's broader narrative of sovereignty and territorial integrity. The legitimacy of China's control over Tibet is highly questionable. Many people view it as an act of imperialism, and this perception is unlikely to change. The historical context and circumstances surrounding this takeover lead to a widespread belief that it was not a rightful acquisition but rather an invasion motivated by imperial ambitions. As a result, the issue remains contentious and fuels ongoing debates about sovereignty and self-determination in the region. Given the current circumstances, it is improbable that China will come to an agreement with India regarding their border disputes before addressing the status of Tibet in a manner that aligns with its own interests. For China, the region of Arunachal Pradesh holds considerable significance, particularly because the Chinese government has classified it as a part of southern Tibet. This designation implies that any failure to successfully assert control over Arunachal Pradesh could undermine China's standing in its claims over Tibet. Thus, securing its claim to Arunachal Pradesh is not just a territorial concern but also tied to maintaining the legitimacy of its sovereignty over Tibet. Until Tibet is firmly under Beijing's governance as per its ambitions, the prospect of resolving the boundary issue with India remains bleak. The assertion regarding Tawang being claimed by China is based on the dubious rationale that it serves as the birthplace of the sixth Dalai Lama. However, this claim does not stem from any genuine admiration or reverence the Chinese authorities hold for the institution of the Dalai Lama. In fact, they have historically demonstrated a lack of respect for it. Rather, the Chinese government perceives this claim as a means to bolster its authority over the Dalai Lama's institution and, by extension, Tibetan Buddhism itself. The Dalai Lama has pointed out that this particular aspect is viewed as a significant threat to Tibet's potential independence from the governance of mainland China, making the control over Tawang and its symbolic links to Tibetan Buddhism a strategic move for the Chinese leadership. This perspective seems to have gained further support following the notable unrest and episodes of violence that transpired in Tibet and other regions during March 2008. The events of that time played a significant role in shaping public opinion and reinforcing beliefs surrounding those issues. Under no circumstances can India agree to the questionable logic presented by China regarding its territorial claims over Arunachal Pradesh. The reasoning put forth by China is deeply flawed and unacceptable to India. In essence, China seems to be employing delaying strategies in its discussions regarding border negotiations with India. It appears that there are not any significant fundamental principles at stake in the manner China is conducting these talks. It seems quite inconsistent for China to reject the McMahon Line as the border with India when, back in January 1960, it acknowledged this boundary in negotiations with Myanmar. Furthermore, during April of the same year, the Chinese government even proposed a comparable arrangement to India regarding its borders. This raises questions about the reasoning behind China's stance on this particular issue, as its actions towards Myanmar suggest a willingness to accept specific delineations in border disputes. Regardless of the circumstances, when China retreated back to the McMahon Line following its advance beyond this boundary in 1962, it inadvertently acknowledged the legitimacy of this demarcation. Furthermore, China's assertion that the Shimla Agreement of 1914 should be deemed void lacks credibility and evidence. This claim fails to hold significant weight, as it does not rest on a solid foundation of facts or legal reasoning. Ultimately, China meticulously adhered to the terms of the 99-year lease that was imposed by the British on a vulnerable China in 1898. Throughout this period, the nation remained steadfast, exercising great patience and restraint as it awaited the return of Hong Kong in 1997. This transition of sovereignty was not abrupt, rather, it was the culmination of extensive and thorough negotiations between Chinese officials and the British government. The result was a peaceful reunification, marking an important moment in China's history. In light of the ongoing border discussions between India and China, it is essential for India to grasp that the current protraction in reaching a resolution is primarily due to China's reluctance to finalize any agreements at this moment. This understanding should guide India's strategy as it navigates the complexities of these negotiations. In light of the latest events unfolding in Tibet, the prospects for reaching an early resolution have diminished significantly. China has successfully gained considerable concessions from India regarding the status of Tibet. This has been achieved, in part, due to India's acknowledgement of China as a valid participant in talks aimed at resolving the border issues concerning India and Tibet. Additionally, India's acceptance of Tibet as an integral part of China has further solidified this negotiation dynamic. China continues to express a sense of unease and apprehension regarding India's approach to the issue of Tibet. The Chinese government harbors significant skepticism towards India's intentions, particularly in light of the support extended to a multitude of Tibetan refugees seeking shelter there. Additionally, the presence of the Dalai Lama and the activities surrounding him are viewed with great suspicion. This uncertainty has led to a tense atmosphere between the two nations, as China's concerns about India's policies regarding Tibet remain unresolved. The Dalai Lama's occasional remarks regarding India's approach to Tibet often suggest that he views it as overly cautious. These comments tend to intensify China's existing doubts and apprehensions concerning the situation. His statements can be seen as a catalyst that fuels suspicions within China, leading to an even greater mistrust in their relationship with India. Chinese authorities, guided by the long-standing influence of Hu Jintao, who has served as the secretary of the Communist Party in Tibet for a considerable duration and has leveraged his accomplishments in the region to further his political career, appear to have come to a strategic conclusion regarding the complex issue of Tibet. They seem to believe that achieving a resolution that aligns with China's objectives may be implausible as long as the Dalai Lama remains alive. Consequently, it is probable that they have decided it would be more advantageous for China's interests to delay any significant moves or negotiations until the Dalai Lama has passed away. This perspective reveals a calculated approach to the situation in Tibet, reflecting the leader's priorities and long-term strategy. Since the disturbances in Tibet and surrounding areas housing Tibetan populations in March 2008, the Chinese government's feelings of mistrust and skepticism towards the Dalai Lama have deepened significantly. This growing suspicion reflects a more pronounced stance from authorities, who perceive him as a potential threat to their control and stability in the region. As tensions continue to simmer, these feelings are likely to persist and influence China's broader approach to Tibetan issues and leadership. Moreover, the use of vitriolic and incendiary rhetoric by Chinese officials and state-run media to criticize the Dalai Lama, which echoes the confrontational tone of the Cultural Revolution, complicates any potential dialogue between the Chinese government and the spiritual leader. This harsh language not only alienates the possibility of respectful discussions but also significantly diminishes the chances for any productive outcomes from such talks, should they ever take place. The hostile environment created by this rhetoric poses a major barrier to fostering understanding or reconciliation between both parties. Despite multiple rounds of discussions between the Chinese government and representatives acting on behalf of the Dalai Lama, there has been no significant progress in bridging the gap between the two parties. The talks have failed to foster any closer relationship or understanding, leaving the long-standing divide unresolved. The Tibet conclave that took place in Dharamsala in November 2008 highlighted the significant developments that followed. It has become increasingly apparent that the discussions that occurred in July 2008, which concluded without any agreement, could very likely represent the final opportunity for dialogue. The lack of progress during these talks has left many questioning the future of communication efforts moving forward. Although the Chinese government might hold a different perspective, it is possible that the circumstances surrounding the situation could worsen significantly once the current Dalai Lama passes away. The potential for unrest and instability could rise, leading to unpredictable outcomes and challenges that may spiral beyond the government's control. During the upheaval that occurred in Tibet and spread to various regions in China and internationally in March 2008, it became evident that the Dalai Lama seemed to lack effective oversight of the Tibetan movement at that time. The events unfolded with such intensity that his influence appeared diminished amidst the protests and calls for autonomy. While he continues to be regarded as the most revered figure among the Tibetan populace, particularly among those within Tibet, the younger demographic of Tibetans who have been raised abroad since their birth are gradually expressing skepticism towards his approach. They are beginning to reassess the effectiveness of his middle way strategy, which emphasizes the pursuit of genuine autonomy and advocates for a nonviolent form of resistance. This shift in perspective reflects a growing desire among the youth to explore alternative methods for advocating their cultural identity and political rights. The emergence of new nations throughout Central Asia and various parts of Europe has served as a significant source of inspiration for them. This wave of newly established countries has not only transformed the geopolitical landscape but also motivated individuals and communities to explore the possibilities of nationhood and self-determination. The examples set by these nations have sparked a greater interest in cultural identity and political autonomy, leading to a renewed enthusiasm for exploring their own paths forward. The Tibetan people often find themselves puzzled by the apparent disparity in the level of autonomy granted to regions like Hong Kong and Macau, especially when juxtaposed with their own circumstances. These areas have been allowed a certain degree of self-governance, whereas Tibetans feel deprived of the same privilege. This is particularly striking given Tibet's unique cultural identity and its historical experience of quasi-independence during the early 20th century. Many Tibetans question why their region, with its rich heritage and a strong sense of individuality, is not afforded similar freedoms. The contrast raises concerns about the principles of self-determination and the criteria that seem to influence such decisions made by governing authorities. Throughout his life, the Dalai Lama seems to have recognized the constraints surrounding his authority and the extent of his impact. This awareness likely motivated him to issue a warning regarding the possibility of his resignation should the situation turn violent. His statement reflects an understanding of the complexities of his position and the responsibility he feels towards peace, indicating a strategic approach to maintaining stability within his community. By taking this action, he could have successfully re-established a sense of cohesion within the movement, at least for the time being. However, more perilous threats loom in the future. In the wake of the Dalai Lama's death, the Tibetan independence movement is anticipated to undergo significant transformations. Experts express concern that this pivotal event may not only lead to fractures within the movement but also incite a shift towards more radical ideologies. As acknowledged by the Dalai Lama himself, the future of the movement could become increasingly volatile and unpredictable, potentially resulting in a rise in aggressive tactics and actions. Such outcomes may pose challenges to the unity and peaceful aspirations that have historically characterized the struggle for Tibetan autonomy. A potential source of conflict may arise concerning the process of determining who will be the next Dalai Lama. This matter has significant implications and could lead to various challenges and disagreements. The importance of such a decision calls for careful consideration, as it has the potential to create unrest not only within certain communities but also on a broader scale. The selection of the Dalai Lama is not a trivial affair, it carries deep spiritual and political weight, which could become a focal point for tensions in the future. The Dalai Lama has articulated a profound understanding of reincarnation, emphasizing that its primary purpose is to continue the endeavors that were left incomplete in a prior existence. According to this perspective, if the current Dalai Lama were to pass away before achieving the resolution of his status as a refugee, it follows that his next reincarnation should emerge beyond the geographic boundaries of Tibet. This arrangement would ensure that the succeeding Dalai Lama could successfully build upon the foundation laid by his predecessor, addressing and advancing the ongoing challenges that remain unaddressed. This concept underscores the continuity and responsibility intrinsic to the role of the Dalai Lama in striving for the betterment of the Tibetan people and their quest for freedom. Recently, there has been speculation that the current Dalai Lama may initiate a referendum for Tibetans living in various regions, including the Himalayan areas of China, Nepal, and India, along with Mongolia. This potential referendum would allow those within the Tibetan community to voice their opinions on whether the Dalai Lama should personally choose his successor while he is still alive, selecting someone from the Tibetan diaspora. However, it is important to note that Tibetan individuals residing within China may face restrictions that prevent them from taking part in this decision-making process. Should this proposal not be well received, it would ultimately result in the absence of a future Dalai Lama. In stark contrast, the Chinese authorities have taken an unusual step by claiming the prerogative to sanction all reincarnations of Tibetan spiritual leaders. This unprecedented assertion raises significant complications for India, as the current Dalai Lama resides within its borders. There is a considerable likelihood that his next incarnation could manifest in an Indian location, possibly in Dharamsala or even in Tawang, further intensifying the intricate dynamics between the two nations. This situation highlights the delicate balance of power and spirituality in the region and could lead to a profound impact on the relationship between India, Tibet, and China in the years to come. It is entirely possible that China may insist on India transferring custody of the next Dalai Lama to them. Should this situation arise, it is highly likely that the new Dalai Lama would mysteriously vanish from the public eye once he arrives in China. Regardless of where the next incarnation of the Dalai Lama may manifest, India continues to serve as the central hub for his devoted adherents. These dedicated followers form the primary foundation of support for the Dalai Lama, ensuring that his teachings and influence remain vibrant and impactful within the region. Thus, India undeniably holds a significant position in the spiritual journey of the Dalai Lama and his community. The approach that China has taken towards Tibet has not succeeded as intended. A growing number of individuals within China are beginning to recognize and accept this reality. In the month of March in the year 2008, a collective of distinguished Chinese authors and intellectuals, hailing from various regions throughout the nation, displayed remarkable bravery as they took a stand to openly challenge the policies of the Beijing government regarding Tibet. Their willingness to express dissent in such a politically sensitive environment underscores a significant moment in the ongoing discourse surrounding Tibet and its governance. One of the key demands made is for the Chinese government to adhere to the principles of religious freedom and freedom of speech, which are clearly outlined in the Chinese constitution. This compliance would enable the Tibetan population to fully articulate their concerns and aspirations. Additionally, it would grant individuals of all ethnic backgrounds the opportunity to openly critique the government's policies affecting various nationalities, as well as provide constructive feedback and recommendations. The recent developments occurring in Tibet may have significant psychological repercussions for China that could prove to be detrimental in the long run. As these events unfold, they may not only affect public perception but also challenge the national psyche, potentially leading to a range of issues that could undermine stability and unity within the country. The long-term consequences of these changes could result in a weakening of social cohesion and an increase in internal tensions, making the situation increasingly complex for the Chinese government to manage. Tibet could be crucial not only for maintaining stability within China but also for the political future of Hu Jintao. This is especially significant considering his direct involvement in the suppression of Tibetan dissent back in 1988, which has tied his political fate to the region. The dynamics in Tibet may play a pivotal role in shaping the internal policies of the Chinese government and influencing Hu Jintao's standing in the political arena. It is not surprising that the Chinese government places such high importance on the issue of Tibet, viewing it as a matter of utmost significance, even one that could determine the very existence of the state. The events that transpired in March 2008 could be seen as pivotal, potentially marking a significant chapter or a critical crossroads in the political narrative of contemporary China. This period may reshape the way we understand the trajectory of the nation's governance and its influence on both domestic and international fronts. India seems to be making some positive, albeit cautious, moves towards reassessing its approach to Tibet. This indicates a potential shift in its policy, reflecting an openness to re-evaluate past strategies concerning the region. In January 2008, a significant development occurred when the official statement released following Indian Prime Minister's trip to China notably omitted any mention of Tibet. This decision marked a pivotal moment in the diplomatic relations between India and China, highlighting the complexities surrounding the issue of Tibet in their bilateral discussions. It remains uncertain whether this action was part of a calculated